Yo, wagwan. So yeah, what did you lot think? What did you lot think? Let me sort out my life. Hold on. Yo, it should be working. Why is it not working? I don't know why it's not working. Oh yeah, there you go. Wagwan. So yeah, what did you lot think, man? Let me put this link out there. Old type Bibi Nana. Done now. Western Goddess. Done now. Accent Queen. Done now. Born Rich. Done now. Shani. Done now. Anonymous. Wagwan. Beautiful London. Wagwan. Yeah, man. So yeah, I want some feedback. Sorry, the washing machine's on spin. It'll be done soon. I hope it's not creating too much background noise. But yeah, I need some friends to jump on with me, man. Let's have a chat. I don't plan to stay too long. Why is the camera looking like shit? It's like hot shit. Can you do a reaction on Randy Valentine's certified? Some real ones in the vid, I hear. Yeah, big up. What did I come to do? That's what I come to do. I come to put my link in the description. 1 minute. Got to switch accounts. Put my link up in the description, man. Who's jumping on, man? This link is going in there now. Come chat to me, man. Don't go like you're too tired. Friday and that. I'm not going to stay on too long. I don't know if Sniper's doing Freestyle Friday, but I don't want to cramp that style. I hope he is doing Freestyle Friday, to be honest. Live. No, panel, sorry. Link to join panel. Boom. Save. All right. Okay. Shani said she's going to be 10 minutes. Wow. Excited. Big up Yasuki. I think that's how you say it. 2.0. You need to talk about Steph London and Miss La Familiar review. Steph just dropped a track. You know, Miss. Yeah. Okay, so what? Steph's saying some bits in the track, yeah? None of these gal. I just I did a reaction to a Steph London track. Have I not put it up yet? I'll put it up. I got so much reactions to put up, man. I want to get back to 2 a day from tomorrow. 2 uploads a day. But yeah, the rocking review in America. Your Worldstar famous over here, mad thing. I know, Born Rich, Worldstar hip hop and that. Yeah, I was pissed. I was pissed to be on Worldstar. When the man hit me up and said, "Yo, you're on Worldstar," I was pissed. I'm not gonna lie, because you know, getting on Worldstar can be a fucking meal ticket. You know, like literally, people have launched fucking careers off the back of going on Worldstar. You get on Worldstar, yeah, and it's like not only is it for some bullshit. It's fucking. It's just lame, man. It's not what I want people to know me for. I'm not gonna lie to you. Do you know what I mean? It's not what I don't want stripes for that. I don't want stripes for that. I'm not gonna lie. We might have our laughs and whatever, but man, don't enjoy that. I don't want to be famous for that. You should be pissed. Worldstar promotes the negatives of our community. Yeah, it does. It really does. Do you know what I mean? It really does. Once in a while, there's some positive in there, usually as part of some kind of agenda, but yeah, man, I don't want to be on Worldstar, bro. And like, it's like, I didn't know all you lot were still watching Worldstar. The amount of people telling me, "Oh, bro, you're on Worldstar." I'm like, what? You lot pop out on this Worldstar thing? You could have been big like Tory Lanez and that. You need to shut the fuck up. Western Goddess, man. You always got jokes. Right, I'm gonna need to do a Rizzler run. Let's see how this works. Let's see how this works. Let's see how this turns out. So who's jumping on, man? Like, honestly, come quick. It was on the Reddit page. Well, yeah, that was like no, you know what? Somebody posted how we got on Worldstar. There's a page on Instagram called Fruit something, blah blah blah. Yeah, an American page. They posted it up. Someone tagged me in that, and I feel like from it was posted on that American page, so, like Worldstar saw it, and then it ended up on Worldstar. That's basically what happened. You know what? Let me roll a big one. I'll pay for my. I can't keep rolling these shits, bro. Big Jedi, you can't keep a good man down. Babylon can't stop the good works. Come on, man. Big up yourself, soldier. Each and every time. And I don't know if you lot notice, but you see that little special little icon down there at the bottom of the chat? Yeah. Yeah. Next to the emojis. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Hit me. Oh, shit. Maku's run to do Freestyle Friday, man. We're going to go over there in a hot set. Big up Maku, man. Warm up the fucking show. You know what I mean? Warm up the thing. Oh, go on, man, like Kemo. Yeah, man. So, I basically just wanted to have a little breakdown of the video. Tell me what you thought. Like, obviously, I know a lot of you are going to be like, Rah, Jedi, you didn't need to fucking make a video about it or whatever, but I don't know. Like, it was something that I've been wanting to do for a little while. Since this new video's got up, and I've been doing reaction videos, and also a few different people have suggested it to me, that Rah, maybe you should speak on this. So I'm like, yeah, do you know what? Cool. Honestly, I don't really want to expand on it, but yeah, man. It seems like that I showed a few things that other people didn't know, so it seems like it might have been worth it. Do you know what I mean? Seems like it might have been worth it. That because yes, big up Kemo, man. It's like you just assume that the truth is, you know, that people know what go on, but there's some misleading motherfuckers out there, man. They spin, they twist the truth. It's almost the truth, or it's a little bit like the truth, but not quite. And I don't know. I don't know, man. I just didn't want to give no one nowhere to hide and pretend that they didn't know what was real. That's why I did that. So hopefully you lot appreciated that. Man, like Sham in the building. What on, Sham?
What you saying? You cool?
Yeah, man. I'm
always was watching your little breakdown, man. For me, obviously, you know my opinion. It's like I didn't learn nothing new.
Yeah.
To be honest, the way I look at it, it's like you didn't even have to go as far as to voice that, because it's clear. What happened was clear. It's on video. Everyone's narratives, what he done, the punch he threw, everything. The kind of character he is, like, it's all there for everyone to see. You know what I mean? So I find it very hard to view it any other way but a total travesty, to be honest. And they just wanted to break you down. I think, like you said, it is jealousy. It's a black thing as well. It's the fact that kind of you showed a certain level of strength that maybe they felt they didn't have. It's just hating. That's how I feel. You know what I mean? And they all just wanted to jump you. It's clear they all just wanted to jump you that day. You know what I mean? So
I mean, a lot of men will say that, oh, no, they weren't on that or whatever, but I don't know. That the energy I got is like, yeah, boom. Like I didn't feel like there was a much chance of a fair one-on-one. Like, if I was honest with you,
no way.
You know, everyone was gassed and hyped, and is what it is, man. No one here is a sucker, so like.
But why didn't you get out of there, man? Why didn't you just leave earlier? Because the thing is, I didn't know there was 2 parts to this video. I thought you should have just left.
Leave where? What do you mean?
Go. Just realize that, like.
What
in
are
a
you talking about,
situation like
bro?
that.
Leave
No,
when?
I'm saying that
When should I just
I'm
have just left the part? When? For what reason?
I'm saying when there's about almost, not even exaggerating, like 100 man around
Okay,
you,
so when should I
that should have been.
in that point of time? There's 100 man, and what are you saying? Walk out the pot.
No, you know, like the first part where you lot was going to
It
sort
was
of
no.
like the
It was all one part.
um
There was no. There was never a part where I wasn't being followed by
no,
a
obviously I
million.
get it. I get that it's different to see it on. I get it. I
Yeah,
get it. It's
there's
different for
no.
you. I
So
do
like,
get that.
there's no just leaving. And plus, when we were trying to leave, there were so many people saying, "No, don't go that way. Come this way." No, 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 no. Like
Ah,
my thing is this,
I
and
hear
yeah,
that.
whatever's most conducive to my safety, in it. Yeah, like
Yeah,
if there was another option at the time or something else I could have done, then obviously I didn't possess the skill or whatever to see it at that time. But
yeah,
my main thing was just like, yeah, did anyone touch you? No. You know what I mean? Did you
yeah,
lose anything? No. Like, do you know what I mean? Do you live to fight another day? Did you have your pride intact? Yes. So for me, and not for pride, not even pride. Do you have your manhood intact? Do you know what I mean? Because it's not even
yeah,
about pride. Yeah, I feel like I feel good. I slept at night. Do you know what I mean? I had it. I felt a little something in my chest. I'm not gonna lie to you lot on internet
yeah.
land. I felt a little tight in my chest. Do you know what I mean? 'Cause,
That's only
yeah,
natural. That's only
yeah,
natural. Yeah,
I felt tight. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but you know, it is what it is, man. And then when I realized that there was bigger fish, there was bigger agendas going on, involving other people like other Muslims and big names and whatever. And then the police is trying to contact me to warn me about my safety, like, and tell me that they've got intelligence of an imminent threat and they want to issue me with a warning as well. They want me to collect it. They want to hand it to me. Next time I go to Speaker's Corner, they're going to hand me a contract to abide by a certain level of behavior, or I'll face criminal procedures and all this bullshit. That's what there was on. So like,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So it went mad. But you see, like the Somalis, they seem to have a special hatred. Like the amount of anger, like that they
yeah, I
had.
just feel like
Some of
nah,
them
they're just
was
young youths. They were
madness.
misinformed. The young youths, and like that's what's like Somalis. They're like, they're from I don't want to put it wrong, but like they're from a breed of like kind of like warmongers or warcraft or war makers or warriors, however you want to put it in it, yeah. Like
Yeah,
so, like I feel like it's normal Somali behavior, but like obviously they didn't have all the
yeah,
information. And I was told in it, but from a couple reliable sources, that it was broken down to them exactly what they had just taken part in, and man apologized. I'm just like, yeah, that's too little, too late, kind of thing. But I'm from what I was told directly, and I'm like, you sure, 100%? Yeah, like, bro. As pulled man personally to the side, told man exactly what was going on, and the man was like, "Rah." He just thought that someone was just like had beef with Muslims, and they was on the sideline drinking. They didn't know nothing about it. They heard some Allahu Akbar, some who wants it with the Muslims, and they got involved. Do you know what I mean?
hmm. You know what it is, yeah? That you could see the unity there. And it's like you said, yeah, it's commendable. It's nice to see. You know, you'd like to think that you could have that in your own circles, but when people are just chasing something they're chasing a truth that's not there, it's sad at the same time. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
my
It's
thing is,
like
I
they're
feel
there
like
doing what?
I just feel bad for people that are genuine, because like genuinely you can get you can get hold on, what's this? Okay. Genuinely you can get pulled into these type of things, like
Yeah,
just from having love for your brother, or just feeling like a sense of, do you know what, I have to stand up for my people. You can get pulled into things. Look at the Black Lives Matter. Yeah, look at what happened at Trafalgar
yeah,
Square. Yeah, many people get pulled into things. They might not even agree with the person that's pulling them in, but like the higher sentiment of what's going on is like, yeah, I want to be there for my people. And this is how we're manipulated. It ain't nothing new. It's not special to Islam. I'm not
yeah.
saying, oh, do
But do
you know
you
what I mean? Like
see?
people get their
Yeah,
labels. People are manipulated by the labels that they choose to stand under, or the labels that apply to them, innit? Whether right or wrong. And you have to like find who you are in the midst of all that, so that you're not just swayed by mass reaction or mass, like, do you know what I mean? You're thinking for you, and you see who you are as part of the group. You don't just have your ID and that wiped away, and you know what? I'm just part of the group. That makes you a lemming. Do you know what I mean? That makes you a fish in a school. You don't want to be that. You want to be
Yeah.
an individual because, like, yeah,
A
apparently
part
we're
of obviously,
um,
yeah, when it comes to Islam, a big part of it is being part of it. So that's part of the problem. It's feeling that unity. Some people look at it from the outside and say, "Raw, that unity, I want to be part of that. That's part of the appeal." But I was gonna say to you now, when you're assessing the whole situation, and
yeah,
you can see videos from the past, you can also see where you're at now to the point where my man's trying to become friends with you. The little last video, Hamid.
yeah.
So when you look at it now, how do you weigh up the situation?
Um,
How do you see it?
how I see it is like Ahmed Ali. Sorry, because last week or the week before, Ahmed Ali made some statements, slightly off camera. It was caught on some people's camera. I just don't know who's got it. Where he was saying, obviously, I stood in front of him to stop him engaging with Maku and stop him filming Maku. When he was trying to offer him to a fight, trying to goad him, yeah. And I was just basically telling him fuck off. Then he started calling me a pole dancer and telling me that he's married and he doesn't want my sexy ass. He kept talking about my sexy ass and my sexy ass, my sexy ass. And then
Yeah,
people are pulling him away saying, brother, brother. And then when they're pulling him away, I'm hearing man say, I know, yeah, I know. And I'm just like, yo, don't try to placate him. Don't try to make it seem like my man's in the right, innit? Tell him he's wrong. Whatever you're saying to him, take him away by all means. But please tell him that he's wrong. Don't be whispering in his ears sweet nothings about, oh, calm down, brother, I get you. Yeah, I know where you're angry. Tell him he's wrong, innit? If you can't do that, then let's just, because this needs to be clear from the get-go, because I know with this guy, this can turn into anything. So let's just have this clear from the get-go, yeah, that you're out here trying to offer a man out over something that should be dead. It's not dead to you. You want to offer a man out. You're a big man. You stand on your own. Let man know. He's turning around saying, oh, yes, yeah, we're not scared of you, us Muslims. We're not scared of you. You can't intimidate us Muslims. Us Muslims are not weak. I'm looking around, I'm like, what are you doing? What? Why are you telling me that us Muslims are not weak? You're trying to create some argument that wasn't there. Even our Muslim brothers are saying, brother, like, what you're saying is not right. He ain't like, allow it. He's trying to get, was it Black Dunya? He was so...
that's always been the narrative, though.
He was so trying to get Black Dunya or one of them... It's Ahmed or Speaker's Corner, Dawa, one of them anyway. He's trying to get them to film. So I'm saying to the brother, bro, like my man is doing this for his own ego. This is not going to be of any benefit to your Dawa channel or to your community. So think about that before you're filming it. So I'm telling him, like, for your own like credibility, don't film him chatting shit. Yeah, because he's just here for hype. So I'm communicating with my man. He's like, you can't tell him what to do. But like the cameraman I'm talking to, I'm like, do you hear what I'm saying? He's like, yeah, I hear you. Ahmed's pissed at that. You can't, you think you can control the Muslims? And like, it's bare of this narrative, like he's looking around for someone to try and whip up to get them to think like, yeah, man's against Islam. It's like, bro, you're against Islam. I'm not against Islam. You are, through your actions.
Yeah, but it's also a monopoly on... Basically, it's like this, yeah. If you look at the dynamics of the park, and if you look, okay, you got them lot, and also there's like a fair aspect. So if you're there now and you're saying whatever you want to say about Islam, if they can sort of subdue you, like, like knock you down a few notches, then you're not going to be talking about Islam, and they'll set a precedent for anyone else who talk shit about their religion in their eyes.
Like, I stopped talking about Islam. I stopped having like Islamic conversations down at Speaker's Corner a long time before any drama really kicked off. Just from observing like how circular the conversations were and how sensitive some of the people that were engaged in the conversations were. And now we're trying to like keep getting tarnished with the, why you always going at Islam? To be honest, religious debate had kind of run its course for me in Speaker's Corner for the time being. There's always a chance where I will stumble up on a conversation or a man in a conversation is going to bring up religion, then we can have like a religious type conversation, but I'm actively not seeking it. When people are already having those conversations, I don't feel the need to want to join. I might listen for a little bit, but I'm disinterested. I disengage very quickly. It's not holding me. So like
they're holding you to things that apparently happened 2 years ago. He said in his own words, what you done to the Somalian youth.
Yeah.
He said something else. So they're
It
basically
just
saying that was
it
the
just shows
straw that
man's
broke the
dishonesty,
camel's
though,
back.
isn't it? Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah,
what he said. It was
but
a straw, but it was
yeah. So if
dishonesty
he's saying
because
that's the
like
straw, that basically no, he's saying that if that was the straw, then maybe sort of like on this whole social media thing, you've gone too far in their eyes. You've gone too far, and you've damaged their sort of PR campaign. And this is what it's about. That's maybe how
I
they see it.
genuinely was never directly against any of these brothers. Like, to be honest, like, so it's just a little bit baffling. It just shows how people can like focus on you even when you're not focused on them, and then they get this impression that maybe like you're some kind of enemy to them or you're at odds. I was never at odds with any of these guys, never directly. You know what I mean? I've been chastised by my own quote unquote community for appealing to people to be fair when dealing with Mohammed Tawhid in regards to his conversations or his attitudes towards Kalam, right? So I was kind of put myself in the middle, and I was a dickhead for that. Not because I was wrong, but because just don't back, man, innit? Just leave, man, innit? Just don't back, man. Like, but my character is whether you're friend or foe, good or bad, whatever. Like, let's have fairness. Like, because if man them are righteous, if man them are real, yeah, we always win because man can always be fair, man can always be honest. Do you feel me? Like, man can, I don't need to lie, innit? There's never gonna be a conversation where it's like, yeah, Jeds, like, why did you lie, or why did you make that up to make it? I'm not gonna do that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and like, I don't think man them got that kind of energy in it. I don't think man's ready for that type of dignity,
no, it's just
or whatever.
Dishonesty.
Bare dishonesty from
that side.
It's mad. I don't like none of these backgrounds.
I think where you come with this whole vibe of trying to be honest and trying to be righteous, and you're competing with people who don't play by them rules, how are you ever going to get anywhere? You know what I mean? Like, you're never going to get anywhere. All they care about is one thing, one aim, one PR campaign, and you were standing in the way of that. Even if you weren't talking about Islam, you were sort of like a poster boy of change and of free speech, and that has been locked down and subdued for a long time, and they wanted to keep that carrying on. This is the angle I think they were coming from. That was the biggest thing. I don't think they think in their head for 1 minute you hate Islam. I think they know inside you got no issues with Islam. Like, half of the time you're rolling around with Muslims. Like, even now to this day, whenever you're doing your thing, most of the people around you, like, I'm guessing, like, they're Muslim. Just like, I know, especially most of the Turks. It's like,
you don't need to get into it. But like, this is the thing, like,
it's ridiculous.
Saying things like that have long become cheesy now, isn't it? Like, making statements like that, just cheesy, because it's like everyday life in London, isn't it? Like, everyday life in London. I personally do not pick my friends based on their religious.
Yeah.
So I've got friends from everywhere, and if they're real with me, as I'm real with them, then we're friends for life, innit? Like, we're actually friends for life. I've got friends like that's. I just don't even. It doesn't even. You don't. I don't.
I get what you're saying. It's dumb. It's a dumb statement. It's like my friend.
Let me just say that people, like some of the people that I would be explaining this to, actually don't deserve to know the ins and outs of my personal life, to know what my standing is or not. Like, you just don't deserve it. Like, it actually is an assistance to me for you to keep your ignorant perspective on, oh, Jedi is this or Jedi is that. Just keep that perspective, because it works in my favor to people that see otherwise. They're just like, okay, so these lot are just clearly dumb then, because I know you in real life, and it's just the opposite. One minute man's gonna say Jedi soon to be Muslim, next Jedi's Islamophobe. Man, 1 minute man says, I can't understand how you're not Muslim. This is Abdul Hamid. Then it's like, this is the religion. He's disgusting. For years he's been doing this. He's attacked multiple people. He's bullying everyone. But then when we look at it, and we look at let's do a case study. Let's look into your claims. They're literally substance. There's no substance to them. No, there's no substance whatsoever. Sad.
None.
Hello everyone. My first time on the show.
Well, go on. How do we say your name?
It's an acronym.
What is the acronym for?
Who wants it with the Muslims?
You're so dumb. Mad girl. Well, go on, Shani.
What goodness to
Yeah,
you.
it's good. It's good to hear from you, man. Good to hear your voice on that.
This is what I was going to
Definitely.
say.
Yeah.
Crying, they were like, "Oh no, we missed the nasal," and I was like,
Yeah, yeah. Everyone's talking through their mouth over here. It's just annoying.
It's weird, bro. Weird. I've been listening like, ew. So, yeah, hi, what's
So,
going on?
well, go on. So, yeah, just a quick overview of what we watched. What's your
But, you know, I was really distracted while I was watching it because people were attacking me.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I don't even care about all that. Listen, at the end of the day, you have to be fair and you have to be balanced. I'm just going to say it how it is, yeah? Bibi Nana made a good point in saying that watching this again made him annoyed, like it pissed him off. That's how I felt about it. I'm watching it again, I felt really annoyed again because I was like, because obviously it's a year later. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. It's done. However, saying that, I don't understand how everybody was so on you. And you know what? We have to be real here. Like at the end of the day, you didn't really do anything to him. Other people, I don't like honestly, and I don't wish what happened to you on anybody else, and this is not what I'm saying, but I just don't understand how they all went for you rather than say Maku, rather than the other brothers that were there that was like punching and kicking. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't understand why other people were. Do you know what I mean? Why was it just straight on you when you didn't do anything?
Yeah.
So,
Why do you think that was though?
Biggest threat.
yeah, you know what? I just think because the others weren't really relevant, and that's not like I know that sounds so mad. I just feel like you're more popular than other people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm talking about in the park. I know obviously
Yeah.
Macu has his stuff and whatever, but I feel like I don't know. Yeah, I feel like you stand out more than the other ones, and I just feel like that's what all it was really, because they could have.
Why did no one think to ask that question? Because that's a good question at the time, and just say like, why are you so after him? That's a good question.
Oh no, because I insulted a Muslim sister.
Yeah, that literally does not work. Because I hear Muslim brothers talk about each other's mums all the time. Like, what the hell? It's rubbish. Load of rubbish. That's the insult that they use. And the maddest thing is the Arabs in the park use that kind of insult to each other all the time. Do you know what I'm saying? Or they insult each other. Like, it was complete nonsense for it to even get to that level. And all in all, it was embarrassing. 100% embarrassing. Watching that
You know
today.
what's funny? Yeah, the next week, the Muslim sister that was trying to speak and trying to mediate, that had taken some notes and stuff like that, she was told to shut up by Abdul Hamid. So it's like you're trying to defend a Muslim woman, then you tell a Muslim woman to shut up.
This is it. Like this is the thing, and but it's these Muslims, yeah. I'm telling you, the ones in the park, the ones online, like, and I'm talking about the horrible ones. I'm not talking about just the normal, everyday, actual Muslims. The trolly ones and the ones even like today that were like on me. It's like there are brothers saying the same thing. There are men saying the same thing. But why do you feel like you need to attack the Muslim woman as if I'm weak? Like, I'm not weak, bruv. I'll take you on in the park. I'll follow you around in the park if that's what you want me to do. Do you know what I mean? Just follow you around for half an hour in the park. It was mad. It's mad and it's embarrassing because there's nothing at all Islamic or Muslim about anything that they were doing. It was totally unfair. The whole screaming Allahu Akbar, all this, like, it's all unnecessary. It was just all a fad. And what's even more embarrassing, if I'm being honest, is the fact that now it is on Worldstar. Now it is being repeated in a year later and stuff like that. And it's just like, we shouldn't want that as Muslims. And I know for a fact, that Muhammad Hijab is not proud of that day. I know that that's not something he wants carrying around with him because there is nothing, like prideful about it. There's nothing to be prideful about it. It's shame, if anything. Shame on all the brothers that were there, following you around in the park, wanting to fight, like the brother inciting fight. Like it's just disgusting. It really
What I
is.
found funny was how man was trying at the end. Man was trying to lie and pretend like it was something of Muhammad Hijab was just trying to arrange a fight in a gym somewhere or in a and I'm like, bro, like you're on camera saying like, yeah, come, let's go around the corner, let's go. We're all walking to find a location to fight. I'm telling people to give man space, clear that space. Niggas is all fucking, get me, rolling their necks and getting in stances. But then when at the end now, when you realize that it was a fuck up, you're like, oh, we was trying to stop the fights, and yeah, man. And it was like, no, I don't know, man. There was like a total lack of responsibility at that time. But as you heard afterwards, Abdul Hamid obviously must have had some time to reflect, and maybe his chance, his chance, what is it? His stance changed, didn't it? Maybe that's what it is, because he obviously, I saw him after the fact, and do you know what I mean? Like he was like more like, well, do you know what? Yeah, he didn't seem to be proud of what happened that day.
Can I also make a statement? Right. Let's be real. Let's be so real. We have to all be so real and unbiased and whatever with this. If somebody said to you, your mum's a bitch, are you really trying to punch her up, people? Are we really trying to punch people up because they said your mum's a bitch? Like, come on. To the point where a grown man has to apologize for being immature and calling someone else's mum a bitch. It's clearly immature. No one is fisticuffing because someone called your mum a bitch. Do you know what I mean? It's dumb. It's so dumb. And also, if you're gonna start swinging, if you're gonna start threatening people that you're gonna stab them and so on and so forth, and then you get beaten up after it, can you really cry? Can you really cry? You can't. It's the same way. It was the same way plenty of people would say, if a woman went and hit a guy and then got hit back, can she really cry? Do you know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Can you really cry if you incite violence to somebody else and you lose? Because if he won and if he beat you all up, okay, would that have happened again? Would that have been? Would it have played out the same way? It wouldn't have played out the same way. It would have been a hero. It's just because he was a loser and he incited the violence is why he somehow became the victim. So yeah, like I just think it's ridiculous, and I think, like, honestly, all the men in the park need to grow up. I know it was a year ago, but that whole thing is so immature on all levels. Even you guys, even like Maku, everyone, it was just mad immature. It was just dumb. And it turned into something that it really didn't need to turn into.
Yeah, man.
Really and truly, it's not that deep though, is it, Jedi? So, like,
it's not.
Somebody, loads of people call my mum a bitch. Somebody called my mum a bitch in the chat before, and I was like, oh,
that's not very good.
It burned. I'm not gonna lie, it burned, right? But that was only because you're not in front of me, innit? Like, that's why it burned. But ultimately, if you did call my mum a bitch in front of me, I wouldn't hit you. I'm too smart for that. I'd wait. I'd provoke.
Would you not though? Would you not?
No, I'd be pissed. But let's believe that I'm just gonna cuss you until you hit me, innit? Then when you hit me, I mean, fair is fair, and we're just gonna go for it. But until then, like, there's no point in hitting me. Mum always.
That's how it works, yeah. If you start the violence, expect what you get.
This is the thing. My mum always told me never to hit somebody first. Always. So when I was just from younger, I never hit somebody first. I've always only defended myself. I've never attacked anybody. And if you're out there attacking people and you get beaten up, you can't cry. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
You know what it is? Some people basically they want to do things, whether it's their own agenda or whatever it will be. I even see people attacking you whilst the video was going on. I think someone said you're a disgrace. You know what I mean? Why do you think they said that? What's the reason behind that? I think they feel like you're selling out another Muslim. kind of thing. And this is what it comes down to. It doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. They're saying stand together, wrong or strong. That's the narrative. Obviously, some people are trying to push out. You know, everyone could see what had gone on. It was clear, but yet still people are pushing to side with the bad guy, side with the person who threw the punch. How does that make sense? If he didn't throw any punches and he got attacked, there's another story. But for him to actually attack and people still side with him, and they even want you to side with them, it's a bit, you know.
Sham. Do you know what the biggest scam, the biggest hypocriticalness, the biggest hypocrisy of it all was? He had attacked a Muslim brother moments before, and the Muslim brother was an elderly man. A disabled elderly man. Moments before. And
and the thing is, like people are saying, oh, you knew that he would react in this way or whatever, rare, because of what he'd done earlier. See, I only know that he'd attacked Uncle Omar. I don't think it came out the reason why he had attacked Uncle Omar until after, when obviously people were translating the Arabic or the Egyptian or whatever was being spoken, innit? So like I didn't know that, innit? Like, so it was just like a bad coincidence or a bad, you know what I mean? It was meant to be, innit? Like, it is what it is. It was meant to be. Like I said, after that incident, I think I even said on the live stream like that year, like, you know what? Apologize to Ahmed Ali's mum, innit? Because she didn't deserve me to diss her, infer that she's a bitch or call her a bitch. Like, you get me? That was childish of me. I'm not too like proud to like apologize when I'm wrong, innit? So I'm wrong simply for the fact that it was Ahmed Ali's mum and she actually didn't deserve the diss. But do I have remorse for Ahmed Ali? No, I don't have remorse for him. No. You get me? He was trading an insult. He wanted to insult me. I'm insulting him. I've insulted him already. He's insulted me back. However you want to put it down, that's all it was. It was insults, and I was happy with it to stay verbal. You know? That's it, man.
And one thing that's really annoying me about it is this whole, yeah, you know what? Our mums are held very highly in Islam, and in a lot of, you know what? In a lot of cultures, people's mums are, right? Yeah. And obviously in Islam, we're told that, you know, heaven is at your mother's feet. So that's just reinstates how like highly we should regard our mothers, right? Yeah. So the idea of everyone being like, oh, you know what, you dissed his mom and all this kind of stuff, it's like, if we wanna like take Islam and be like, well, our mothers are regarded very highly and we follow the Prophet, peace be upon him. Like, would the Prophet, peace be upon him, attack a man for calling his mum a bitch or insulting his mother? Like, no. This is the thing. We're told and we're given examples of when the Prophet, peace be upon him, was abused and how he acted to that abuse. And never did it result into him being violent to anybody, peace be upon him. So this whole, like, oh, he insulted his mum, he should have hit him, what did he expect? That's all nonsense. That is so un-Islamic of him. That is so unlike what you should do as a Muslim. Because we're told whenever there is violence, you're supposed to, you want the angels to be with you at all times. And as soon as if somebody is, so when you were calling his mum a bitch, yeah, at that point in time, he had angels with him. This is what we see in Islam. The angels were standing with him and protecting him. As soon as he retaliated with violence, the angels went away and the shaitan was with him. So we don't ever want to be in a situation as Muslims where we're standing with shaitan, and that's all that was happening at the time. So I can't be with this cherry picking of Islam, like, oh, he hit you because you insulted his mother, but then they're forgetting the fact that the Prophet, peace upon him, is an example for us, and we do everything in like of him, you know. So why could you not hold yourself how you should have and held patience, or even walked away from the situation when he said that? Do you know what I'm saying? So even to be like, oh, you know, he's trigger, even to say that you knew his trigger. The brother shouldn't be having triggers. He should be holding himself better. And if you've got triggers like that, don't come to the park. Don't. And after he beat the first guy because he said it, he should have left. He shouldn't have stayed in the park. He should have left.
And my thing is this, yeah. If I was watching it and I would have said, okay, cool. So my Majesty's Mummy weren't having it swung. That I think that this is against the rules, but cool. That's what it is. He swung on the wrong person and he held 2 tumps. I would have called it there's no way that I would have said in my fair mind, what these man did was out of order. And I was like, there's no way you could call that unless you're biased. Only a biased person would watch that and be like, bro, nothing really happened to a minute. Like, let's be real. Mackie threw 2 whatever punches on that. I doubt that they stunned him and hurt him. Like, from the look of them, I'm not sure that they really connected like that. I didn't really see it like that. You get me? Obviously, when I did grab him and tried to stop him from jumping into them, I didn't really anticipate them running into him. But my concern is now to what's the word? What's the word? It's not disarm, but I neutralize. I wanted to neutralize him, yeah, from throwing any more bangs. Because as far as I am concerned, the onus is on stopping the attacker, not those that are retaliating to the attack. You feel me? But at the same time, I could see that, okay, this man is coming towards him, so I'm trying to move him away. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, they're landing their 1 or 2 shots. I couldn't tell you exactly how many times he was struck. I couldn't tell you. Like, I felt like it was a very minimal amount. I felt, and I'm not trying to be unfair.
Extremely minimal. You didn't rush him. You didn't do nothing. It was like so minor. It was unbelievable. Yeah. And you know, when you say you showed mercy as well, it's kind of like you would expect it a lot worse for someone trying to attack you, trying to bang you in your face, and you're not really even doing anything to the guy. You didn't even hit him. It's a bit like, how can anyone really complain?
There was not a drop of blood from the brother. So the whole he got rushed. Like, how do you get?
And for me, like beating him up for me would have been overkill. I don't think it warranted that. Like, I'm not trying to. I know everyone wants to paint the bully thing, but I'm really not trying to fight him. Like, I obviously know that I will win a fight with him. So even if he swung on me, he might get a slap or a kick in the bum. A move, man. You get me? He might get his arms twisted behind his back, or get a wedgie, or get like a Chinese burn, or a noogie. Do you know what I mean? I might tie his shoelaces together and trip him up. But I'm not going to punch him up. I'm not going to beat him up. I'm not going to do that, man. I ain't going to do it. Like, not for because it just weren't even worth it. And plus, it's Speaker's Corner. Like, it's a draw out. Like, you lot can't wait for me to be the person that wants to punch someone. I'm not going to do it. Whatever happened with Oz outside of Speaker's Corner is a whole different kettle of fish. And it just happened to be captured on camera, innit? Do you know what I mean? And I'm not proud of that either. So it's not like I'm running around bragging. You know what I mean? I'm not running around.
But Jedi, this is I think for all the people that want to watch you and have such an opinion on you, like they would really see who you are in it if they actually really watched you. And the thing is, like, for me, I see who you are because I come around you. So I've saw a lot of things that has happened in the past. I see how you are on the channel. Obviously, I engage with you online and everything. It's like, if they actually watched you and didn't have any sort of bias, they'd realize all this stuff isn't true about you. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. All this like, oh, he's Islamophobic.
But you know something? They might not, because I was very surprised of a certain panelist that viewed things. He's been around like for a long time, and he viewed things in a very funny way. And that day, it taught me something. It taught me that the way you can view this situation is very different depending on what side of the fence you stand on.
That's very cryptic, Sham. Are you sparing the person because you don't want to start no trouble or whatever? I prefer if you just said
no. I couldn't really care less, but it was more about the education that I received, because I'm thinking to myself, here's someone who's come on your panels, you ran jokes together so many times, but yet still he views it as if you was in the wrong and hijab and all them man were in the right, and it was just like I was just taken back a bit.
Who's that?
It's Mr. Khan, and I was just taken back.
Khan.
I said to myself, how can you know, like when you don't really have words for the situation, because you're thinking you've got to know him quite well, and that's how you view the situation, and you view my man as a good man. And I was shocked. I was just a bit, and that made me know that if you got them kind of glasses on, unfortunately, that's how your film is going to play out. They're your 3D glasses that you're wearing, and it's sad to say, but that's how you'll view it.
Pick up the whole family, man. That was a wicked premiere, man. I loved it all, man.
What did you love?
That breakdown was amazing, bro, man. I loved it.
Yeah.
Big up, man. And I got a lie, Ruben, man. I had to wheel up the some from Chronic Law for that. You get what I'm saying? Master, I think that's some tinted Corolla.
You're funny.
Yeah, so it's what it is, man. You get me? If anything goes already. So, yeah, God bless everybody, man.
So what? There's no points that you would disagree with, or anything that stood out to you, Freddie?
Personally, not getting into that.
Yo, Freddie. I don't know what happened.
Could be a reception thing.
I'm interested in like the Khan thing. I haven't heard Khan be opposed to it, to be honest.
Yeah, me neither.
So I'm interested in that.
Yeah, the conversation came up. Don't remember exactly, but it was something to do with the whole drama, or blah 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 blah, something. And then he sort of said, "Yeah, but I think you was kind of wrong in the fact that you done that, and you know, singing hijab's praises." And I just thought to myself, the slimiest snake.
Yeah, no, but he could to be fair though. Wait, let's like, and I'm not caping for Khan, innit? So maybe Khan they answer this, but like
this is my opinion.
Like, I've got friends that hold and held people that I don't necessarily like or I haven't had the best interactions with at high regards. It's up to them and their moral compass how they balance that in their own mind. But if they're comfortable with like being cool with this person, being cool with that person, and I'm comfortable with it, unless it becomes a conflict of interest. But for you to like Muhammad Hijab or sing his praises, I don't really think that's a problem, because all in all, he probably has a lot of admirable qualities.
Nah, I think it is a problem, to be honest. Where you see the way he played it out, it's a problem. The guy is totally despicable. You just play the video, seeing how my man moved. He went 1 minute, he's offering man out. He's always wanted harm and wanted madness your way.
Yeah.
And how can you, like, you can't sometimes you must be very conflicted in your mind if you can't sometimes pick a side. I find it very difficult to understand that you could be mutual towards both parties in a situation where you see someone who I'm guessing you like. I'm guessing Khan likes you in some sort of way, or he checks for you in some sort of way. How can he think that this guy is okay? You know, like I see him as the slimiest person on planet Earth, but he somehow.
Yeah, but you know what? Not everyone's as polar. Not everyone's as polar, and not everything is as polar, depending on what your perspective is, isn't it? And you know, like, to be honest, I think personally nowadays people are not necessarily the best judges of character or pay the most attention to details. They see kind of what they want to see in it. So maybe with education, he might see something different. But like, you know, like, you can only see what you see, and when you're looking through the internet lens, certain things stand out. So for Muhammad Hijab, it might be that the positive things he does stand out and far outweigh the negative things he gets into from Khan's browser, from Khan's internet browser. That's how he sees it.
From his clicking, his video clicking. Yeah.
Can I find in there,
my internet browser might show me a different side of man. This is how the internet kind of works as well. Go on, Freddie, big up.
I was gonna say, fam, you were suffering from awkward circumstances because you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And
Right.
all the breakdown, what you said is 100% correct because I can verify it. You get me? I was there, present around them times. Even if I wasn't there at every event, I was around the times where the hostility was continuing, building up
Right.
week after week. You get what I'm saying? Some imaginary, like, a rivalry type vibes. You get what I'm trying to show you? 'Cause man ain't rival with nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I saw it all from the beginning to the end, and all I can do is just show my admiration because you don't hate Islam. Because in that situation where I want to hate on man, or I'd want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. My mind's not petty, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? If you've got a petty mind, you're going to want to hate on Islam. Like, no one can chat to me from that faith now. You've tried to diss man on camera a couple times when you know you're soft off camera. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. But I just wanted to chime in quickly because I'm around my people. Then you get me. Big up everybody, man. Big up the show. Big up the show, brother.
Hello, mate. All right.
Cool, man.
Yeah,
Big up. Bless up.
big up.
Yo, bless up.
Big up yourself.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
So everybody's with you, Jed. You get me? The
Yeah.
whole of East London's rooting for you. You know what I mean?
Side?
All right, brother. One love.
Yeah. King. Yeah. So where is Khan now? Anyway,
Where
man,
is Khan? Hiding in a cave.
if anyone knows where Khan is, yeah, send him a kite, innit? Just send him a kite, tell him come through, say what on and that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I think he was genuine in what he was saying, and that's the most shocking part. Don't think he was saying it to cause anything. I think he was genuine in what he was saying, and when I noticed that, I said, "Wow, this is."
Well, do you know what? That would
You
be
know?
a good conversation because I know no malice in my heart towards Khan or that perspective. It's one that we can talk about. I quite would enjoy it because it's simply one of facts. We could put fact for fact in it, and then we can
Yeah.
see whether I actually, because the good thing about all of this is 99.9% of it is documented in some video somewhere.
Yeah. And also,
He sort of backed down. He did sort of back down when I said a few things. I don't even know if you was present at the time. And he backed down. He wasn't really combat. He was like like he
People
was
saying
like
Khan
he was soaking it up.
People saying Khan was Khan was trolling you. He was joking. Well, one person is saying it. Well, how many people?
Nah, I don't think he was at that time. I think I can tell a little bit. I don't think he was.
Oh well, CC1 says Khan was trolling, but that's the only
I've
person.
been off the candles too long.
I can tell, you know, like
Listen, I'm laughing.
He wasn't in that zone.
I'm laughing, and then I'm like laughing.
I hope
I'm not even online.
I hope you lot have all hit the like button. You know, please. It's very important.
I'll have to do on my exit. I'm in stream yet.
Ask him what show it was on. Yeah, Jamie's saying, what show was it on, Sham?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It can't have been that many days ago. Maximum a week or something.
Yeah,
something
you
like
can't listen. As soon as you said that, Sham, every anti-Khan person's come out and be like, "Yeah, Khan this, Khan that." You know what? To be fair, yeah, I think it's important to have opposing views because ultimately that's what Jedi doesn't want people to be sucking up his ass just because they like him. At the end of the day, if it's wrong, he's wrong, isn't it? Like, so, like, I'm not even talking for Jedi. I am talking for Jedi right now. And basically, the thing is, like, no, you don't want people to suck up your bum. You're always about being balanced. And at the end of the day, like, talk your talk, innit? If you've got something to say and you think it's wrong, then say it. But like you said, Jedi, there's evidence there. It's plain and simple, very clear to see. I know, let me just say full stop. Also, another thing, when that actually happened, a friend of mine sent me the video that she like saw on YouTube, and she was like, "Oh, there's your friend. Yeah, look at your friend." And that's when I first saw the video, and I said to her, she's like, "It was absolutely disgusting. I can't believe he did that and stuff." And I was like, "Okay." And I left it a little bit. Then I did a little bit of research.
The Ahmed Ali video.
Yeah, the Ahmed Ali video. So she saw that on like a Muslim platform, innit?
Right.
Because she doesn't follow anything and all that kind of stuff. She's quite religious, like she's very like straight with the information that she gets, kind of thing. So it was on a religious platform, and she was like, "Oh, look at your friend, like that, blah blah. This is disgusting." And then I just left it a little bit, and then I did a bit of research because I think it was the first time I ever saw it.
Right.
No, it wasn't. Sorry, it wasn't. I wanted to find the other video. So basically, I sent her the other video, yeah, of him attacking. You know, when Ahmed Ali attacked, what's his face, the old geezer. What's his name? You know what I'm talking about. I don't know his name.
Yeah, Omar.
Oh yeah, Uncle Omar. So I sent her that, and I said to her, like, at the end of the day, he's not really doing anything. You know what? After she saw everything, she was, and this is what I think a lot of Muslims were doing. It's like you can't go. It's weird. Like you can't go. It was like she couldn't go against what her eyes were seeing. Do you know what I mean? No, sorry, she couldn't go against what her heart felt, even though her eyes were seeing something different. Does that make sense? Right. So she felt like, oh no, he's Muslim, you know, so he shouldn't have. And also, it comes off of the back of people in the comments. So if you're watching videos, more time people just go straight to the comments and look at what the comments are saying. People half of the time don't even watch the full video and write a comment. Do you know what I'm saying? So they've got half of what's going on. They don't even know. They've already like made up their opinions. Then other people coming along, reading the comments, and then being like the opinions being switched to whatever other the popular opinion is often. Yeah. So it's like, I think that was the case, and that's why there were so many people down there, because really and truly, if it was just a non-Muslim, it wouldn't have happened. Or if you were a Muslim, it wouldn't have happened. It literally would not have played out the way it played out. But there was just too much anti-Islamic narrative going on, as if you were against the Muslims. When Maku's standing there as a Muslim, and Maku's the one doing the punching and the kicking. Like, it's just a bit mad. That's not to throw Maku under the bus. Maku's quite proud of it.
Obviously, the argument would be is Maku's not their type of Muslim, innit? So, you know, that I think that would be the argument, innit?
But at the end of the day, if it is signs to being Muslim, it's signs to being Muslim. Because a lot of those Muslim brothers in the park that day, when they were following you around, not a lot of them were good Muslims. You even said a couple of the Somali Muslim brothers are out drinking in the park. Like, come on. Like, fully committing sin in the park. Like, what?
Yeah, I said there was drinking in the park. And then they heard, what is on with the Muslims? And just,
Do you know what I mean? It is mad. And I think, like, if people are, like, even like when you were doing the premiere, I really like the fact that we got to see your opinion on everything and breaking it down without other people talking in it. That's what I really liked about it. But also I was enjoying seeing other people saying stuff, you know, like Muslims being like, oh, well, it's like, I understand this, but he shouldn't have done this and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, the whole idea of how people think that you should handle things in the time that it's happening, especially a time of violence. Like,
everyone's like got this expert opinion on how to handle shit and what you should do when someone's punched you or punched at you. This is how you should react.
Yeah, like, if I'm being honest with you, many a times if I've been in a fight, do I not recall the fight until after? Whilst I'm in it, do you know what I mean? I'm just reacting. And that's all that it ever is. You just react to what it is, and it's a fight or flight thing, and you're fighting. So that's what's happening. It isn't until after that you can actually assess what you did and what actually happened in that time. But unless you're a trained trained fighter, then there's not really any strategy in what you're doing when you're fighting, if that makes sense. You're just... It's all instinct. Do you know what I mean?
Honestly, my honest instinct was like, obviously, I let him go. It's not like I chased him. Like, I went on him. I stood still. He ran back past me to jump back into the mandem. Obviously, I'm gonna grab him. Like, come on, man. Like, the fuck? Oh, you held him. Like, nah, man, I did hold him because I didn't want him to go nowhere, innit? I tried to neutralize him, innit? Yeah, it was unfortunate. He caught a couple claps in the time where I was trying to neutralize him. I put him on the floor, told him to stay on the floor. Like,
Okay,
fuck,
so
man.
now looking back at it, what would you do differently if you could? If you had the opportunity,
I
time
would
machine,
just
what would you do?
if I had that time machine, I would just let him jump into the crowd. I would just let him just jump in, and whatever happened. If he knocked everyone out,
Just don't even touch him,
if they
sort of thing.
no, I just honestly, me putting my hand out and stopping him, that's what I shouldn't. I should have just let him go, and then who knows what would happen, innit? Who knows?
Mm.
They would have listen.
Still would have got blamed.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Mm.
Who knows? And then it would have been like, oh look, Jedi just lets his friends get into the like,
Yeah,
or, do you know what I mean? Like, it's always like,
exactly. Jedi calls him a bitch, and then his friends start attacking him. Or
Jedi can't fight his own battles. One-on-one, Ahmed Ali would have done this. Jedi, I don't know, man. It's everyone's. I'm saying, like, let's look at the paradigm you lot. And when I say you lot, I mean like people look at this scenario through. Are they looking at it through fairness, or are they looking at it through their stereotypes of a black man? And it's a serious question. A lot of people get defensive. I'm like, oh, why are you bringing race into this? Yeah, but from my experience, yeah, I expect to be dealt with unfairly in most scenarios, and this seems to come down to one thing: people struggle to have empathy with people that look like me. They struggle. It's programmed into them, and this is why we say that white supremacy is an actual thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's not even like you want to be like that, but it's just how it is. You have certain pre-programmed responses to seeing somebody like me. Sometimes it's positive. Sometimes it can work out to be a positive for me. Sometimes it's negative, but it still works out to be a positive for me. But majority of the time, it's not necessarily going to open doors for man. So then you find that man has to find different tones to speak into, nice and gentle, be very eloquent, show that you mean no harm. At the end of the day, I'm a youth worker, and I work with youths from all different ages. So obviously there's different ways to engage with people. I've had to master this skill in order to even just keep my head above water in society where I should be thriving and flourishing with my many talents and skills.
Yeah, it's a fact.
I actually watch you hold quite a lot of restraint, and have a lot of patience. And I watch it on the channels. I've watched it in the park, like either in person or online. The first time I ever saw you in the park, you were it was the week after the town on the bus thing or something. Like it was the week after there. And also that was the very first time that Jupiter ever spoke to you in person as well. I know, right? Okay, I remember it very well because I was like, who's this beautiful black man? I'm joking. I just said that for the trolls, isn't it? That was for the trolls. Yeah, man. So when I first saw you, and I saw like there was literally, even that day, there was loads of people around you, like literally hanging on your every word, but also questioning like what was ever, I don't remember the conversation, but I remember right there and then thinking, right, this guy's got a lot of people like hanging on everything he's saying, and like it was interesting to watch because it was the first time I was ever at the park. But from that moment, I've always seen you have restraint in situations and so on and so forth. When I have seen you be in those kind of things, and where somebody else,
it's frustrated to try to be humble, or to like not even humble, but it's like, because I feel like humble is a certain level, and then there's dignity and there's self-worth in it, and that kicks in. But it's like you're being asked to like kind of chip away at that daily in different scenarios, just so that you can navigate and not everything turns into a madness, whether it's dealing with police or it's just simple little things, like somebody holding a door open
I
for
know
you.
what you mean by that.
They will let the door close because they looked at you and they need to just be sure that you're allowed in this building. So like they've let the door close, like, or you've come in and they've said, "Oh, can I help you?" You walk into a shop, a man is still asking, "Can I help you?" Like, and Do you know what I mean? And arranging stuff around you, like to be fair, I do shoplift, but like, they don't know that. They don't know that. Give me shit. Don't shoplift, kids. Do you know what I mean? This is what I say. I never claim to be righteous. I just try to be balanced. Yeah, I try to be balanced. So yeah, sometimes maybe my patience has one thing, maybe. But what I'm trying to and this is not an excuse now, family. Like, I want you to like walk with me. Yeah, I'm saying the daily biting your tongue and holding back and always going the extra mile to be the peacekeeper, and that can actually leave you with a shorter fuse on certain days. Certain bad days, you can have a shorter than normal fuse. Do you know what I mean? So then it's like people are like, oh, why are you moving like that? I call those days the why Jedi days, isn't it? Because it's usually followed by somebody saying, why Jedi? Why? Oh, Jedi, man. Get me? Yeah. Right. Because yeah, there's two sides in it. There's two sides to it. There's the frustrated man. That's like you know what? Like you lot must think like I'm a fucking dickhead. Like this, like half the time it's for everyone else's sake, innit? But mainly it's got to be for mine, because I've said this before, innit? Yeah. Majority, if not all, of the worst decisions I've made in my life have been down to being angry. Yeah. I'm not making the best choice for myself. Yeah. So I take responsibility. I've had a lot of time to sit in cells, do you know what I mean, and reflect and try and grow. Do you know what I mean? I've taken a lot of time to like check myself, and people think I don't know who I am. I know who I am. Yeah, sometimes I am frustrated. Do you know what I mean? But like, you're gonna call it angry black man syndrome, angry black woman syndrome. I don't know. It is what it is, isn't it? Sometimes I'm frustrated, and I feel like if you're empathetic, if you have any awareness of what's going on in the world, why the fuck are you not frustrated? And if there's some secret way of thinking or whatever to mean that you don't ever feel frustrated in this society or in this world, then just teach me, innit? Rather than just judge me, just fucking teach me. I don't want to be frustrated. You get me? I promise you, I don't want to be frustrated. But yeah,
but you handle it a lot better, Jedi. And you know what, as well, the fact that you have, like you said, you have had time to reflect, and you've been punished for your behavior. So you've been punished for getting angry in the past and maybe losing your temper or whatever. The only reason why I'm saying that is because you just said that it was based on the fact that you lost your temper as to why you were incarcerated. So, like you said, you've had that time. There are many men.
Not just incarcerated, like I'm just saying the worst decisions I've made, my worst choices. Yeah.
But there's many men that haven't had those lessons. Do you know what I mean? So, and I feel like you can see it a lot of the time. The men that have never been in altercations, that have never, got in trouble for their mouth or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? That they're the ones that often kind of speak up the quickest, I find, and don't have the patience. Because they don't understand what they're losing. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I even notice it in the chats, and I feel like even in the chat sometimes, like I wrote today. So there's obviously most of the time, if anyone's getting at me, they're Muslim men, unfortunately, and this is like in the chat stuff like that, right? But one thing I notice is like, I am not sitting here making up lies or anything. I try to be fully balanced in myself, and everything I do, I try to bring my Islam into it, And majority of the time, it's just the way I think. Most of the time is, in line with Islam, right? So when I say something and I'm trying to be balanced, like this topic in particular, when I'm said in the chat, you know what? At the end of the day, if you're going to threaten somebody with violence, or you're going to swing, you're going to actually attack someone, then you can't be upset if you get beaten up. If you get attacked back, if someone retaliates and then you end up losing, because that is the only issue here. The issue is that he lost, because ultimately he's not the victim, he's the oppressor, and he got beaten up, which suddenly made him a victim. That's not how it works in the real world. That's literally not how it works. And it wouldn't work if there wasn't an alternate agenda. Well, that's the thing. And the agenda that they had against you because it had nothing to do with what actually happened. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was very confusion. And what was very telling is like man sat down and said, yeah, the four of us decided that this is okay, boom, boom,
It
boom.
was
So
a
like
plot.
obviously
It was a
it
scheme.
was a plot.
It was from the beginning.
Somebody said to me that somebody said to me that this is dumb, yeah, but anyway, I'm not even gonna get into it. Someone said it, this was someone said this was like some of this was like kind of planned in a WhatsApp group, yeah, and people that know me, people part of the people that was maybe I don't know if they were part of the organization at that time or not in their head or whatever, but they were in that group too and were kind of maybe privy to the fact that there might be some kind of issue the next week or whatever. I'm just like, what, for real? But anyway,
you know what? Even if that wasn't true, the Instagram accounts reflected that. Do you know what I'm saying? Where it was on Instagram, how it was on social media and the platforms, and how you were portrayed to be, you know, this guy's beating up a Muslim man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's all people saw. And listen, I need to watch it again. But was he not wearing a thobe? Was he wearing Islamic clothing?
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. That is what made it worse. 100%, because all it looks like is this is a pious brother, and this is the thing. This is an issue that people have with clothing, because as soon as the same way, like you could be the biggest whore and have a headscarf on your head, and people will think that you are, you know what, a practicing sister. The same way that you can be a violent thug and wear a thobe, and people think that you're a practicing Muslim brother, and that's the issue. So from there, the visuals was this big black man or these bunch of big black men are beating up this pious Muslim brother. That's the visuals. So like you said, even if it wasn't in the chats, even if it wasn't in a private chat on WhatsApp, it was on social media, hence why there was hundreds of people that came down. How did they all know to come down the next week? Do you know what I mean? It was like wildfire on social media.
It was very full that day, you know. Even though I weren't there, like on camera, it did look extremely
I had no idea
full.
there was anything going on social media.
Oh, it was literally it went about like wildfire, literally. And I was in Australia, so how did I see it? No, I'm joking. Obviously, it was my social media.
Oh yeah, no, I'm lying. The Ahmed Ali thing did kind of go around. Yeah, actually, I'm lying. Yeah, it did, and the spin on it did go around. So.
But you see now on reflection, like obviously, like you know, when it comes to situation, because the way I weigh it up is that usually when you don't react in violence, because you say to yourself, "Oh, I should just do this, I should just do that," because you're angry at the time, and then like later on that day, you're still thinking, "Oh, why didn't I just do this?" But a few weeks later, a few months later, it will usually pan out to be the best scenario that you didn't do anything. This is what I'm starting to notice. Because every time something gets done, there's always a backlash and there's always some crazy shit that you're going to regret. So, you know, you're always going to win. This is what I'm noticing. And I've started to clock that people were beating me because they weren't lashing out. So they were looking a lot better than me. And they were always winning. And I started thinking, how are these people always winning? Even though they're in the wrong, I'm always losing from lashing out and doing this and doing that. And then I started to clock, I got to play you at your own game. That's why you can't just lash out, because you end up losing.
That's the thing. It's the oldest thing in the book. You know, when you're the best way to win an argument publicly is be the one who sits down, first of all, and the one who's talking calmly. You can talk as much trash as you want, but talk calmly. Because if the other person's standing up and the other person's shouting, then that's the one that's going to look like the oppressor, and you're going to look like a victim. That's exactly how it plays. Like, but yeah, 100.
That's a good point.
100%.
Shani, when are you gonna open up your own radio station? Like, you got a voice for like panels and you know, like,
can you imagine?
Yeah, you gotta do something.
Well, this is the thing. I actually had an interview today. So my interview today, alhamdulillah, was about being a television producer,
You
but also
see?
I was asked to be a presenter, a
Yeah.
TV presenter for an Islamic channel. So, I mean, inshallah, we can see what happens there. But I
That
have been,
would suit you.
well, I don't know. Well, it's a lifestyle channel, but it's a Muslim lifestyle channel. But yeah, I was gonna do up my so this is the thing. I've got a YouTube. So I'm gonna start doing the YouTube. I did ask my husband I told him, you know what, I want to do YouTube and stuff like that. And this is why I'm on here today, isn't it? Because he said to me, I thought it would be a problem, and I didn't want to do anything like that in case, like he didn't want his wife to be on YouTube, basically. And he said to me, well, as long as you're not naked, then what's the problem? So, alhamdulillah, yeah, I'm gonna.
I like
That's
him already.
good. Yeah.
I like him already.
Because I saw you weren't liking him too tough recently. I saw you little one do something, and I was like,
Man, can't teeth my co-pilot, man. Come on, man. That's a step too far. You hear me? Fuck love.
oh my god. Yeah.
Nah, man.
The thing is, I'm just gonna pick and choose, obviously, the content that I'm gonna be talking about, stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Or even partake in.
Of course.
This one in particular, I feel it's necessary that I am, because I am a Muslim, and I feel like even though you have Muslim people in your life, there's perhaps not a lot online. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
That like want to talk the thing or whatever, and I've got a big mouth, so I just wanted to say my thing on it. Because I'm just here for the truth, if I'm being honest with you. And that in that situation, I don't think you did very much wrong that warranted how you were treated after it. And I feel there was other people there that could have and should have perhaps been questioned for their actions, and even to this day are walking around proud of what they did, and there's not been any remorse from, so I'm obviously going to put it out there, so Maku's, there's no remorse from Maku for what he did, and ultimately Ahmed Ali didn't do anything to Maku. So
yeah, I hear that, but I would argue, yeah, and I don't want to cape for Maku because he's more than capable, yeah. And speaking of Maku, he's doing Freestyle Friday, so you don't want to go over there for some music, some freestyles. I'll definitely be going there when this show is done. But feel free to go over there, man, and show him some love, or at least let him know that you'll be back in a bit. You get me? Yeah, Maku, like the way I see it is, if you're standing there in a group of three and someone starts attacking two of your members, like, even though, okay, technically maybe he wasn't struck, he lashed out in defense of his friend, didn't it? And I'm not even saying that's wrong, innit? I just feel like, okay, me personally, maybe like whoever beef, you could have dealt with it, or I could have dealt with it, but like, you never know how you're going to react when you see your people being attacked, and you don't know whether you're subject to the attack too, or whatever. I think that he can be forgiven for striking out. I think he can be forgiven. I don't know. Yeah, man. Yeah.
I feel the initial, but I feel the coming back for the fly kick or whatever, whoever did, like, all that was all unnecessary. If I'm being honest, and it might be contradictory to what I was just saying just there, like, you can't really tell people how to act when it's in violence. But I'm saying it from my point of view because, like, for instance, I've been in situations where my friends have been attacked, and the best thing that I have done is just allowed them to, take on the fight. Do you know what I mean? And if it became anything like their friends got involved, then obviously it's a big, massive fight, innit? Like,
and I'm sure, like, if, for instance, if I don't know, I say I'm sure, but whatever, man. Like, I don't think that man them have a problem with one-on-one fights or whatever. I think it's just how it went down off instinct. I don't think it was like, I think you tried to sneak attack the man them, two of the man them. So I'm not sure. Like, if the third, like, it's weird, yeah, because in our culture, maybe in that scenario, if you reloaded it and then Maku didn't do anything, he maybe would have been criticized. Whether right or wrong, he maybe would have been criticized. Like, what? So you just stood there and my man's trying to swing at your man them or swing at your nephew? Like, I don't know. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah, But
I,
you know, regardless of
yeah.
that
I
situation,
wouldn't expect to go into a group of 3 men, swing at 2 of them, and I would expect the third man to be involved.
for everyone just to beat you
You
up.
only got 2 arms, innit? So you did 2 punches. If you had 3, you might have swung them out. What did I just say? I don't know. Like, am I gonna wait? What was the
I
thing?
know.
Like, yo,
Listen, this
like,
is
I'm
how
thinking your head is yo, this motherfucker's swinging. Like that's what I'd say in my head. Yeah, boom, I'm swinging, bam. Like I think I don't know. I mean, he didn't go for a fair fight 1-on-1. Like, yeah, me and you. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he done. I don't know.
Do you think he missed you on purpose? Did he intentionally miss you, or because he looked like he might have intentionally missed you?
He wasn't aiming for anybody. He was just punching. That's what I think.
I don't know.
And you know what as well, yeah?
His first swing hit somebody, and his second one came towards me. So, do you know what I mean? Both came towards me, but one hit someone else.
You know what? Watching it in slow motion is hilarious, but it's also not funny at all. Sorry, excuse my laughing. But the thing is, yeah. I'm so sorry. Beefy was just standing there, poor thing.
Minding his own fucking business with his drink.
Yeah. That wasn't right.
And bounced off his chin.
How were people around? He didn't even spill his drink. That's mad.
No, genuinely, Beefy was just obviously a part of it, like just standing there. But then, you know what? In Ahmed Ali's defense, right? In his defense, to be completely honest, it was a summer's day. You lot were obviously doing what you're doing, having a little drink or whatnot. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you're sober and people are drinking, it's quite scary. I will say this now, obviously, as a non-drinker, but I never used to know that feeling before. I never used to know that feeling, but now I know the feeling. So I feel like, regardless of like what was said, I think
if he was sober, I think he might have got beaten up.
If you were sober,
not to say that I was waved, but I just feel like if he wasn't as chilled as we were, he might have got beaten up, because really and truly, we smoke and we drink and be relaxed. Like, for me personally, I'm not a person that takes in any kind of intoxicants and becomes aggressive or becomes leery or wants to fight. I'm a friendly joker. Like, that's me, innit? That's my personality through and through. I'm a friendly joker, but I'll bust your head, innit? Of course I'll bust your fucking head. Like, that's not even a special trait of a man, to have the ability to, fight or defend himself or inflict harm. That's fucking normal. But I've got other skills as well, like, you know what I mean? Like conversation, diplomacy, fucking reasoning. Like, I could do all of that too, and that's way more enjoyable.
Yeah.
Get me? And I don't end up in jail when I do that.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Like, I felt like in Ahmed Ali's defense, like, with all those things intact, the fact that you were like 3 men as well, and he is a small guy. He's not a very big guy, in the sense of he's quite scrawny as well, right? So I think it was more of body language with everything, and I feel like, regardless if you said your mum's a bitch or whatever, I feel like he was going to swing at any point anyway. I felt, that way where
Someone else said like, it seemed like he was gonna punch already because of how he had his hands placed. Like,
he was ready, and I just feel like it was, you gave him
opportunity.
Yeah. Just because you said your mum a bitch, so it's like, all right, cool. That now it's time to go. But I think he was ready. I think he was intimidated.
I didn't sense that. So, like, obviously, maybe my radar was off. I didn't sense that, man. But like I said, very relaxed. And this is like sometimes a superpower, and sometimes it's a bit of a Achilles heel. Yeah, because like I can be quite naive at times. So like, I know you, like, I know, like, I do convey intelligence and whatnot when I speak. So you do know, oh yeah, Jedi's got like 2 brain cells to rub together. But for the most, I'm operating off an innocent kind of take people for who they are and blah blah blah, and just I'm basically just chilled, fam. Like, you know how I
think
am.
that's a
like,
man thing, though. I
me?
think that's like
I'm
a
just,
man thing.
I'm just chilled.
You know,
I'm not on the
women.
high, none of that, yeah. But like, it's like when I'm like that, I'm maybe not fucking doing the best to fucking, because you can see the opposite. See, next week I'm on point. I'm scanning. I'm like, there's not that relaxed, laid back fucking Jedi. Even though I might look kind of calm, but like a million things are running through my mind and whatever. Rare, yeah. But that day with Ahmed Ali is generally, it's just a speaker's corner day. Ahmed Ali punched someone up. He's now trying to talk about peace. I thought it was funny to troll him and heckle like we do in speaker's corner. It was nothing new. It was no hype. And then my man started swinging.
Any different. It was literally not any different.
Like, it wasn't like, so people like, oh yeah, you went with the intention, you knew, or you look surrounded him. Surrounded him for what? What, to be? You think that he, like, if you know what happened, the full thing is, I'm behind the camera heckling, yeah, and he calls me in front of the camera. He says, "Come to the camera," innit? So we go there. Obviously, this speaker's corner. We're on camera. We're chatting. Get me? And we're having our little duel of words. You know what fucking goes down in speaker's corner. Let's not pretend. He's called me out on the camera, on the camera, and we're just chatting.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
The thing is, he turned the conversation left, if anything, because he called you a bitch.
Yeah, but the conversation wasn't good before that, even from before the camera. But on the other side of the camera, I was dissing him. So it's not like, yeah. So like I said, he called me in front of the camera, and now he's acting like, why have you come? And then he's trying to say, why have you come? I said, bro, you called me here. He said, yeah, but now you're acting like a bitch. So it's like, all right, cool. Everyone's laughing. It was like, this is gonna be a classic back and forth between Ahmed Ali and Jedi comedy. Like, it weren't gonna be, do you know what I mean? And obviously he turned it into a swinging thing. Now, if I'd gone there to fight him, I wouldn't have anything in my hand, yeah, and that you could see from my reaction that I was not there for violence. I don't even know why man's pretending, fam. You get me? And then people like, oh, the way you threw him on the floor. Shut up, the way I threw him on the floor. Like, what did you, like I said, that's what I said. What do you want me to do?
Like a Pepsi bottle. Like a Pepsi bottle.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I thought you said a
like a Pepsi bottle. Yeah,
but
that was his thing.
It is what it is, bro.
I was, listen, talking about that guy makes my skin crawl. And the reason being is, like, he is just, like, I've heard really bad things about him previously, and I've been told prior
about
to him,
women.
Yeah. And this is the thing. And the Muslim brothers, there are Muslim brothers that frequent the park that had told him not to come back to the park because of those allegations, right? And I think that was the first time he came back from then. That was the first time he came back, wasn't it, Jedi? You didn't see him before that, did you? He wasn't, like, he was told not to come back. And I actually know some of these brothers that told him that, perhaps for his own safety, but also for the fact that he was disgusting. And they'd found out proof. You know what? There was proof that he'd done what was said that he was to do, right? Anyway, let's not get too much into that. So for me, knowing that, I could tell that he's like just not a nice person. And then
so the dick pics.
So it was more than that, but yeah.
So it's important though, yeah. This is important, and it's like, obviously we're not going to talk about this, yeah. But like he's ready to go on the camera and say what a disgusting person I am, and obviously Mohammed Hijab is morally outraged at the type of human being I am, and Abdul Hamid is also fucking mortified at my treatment of Muslim women, yeah. And this is what was the premise, and this is the thing where decent men and women, their emotions were fucking weaponized against them, and it helped to confuse their logic and made them think that, right, you know what, Jedi is actually a fucked up guy. Yeah, you dissed Muslim, and it's like, yeah, do you know what? I hear you, because all of you that have respect for Muslim women or women in general, you don't want to hear a random woman getting dissed, by some brother Jedi because he just thought it was funny to say. So I get that, but now let's hold the light up to those that are throwing the stone. Let's look at them. yeah, and let's talk openly about their transgressions against Muslim women if we're discussing it. But we don't. We're just like, you know what? We don't want to get into that. But there's some disgusting dirt that these men that are pointing fingers, and I feel like, why isn't that viral? Why isn't that information? Why
Because
hasn't no
you
one
got to put it out there. You've got to put it out there. You know
why
what I
has someone
mean?
done a video highlighting this fuckeries and this information about man and warning the Muslim sisters about this brother that's pointing fingers at me, talking about like who wants to be the Muslims? Like, but no, it's not gonna happen.
And
No
this
one.
is the thing. The thing is, he's standing there trying to talk, like trying to tell hadith to the brothers in the crowd. It was like the hadith that he was going for was literally so unrelated. And he's talking about how how we regard our mothers high, but also he violated a mother, somebody's mother. So, you know, the accusation was him violating somebody's mother. So really and truly, he stood there as a hypocrite. He stood there as a complete hypocrite. And this is why I'm saying he makes my skin crawl. Not only that, it was just so much vim. There was so much. There were like the shaitans were with
I wish,
him.
yeah, why? You know what someone should do? I wish, yeah, while he's spitting and shouting about defending the mother and defending women and blah blah blah, somebody should do a split screen and show whatever information or allegations there is. But this is not how the world works. What happens is it's more important to demonize me. Think about it. Like, use your critical thinking now. Why is it important to demonize me? What makes me more of a threat versus somebody? Oh man, I can't even be bothered, man. Yo,
But you know what
listen.
it is? You got to realize sometimes you have to vocalize these things. Sometimes it's not enough thinking that people are gonna see it, because I do the same thing. There was a whole big situation, and I'm thinking, people will see it. People will see what's true. The truth will come out. Sometimes the truth don't come out. You got to put the truth out there for people to actually see it. That's just a sad fact. Or things will just be how they are, and a lie would just carry on gaining more and more traction until it becomes a fact, until it becomes history. You know, and that's kind of what was happening there. It was just one-sided story that was getting pushed out there, and that's kind of why it was left like that. And I know you ain't got the energy to kind of go in that direction. I see it, because I'm like that as well. But sometimes it can go wrong, you know.
I get you, because it's like it's one-sided PR going out there. I ain't got the time to be making up videos and do this, and I don't have that. I can't put creative energy into things like that. I just don't know. It's not that deep. Do you know what I mean?
Jedi, as a Muslim, obviously you both aren't Muslims, but regardless, you know, to tell you that we're going to have a judgment.
You're making it seem more attractive, though. I can say that. You know, if I was to follow your ways of Islam, that would be something I would definitely look into.
Listen, I don't have a ways of Islam. The way of Islam is the Quran and Sunnah. I'm telling you, it's just that some people, they have their own egos put into that. I didn't mean to say that, but they put their own egos into it. You know what?
Yeah.
I have found somebody to marry who is a beautiful Muslim, alhamdulillah. And for me, he cuts out all the BS. So the idea, the thing that I was just about to say here, and I say cuts out all the BS, I mean, like, he genuinely does not, even though he has an ego and so on and so forth, but like, he tries his very best to leave that out and so on. Do you know what I mean? Like, he proper follows the deen, and this is what a lot of Muslims aren't doing. So what I was about to say there is, you making a video and all this kind of stuff, like, we have to keep in mind that there is a judgment day. So for even people that want to accuse people and try and use surahs in the Quran to say that this is this person and that person, you know, there is a judgment day, and Allah will be judging us on all the transgressions and all the oppressions of people. Yeah. So you have to think, is it really worth it? And that will tell you whether or not you have tawakkul. If you have real faith, if your iman is high, because you realize you're not going to start oppressing people for no reason. It's going to have to be real. You'll never be an oppressor of people. You would never be an oppressor of people, because you know on the day of judgment that you will be asked about it. So I would suggest anybody that's wanting to make videos on other people or wants to call out people for this and try and attach Quran to their names and all this kind of stuff, just think about the day of judgment and think about the Most High. That's really it. Like, and is it really worth it? So I'm just, I'm touching the two things there together about what you guys are saying and obviously what's going on in the chats. But yeah, it's not worth it at the end of the day, bro. When it comes, like, there's no
Yeah, but
excuse.
sometimes you can. Yeah, but sometimes you can sort of capitalize from things like this, So basically, like everyone loves drama. If you look at EastEnders, there's drama. So I understand that there's real life situations, but I think we can all sort of weigh up that a lot of these people are clowns in real life, and they're never gonna pose that much of a real life threat. It's more just gonna be a internet sort of threat. So sometimes just sharing and vocalizing your side will bring two sides, will bring two arguments, and some people might even find it enjoyable, And I'm not trying to say you should grow anything from negativity. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that if the opportunity arises, capitalize on it, because I felt like they did. So from a negative situation, the enemy's gained.
I feel like,
I
think as long as you're not oppressing anybody. So like Jedi, for instance, if Jedi decided to make, a breakdown video of this guy talking about him, like that.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, by the way. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It would probably be the right of Jedi to be able to do that because it was oppression against him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even though the Prophet, peace upon him, said you don't meet transgression with transgression, like that's not how you do things. So we would encourage to walk away from the situation and be the bigger person in that situation all the time. It's very difficult, but also if your name's being tarnished, then you're well within your right to, kind of like, you're well within your right to clean your name, to clean your reputation. And if that means by exposing the sins of others that are already exposed, then I don't see why not. But I would also just weigh up whether or not it's worth it. Do you know what I mean?
You know that woman that he exposed himself to, was she at least was she an adult?
Yeah.
At least, okay.
Yeah. And the thing is, I don't know about the exposing thing. That thing is a different. That the whole pictures sending thing is not the information that I know. I know first.
Yeah, I heard he took the picture from the back. From the back, it's the angle he chose, and he sent it like that.
Oh, I don't know anything about those, but I do know like the first-hand account of the other stuff that he had done, and why he'd been asked to come out of the park. Yeah, and he genuinely was asked. This is the thing. So, like, people think that the Muslims didn't do anything about that situation. They handled it privately and removed him from the park. They suggested that he didn't come back, and they said they warned him not to come back. And the only time he did come back was when all that stuff was going on, because nobody was thinking about it. And also, I feel that's why he was in the center trying to make such a big deal, because he wanted to be some sort of hero from,
that makes sense now. That makes sense. Yeah.
Because he had, his name was tarnished. Do you know what I mean? So he came back wanting to be the hero, and that's what it just looked like there, because he had so much to say. It's not about you.
Yeah.
Why have you got so much to say? You've not been in the park for a good year or something at that point. So it was interesting. It was interesting why he had so much to say about it, and I think it was just to cover up what he was doing, and he wanted people to forget that he was that person and see him now as the hero in the
Was he married while he was doing all this?
I'm not sure about his marital status, to be honest. I don't even know at the time if he was. I think he wasn't, but I don't know. I don't remember that being I don't remember any scandal of him being a married man within everything, so I don't think he was.
So
Yeah.
what exactly did he do? Because I heard about the pictures, but what did he do?
No. You know what? To be honest with you, Sham, I'm not going to share the information, and the only reason why, is because I don't know it to be 100% true. And I feel like because I don't know it to be 100% true, I'm not going to keep sharing it, even though I know a few people told the same accounts. So it was just mainly, you know what? I think it was mainly male behavior that shouldn't have been, because he's a Muslim brother and he was given dawah, you know.
Where
So
was the girl from that he was obviously pursuing?
England?
She was a white English girl.
No. She was what? Sham, stop asking me questions.
I'm just asking where she was from.
She was a Muslim. They were Muslim. Everyone was Muslim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but where? Do you know from what country?
Pakistani.
Pakistani. And he was pursuing her.
Sham, you're asking
I'm not asking you. I'm genuinely not trying to get you to say anything. I'm just trying to work out what small pieces I can get about who she was. You know.
No, that's
yeah.
I'm not trying to help you. But no, think about it. So Sham, basically the whole situation is like he was if he was not a Muslim, what he was doing may not have seemed so bad. That's all I'm saying. It was because
I big up Ultra Funky, yeah. Blessing up the super chat and that. Mad love for that still. Not gonna lie.
The same man tried to box Jedi, he got dashed on the floor and then being convoked by some DL vile creatures.
DL vile creatures, down low vile creatures.
Oh, I'm so stupid.
Pretending to be pious. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, is that what Gotfaha means?
Is that what?
Is that what Gotfaha means? All this time, I was just saying
Gotfaha. Oh, Gotfaha.
I was thinking, like, I really want to be a comedian. I'm not gonna lie, guys. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think you could be still.
I would love to be a comedian. I'd love to do like sketches and that.
Yeah.
And like mockumentaries. I've got an idea.
I think you'd be better to do like, like on the spot, where it's like like 8 out of 10 cats that kind of stuff.
Oh, you think?
Yeah. More like the quick thinking on the spot.
I think I have to have like chemistry with people to be able to be like that, because some people don't get my humor and just go straight over their head, and then I just start laughing and it's all a bit mad. But yeah, I would. I really want to do like a mockumentary. My sister and I was like filming we were filming a character. So we've started it, and it's hijabi. It's about like a hijabi who wants to be a rapper, and she's quite like hood, but she's really not. Do you know what I mean? So the idea is that she thinks that she is, but she comes from like a really pious family. She's actually quite practicing herself, but she just gives off this persona that she's from the hood. So we've like tried it, but I don't know how it's going to be perceived. So I'm kind of,
But there's a lot of them kind of girls these days. Is TikTok haram, or is it okay? Because there's a lot of them on there, obviously, like dancing, and it seems to be a lot of Muslims, women especially, on there. Is it okay?
No. The thing is, the dancing is, you know what, it's strange, because the dancing really, women shouldn't really be dancing, because dancing is often sexualized. So all it is, it's quite simple for Muslim women, right? It's just like, don't be over sexualizing yourself. That's it. Or don't sexualize yourself. Don't allow others to sexualize yourself. And that is why we wear the hijab and cover our bodies, cover the shape of our bodies. But you obviously see a lot of Muslim women nowadays, they wear headscarves, but they still, you can see their full shape, you know, they're covered from head to toe. You can't see their skin, but their clothing is tight and you can see. So that's not really what we're supposed to be wearing. We're supposed to be wearing
Or should we really be judging them though?
I don't personally judge them at the end of the day, but a lot of people do. I don't judge them because we're all on our own path, you know. You don't know
Exactly.
where you're gonna go. You don't know. You just don't know. And I look at, like, so funny enough, I was showing my friend, so I was showing my friend old pictures of me before I came to Islam. She was so shocked and was like, "You're a completely different person." And I was like, "Yeah." And you couldn't have told me then that I would be the person that I am now. So this is why I don't judge, because I'm like, wow, like I never knew what my life was going to be like. I still don't know what the rest of it's going to be like. Do you know what I mean? But I've went through a massive transition, and what, 5-6 years ago, you could have never told me that I was going to be a Muslim. Not that I was anti-Muslim, but it was just never on my radar. It was just kind of like, oh, they're Muslims. That's, do you know what I mean? Didn't have any interest in what they were doing. I didn't. I knew Muslims, but they were never really practicing one. So it was just like, so to be where I am now, I just feel like it's incredible. So yeah, we definitely.
What is it that obviously attracts you so much then? What's the pull towards it?
What, to Islam?
Yeah.
Me, I need rules in my life. I need structure and rules, regulation, and for me, it's just the truth. I feel like this is the thing. I would love to sit and, like, you know, preach Islam. I really would, because it's so beautiful. But I also feel like these panels, it doesn't really give you the opportunity to do so, because there's so many people that are anti-Islamic. There's so many Muslims that are not behaving properly or good examples. Yeah, and it's just like, it's hard. I feel like it's definitely a personal thing as well, though, Sham. So to tell you what, I think mainly it's just having a purpose. It's having a purpose, and I feel like prior to Islam, I didn't feel that I had a purpose. Like, I was just, I had no rules. I had no rules. I was doing whatever the heck I wanted to do, and I was very unhappy in myself. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't happy with anything I was doing. I wasn't successful in anything I was doing. I was just doing. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
That's and I can see a huge difference now. So that would be it mainly. Yeah, in the.
No, that's good. If you're using it in a positive way, then obviously that's good. You know, there's no harm in that. Obviously, Al Nisa. Have you read a lot of that?
Oh yes, yeah. I've read the Quran.
Yeah.
I've actually, you know what? To be honest with you, I only read it twice. You know, inshallah, I'll be better and I'll be able to read more and more and more. And you know what? Even saying that I've read it twice is quite shameful. Because yeah, there's a shame in that. It doesn't. I mean, I've read the whole thing twice, but obviously I read the
Yeah.
Quran often. Does that make sense? So I've completed it
Yeah.
twice. But yeah, I read it often and read different surahs, and I'm always like referring to it. But yeah, to read it from like cover to cover, yeah, I've only done it twice in my life. So yeah. But why'd you ask about Anisa?
I just think, you know, obviously it's got a lot of things, you know, about women in there and stuff like that.
Yes.
You know, and it's very family based, sort of, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with anything, or you're?
No, I mean, what's there to disagree with? Most of it is like instructions. It's like, if this uncle dies,
Mm-hmm.
give them this much money, this should happen. It's not really like stories, is it? It's more like, you should do this, you should do that
Yeah.
in this scenario, that scenario. So no, I'm just saying, sort of like, if you know, there's a lot of things in there that, you know, is relevant or whatnot. But no, I think, obviously, because I could see during when he was going through the video, there was a lot of, like I said, a lot of people leaving certain comments and whatnot, and I think their sort of whole narrative was, you should agree with someone whether they be right or wrong. But I think most people should realize that all of that is going to mean nothing in God's eyes. You know, it's gonna carry no weight.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah, that's it. This is why, like, so I would rather go against my Muslim brother I would rather, like, I don't understand how, I just don't understand how you can just be like, oh, well, he's a Muslim, so I'm going to protect him, even if he's wrong. It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make
no.
any sense. It does. I don't know anywhere within Islam. I mean, someone teach me if that's the case, like to just defend a Muslim regardless if they're wrong or right. Like, it doesn't make
You
any
know
sense.
what? To be honest with you, I think there is something like that. To be fair, it says something around about you should stand with this person. Someone will know. Someone will know, and they'll be
That's
able
what
to
they're
get it.
talking about in the comments.
Yeah,
Al-Wala,
there is something like
Al-Bara.
that. You see? You
What
see?
are you saying
So
about that?
yeah,
Oh,
there is
Yeah.
actually something like that.
Huh?
what?
Al-Wala, Al-Bara.
Listen, but this is the thing. Like, so many people need to understand how to, like, you need to understand that there's the Quran and the Hadith and so on and so forth. Let's actually just talk about the Quran, right? So if it says some stuff in the Quran, this part of the Quran that tells you to you know, kill non-Muslims, and that is, there's tafsir, there's explanations of why this was brought and so on and so forth and what it means. But you can pick things out and say, oh well, don't do that, or the Quran says this and that. But then you've got to actually think about whether or not it's contradictory to the other parts of what you're taught in the Quran. And to be fair, like, you know, you shouldn't transgress and so on and so forth. Like, there's also taught in the Quran, and you shouldn't oppress people. So if it meant that I was to stand with a Muslim in the face of oppression, like, they would be contradictory to each other. So it doesn't make, do you know, am I making sense when I say that? I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
feel like I was babbling a little bit, but
No. I heard you.
yeah, I just feel like, okay, cool, but ultimately, if the Muslim that I'm standing against is oppressing somebody else, what do I do? Because the Quran also tells you not to be an oppressor. Like, where do I stand then? It just doesn't make it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so don't pull out one thing and then not the other. It's just cherry picking with the deen. Like, ultimately, you're supposed to be good and try and do good, and that's all I'm doing. And at the end of the day, I'm going to be judged for everything that happens in my life. So if I have chosen at this point in time to not stand by somebody I felt was wrong, Allah will judge me on that. Not you, JJM, not anybody else in the chat that wants to talk about this and that. Allah is the only person that will judge me on how I've lived in this life. And that is the only person, not even person, but you know what I'm saying? It's the only thing that I am fearful of, not you and your judgment of me. It's nonsense. So yeah, sorry, Sham. I went off a little bit,
No,
but yeah,
it makes sense. The only thing is I did like I said, I'm on that StreamYard thing. If you're on here, you know what I mean. You know what it looks like. So I didn't know they were talking about that in the chat or whatever. But from what I remember, it seemed quite clear. You know, it seemed quite clear. But obviously, like you said, if it contradicts other things, then you have to look at the book as a whole. So yeah, it kind of rubs that out, doesn't it, to a certain
yeah.
extent?
It
You know,
just
but
where do you stand?
yeah, let's see now what is for information. You can't bring Quran or Hadith. You know what you should do as well? See, you see, like people like this, I think to myself,
It's so annoying. Like,
yeah. Now I think to myself, like,
online.
if you don't have the heart to sort of like come and speak your mind, then like you're a bit of a coward sort of thing, you know, like especially in a
100%.
place where you're invited, you can come, you can say it, and you can prove your point and you can lay it out, and people will see you win your argument if you're strong enough. It's a bit like, come on, you know, it's you know,
But
bring it to the table, and
you know what
if
it
that's
is?
it.
It's not even that, Sham. It's like,
Yeah, man. Links in the
guys,
description. I'm gonna
Yeah.
run to the shop to get some cigarettes quickly. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
The
be
guy
quick.
saying to me, like, oh, she's not bringing Quran and Hadith. I'm not here debating you about the deen. There's no debate in here. At the end of the day, what you need to understand is you are judging me, and I'm telling you, is it worth it, brother? Even if you are a brother, is it worth it? The Quran isn't spelt with a K, so you know it's not Koran. Just so you know, Mr. Muslim. Do you know what I mean? Mr. Muslim,
Yeah.
spelling Quran wrong and that, but whatever. Yeah. So if you like, no one is debating you at the end of the day, and like, it's not worth it. If you're a real Muslim, you'll recognize that trying to shame me, or ultimately you're trying to oppress me, and oppressing a Muslim woman is the biggest mistake that you can make. So you would know this as a Muslim man. Like, so you know what? Think about whether or not it's worth it. Is it worth it? On the day of judgment, Allah's going to ask you about this moment, and you're going to be like, wow, it really wasn't worth it. Like, to just allow it, bruv. Like, it's not that deep. It really isn't that deep. And yeah.
You
But that's
see, like obviously now, like because there's a lot of things going on, with you on a personal level as well. How do you think that will affect your view of the religion, and how will it affect your role maybe as a woman, within the household and things, getting married?
so the thing is with me, like, I'm very strong, Sham. Like, I've got a very strong personality, and the reason why I haven't been married, like, I'm not married up until now, is because I am very strong. So
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of brothers often prefer women, and I'm saying this Muslim and non-Muslim. A lot of men prefer women that aren't as strong as I am, or aren't as independent as I am. So even with my I don't really want to call him my fiance, because I don't really run like that. But the man that I'm to marry, like,
Yeah.
even with him, it's like he's still shocked that I can do everything for myself. Do you know what I mean? He's really shocked
Yeah.
that I know how to put televisions on a wall. I know how to, drill it into a wall, put shelves up, decorate a house, paint, lay flooring, all this kind of stuff. To him, that's bizarre, because culturally as well, this is not what a woman does. And often in many cultures, that's not what a woman does. But I've had to do it. So I think, because of all these things, and because I've lived by myself for the last like 14 years or something, I need a man that is okay with my independence. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So yeah, I mean,
Do
I
you know what I would say? Something that I can only tell you from a man's point of view, something that we like. We like when, like, even if you are good at things, just let a man be a man. So like let him kind of, use to drill or do these things, because it's the same way you would like to see certain things from him. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
make him feel like a man, and then you probably appreciate when he makes you feel like a woman. It's like, it's not rocket science, but it's something that I would definitely say.
So
Um,
true.
and you've never been married before, have you? This is the first time, I take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's it's the
Yeah.
first time.
I said, yeah,
I
Sham. I
just expected a no. Okay, so yeah, all right, that's cool then.
said,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, so like I've got coming soon, but not soon, like a few years away, but soon I'm gonna see a decade. So it's a bit like, bearing that in mind, I have seen
Wait a second.
madnesses.
You're going to see a decade, so you're going to be 10 soon.
Yeah, soon. Soon it's gonna be a decade of marriage.
Oh, of marriage.
Yeah,
Oh, I was like, I thought you meant in
yeah.
age. I was like, all
So,
right, cool. Is you right?
and basically, like, you go through so much shit. But the thing is, the way I look at it is like, what difference would it make if I went and I just found someone else? Where would it? I'd still wake up. Like, it's not gonna make a lot of difference. And a lot of people, they just keep changing, changing, changing,
Hmm.
and they think it's gonna bring on a dramatic change. And I'm not talking about the few um aspects where someone's getting beaten up a relationship or something horrible happens. I know they're unique. I'm talking about normal day-to-day like relationships. not much will change, you know, by changing your partner. If, you know, if you've got something going on in your own life, that might not be 100%, work on that instead of thinking about changing your partner. So I would say just take things easy and don't be too extreme. Like if something happens, just go to bed, try to become friends and just make up, you know.
I think that's fantastic advice. Like, yeah, I definitely think that's fantastic advice. When you're saying about the you know, like let him use the drill and stuff like that, like for me, that's what I was gonna say. I think like definitely being so independent, the only issue that I'm really gonna I'll probably have is,
You said
you
yourself, guys could be put off by that. They could be intimidated by that. You said it
know, yeah,
yourself. You already
yeah,
knew
no,
it.
and they have been. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. They have been in the past. But I feel like
yeah,
my task, like you're saying, is like I feel the only task that I really feel not no, sorry, I'm talking rubbish. One of the tasks that I'm gonna have, obviously, is to kind of let go and be more more feminine, I would say, like
yeah,
stereotypical feminine. I feel like very much so in a relationship dynamic, I'm not masculine, I'm not alpha. In
yeah,
in life, outside of a a romantic relationship, I'm very much alpha. So
yeah.
but I don't. But guys don't know that until they're in a relationship with me. Do they realize that I actually am no longer alpha? Does that make sense? But
Okay.
because do you know what I'm saying? Because they
Yeah,
see alpha, they think, oh, when I marry her or whatever, she's still going to be this alpha. Whereas I'm very much not like that. I'm like I've had long-term relationships in the past. You know, obviously I've never been married like that, but
how
um,
long was the longest?
the longest is 5 years.
That's still long.
It was
Did
very long.
you see in the 5 years, did you get to a point where, I'm not gonna say you become bored, but you kind of, it just became like the sparks were definitely gone, but you still love each other?
No, because he was our best friend, so we just had the biggest laugh ever all the time.
Yeah, but you're not gonna have that honeymoon after 5 years. That's not gonna be there.
Maybe that's why it ended because it was about to. No, I don't. You know what?
Exactly. No, so no, that's what I was getting to. So how are you gonna deal with when that comes around?
No, but this is what I was gonna say. Like we didn't have that. So, and the only reason why it ended was because I asked him one day, "Oh, are we gonna get married? Like, oh, are we gonna get married and have kids?" And this is at 22, and he said to me, "I never want to get married. I never want to have kids." And I was like, "Well, what's the point in this then? 5 years down the line, what's the point?" And
Yeah,
then,
but why did you do it like that? Because
yeah,
most women, all they do, they just have the kids. Why did you even ask?
because he was career driven, and so was I in a sense. So it's kind of like I don't know. We were the only. You know what's funny enough? We were out of all of our friends, we were the only ones in this relationship for the longest period of time. Plus, the rest of them already had at that point 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds. So
Yeah.
do you know what I'm saying? So we weren't really about having kids. That's why we had the conversation about it. And then obviously it turned into, you know what? He said, I don't ever want to get married. I don't want to ever have any kids. And I was like, well, what's the point? And even to this day, Sham, so after we
Yeah.
ended, he's been with somebody, the same person, for 10 years.
That
And
must hurt. It's
they're,
worse when it gets like that.
no,
When you
it's,
see someone's a tramp, it's like it's all right. But when you see someone just move on and settle down,
no,
it's like,
it
wow.
took about a year or something before he actually
Yeah,
found somebody else or something. So it was cool. Everything was cool. But
yeah.
10 years he's been with this woman, and he doesn't have any children, and they're not married. So I think it would
Okay.
have hurt more if he did.
Wait,
Then
wait, wait. What? Why is that?
I
That's
don't.
mad.
They've literally from my spying, they've literally
Yeah,
been, because I was at the spying a minute.
yeah.
They've been like traveling, living in China, moving around, and all this kind of
No,
stuff.
that's not true. No, some people it don't work, and I've seen this twice. And I actually spoke to someone else that see this. Some people can't have kids together. Now you tell me that now how this proves there's not a God. Some people, both of them, they might not have infertility problems, but together they cannot make
They
babies.
can't make
I've
children.
seen it with my own eyes.
Mm.
Um, so they might be in this kind of state. With one guy, as soon as he left, he got the girl pregnant, and the woman he was with, when she got pregnant as well. So they both, a couple, split up and they both got babies.
Yeah,
So,
I find that really interesting. I believe that as well. I've heard of that before. I find that really interesting. I believe that. I
it's
don't know. Maybe
100% true.
I mean, I hope they can if they want to. Do you know what I mean? That's a bit sad, but yeah, I don't know. Like I don't know, because I do know other people that have been together for like 15 years and they don't have children, and then now they're trying for children and they're pregnant. So they just didn't try beforehand. Maybe they're not trying. Maybe they're both. I don't know what the
How
girl
can
does.
you not be trying? Like, of course, like that's just, come on,
No,
you know,
no,
it's
Sham,
not.
I never got. The thing is, I didn't like have his kids in 5 years that I was with him, and
Yeah,
we were not trying. Like we were just, obviously I was on we would use protection. There was the
yeah,
pill. There was
yeah,
there was always protection because we didn't want to have kids, but all our friends were
yeah,
having kids, so it wasn't like we would be the only ones. Do you know what I mean? We wouldn't have been like left out if we did have kids.
yeah.
It's just like, like
No, I understand. But obviously, this time around, it's not gonna be like that, surely. I mean, you're gonna enter it with the mindset of having a normal relationship, and that leads on to kids, right?
sorry, say that again. I was just
You're
reading.
gonna, you're gonna pursue it in a way where marriage, and then after that, you'll be looking for kids,
What?
surely.
So right now, you talk about me
Yeah,
now? Oh yeah,
yeah,
and like as soon as possible,
yeah,
inshallah. Yeah, that's the
yeah.
plan. As soon as possible. Big up Zulu.
Shabbat shalom, sister. How are you doing?
What's going on?
Big up
Salam.
Cham,
Salam.
big up Jeds, big up everybody.
Yeah, did you watch the what's it called? The little breakdown.
Breakdown.
Yeah, I just watched. I played it back a bit because I was a bit behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I know what your take's gonna be on it anyway, but let's hear it.
No, I mean the same thing I said last time when it happens. Is like those guys are dickheads, innit?
Yeah,
And
yeah, simple, innit? It's not much more difficult.
it's like he said. It's the fear of the black man. They did this with Sarah Callum. It's just repetitive. They're gonna find someone else. I'm surprised they didn't do it with Kane because I thought he was the next guy. But
I think where he's like, you see, like with Christians, it's like the way they compose themselves and the piece, it really speaks for itself.
you know what it is, Sham? There's no groupthink, and I've started to realize this, and it might be a weakness within Christianity that there is no ride out for each other kind of mentality. If I see like another
Because
Christian,
they're so peaceful, that's why.
it's not even about peace. I think it's like it's not as culturally strict. So like there isn't like you can't look at someone and tell they're Christian, just like you can look at someone and tell they're Muslim. So like there's more cultural things that you have to follow. So it makes you more unified. It makes you more. It's like an African and an African. You know what I mean? Because Muslim, like the culture is basically like Arabic culture, isn't it? So
Yeah.
with Christians, they just come in any shape, any size, any form. Like there's no Christian language. You don't have to read in a certain language. You don't have to wear a certain thing. So there's less groupthink. There's less ride out for each other thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've noticed
Harder
that.
to identify as well.
But this is the thing. It's also one of the reasons why there is Islamic clothing and so on and so forth is because of identity and the grouping. So, like, one of the reasons, obviously, for women to wear hijab is identity, to know that, I'm a Muslim. So, yeah, like, I hear that. So when you do have those kind of things within your way of life, you do, the Jews are the same as well. The Jews, they have, like, a strong identity and they stand together kind of thing. So, yeah, I hear that.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's like wearing football tops, Arsenal, Manchester United, wherever. It's like you'll see, obviously, like clearly in the park who's Muslim, but you can't see who's Christian. But the thing is, I don't think it's ever going to be a weakness for the Christians because their sort of peace and how they represent themselves, they have done so well. Like their PR campaign in comparison, they have done so well, and to constantly maintain this throughout, I think they're doing well, it's powerful.
But yeah, I think it's a weakness to a degree because there's the white churches, there's the black churches, there's no unity, man, when you do things like that. But I guess it's good to not be culturally impulsive and force people to submit to a certain culture and allow you to practice your own culture, but yes, yet still be part of the faith. So it's got its weaknesses and its benefits.
Yeah. Have you
Welcome,
noticed though,
Ruby.
in the
Peace,
black
peace,
churches?
Shalom.
Yeah, you see the black churches, you always have this random. Like I think about this church that what's it called? One of my family members goes to, and basically you got these two random, like one Polish guy and some other, you know. So I don't know if he's English or whatnot. Have you got the tokens in your church as well?
Yeah, there's a few white guys in there, like
Yeah,
one or two.
yeah.
I think the overseers personally. I think they're overseers. That's my
Okay,
opinion.
okay. Yeah. You never know. Well, agents just make sure everything's all right.
So sometimes they'll tell you one or two things and it'll shock you. You know, I found
Yeah.
out about what the Hebrews looked like from a white guy in the church.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was like, no, they were black. I was like, oh shit, okay.
He knows. He knows.
I was anti all of that before. I was like olive skinned, white guy. The whole, I was brainwashed.
The whole thing is mad interesting to me, you know. I feel like it's so interesting, and I find it really sad as well. Like when I genuinely deep like colorism in religion. I mean, in the world, it's just horrendous anyway. But then when I think about it in religion, it actually makes me really sad because the thing is, everyone's okay with Jesus, peace be upon him, being white, but as soon as they give him another color, there's an issue. Do you know what I mean? But then they want to say, "Oh, the color doesn't matter." So it's just like it's really sad. And the thing
Do you
is,
find that in Islam as well, though? When
well,
we
I was
talking about the
about to
color of
say
the
that.
Prophet? Okay,
That's
yeah.
what I was just about to say. So yeah, and even with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, like if anyone questions his color, the first thing isn't. It doesn't matter what color he was. Is often no, he's this color. You know what I mean? So it's just
Yeah.
it's really I find it. A
Well,
gen-
what color do you think he was, Shani?
the Prophet peace be upon him. You know what? It would only be speculation of an Arab, really. But I know Arabs come in all shapes and sizes, all colours and so on and so forth. The same with Africans. So I really don't know, and I would go for maybe my skin tone, maybe a little bit darker because obviously being in the sun. But I don't know, and it's just a speculation. That's all that is, you know.
People say that Prophet Muhammad's dad was black. That was
No, they
stated that
say
he was
granddad, I think it is.
Okay, sorry.
But also with Muhammad, they, what do you call it? There was I heard there was a death penalty if you ever said he was black.
Well, no, there's a hadith that says if he who calls him Prophet Muhammad black should be put to death, but they argue that it, I don't know. I think they say that, you know, like
It's
for
black.
instance, what I found is black means black when it means black, and it doesn't mean black when it doesn't mean black, innit? Like, and
Because maybe black the way we think black.
oh no, yeah, it's never black the way you think black is, unless it is black the way that you mean black.
Bin bag black.
The black thing is really interesting because, like, you have to then go to the language, you know, of like what is black, and even in English, that's really interesting when you think about saying somebody has a black car, or you know, like it was.
Fair dues.
Because if you actually look at our skin complexion, we're ruddy. We're not black.
Exactly, and I feel it's only from when black was. This is the thing. Prior to Islam, not prior to Islam. Prior to Islamic slave trade, right? The term being black was not what people were using for themselves. They were describing in different ways of, like, you know, like
swarty, brown.
Yes.
Ruddy.
And who on this planet skin is actually black?
Nobody.
I wouldn't say nobody.
People in
I wouldn't say
Africa.
nobody.
Even the Sudanese isn't black.
I've seen people that I would say I don't think they would waste their time saying that this person was brown. I think they would like, yeah, this person's black. I think there's people black enough to warrant the title black.
I feel that they're more blue. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, but this is the thing that people were descriptive of those times.
Well,
That's what they used to say. Purple. It's not even blue. They used to say purple.
All right, go on.
I
No,
get that.
why you
Call
going
me-
like a cuss,
call me-
bro? Why you
call me
going
a
on like
fucking
cuss when I'm
eggplant.
saying something serious?
Call me a fucking eggplant, man. Already, I'm fucking mooly. You fucking
God.
mooly. You fucking mooly, yeah. You fucking eggplant. Yeah, go on, man. Careful, you know.
No, but it's true. And
Can't even talk, man.
they were so descriptive at those times. So if somebody was, blue black, they would be described as that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So-
you got to remember, Shani, some people see blue and black, some people see pink and yellow. Do you know what I mean? It depends on what you're looking at.
This guy's high.
But my question is, at what point in time did black?
Business covered.
At what point in time did blackness mean negative?
What point in time did blackness mean what?
A negative thing, like black hearts, like we said before, or darkness and this and that.
No, but this is where I think black people get too sensitive.
Because when you look at the creation story,
Okay, let's separate.
before
Let's separate the people from the word black, and let's get back to the Islamic slave trade, or not even that. Let's get back to the Islamic depictions of black. Yeah. Now, black obviously has some kind of what's a spiritual connotation or something. It's a metaphor for something, because when things are black, it's not really looking good. Like in the Quran. Well, I don't even know if it's the Quran or Hadith.
You need to bring something to me regarding that, to be honest with you.
Remember, there's a Hadith, yeah? Remember the black ants and the white ants? And the black ants would be destined to go to hell, and the white ants would be destined for Jannah, and right?
Yeah, okay.
We'll make men, and they will be like ants, and he'll make some black and some white.
See, I don't know about Hadith, yeah? Because you know me, I don't get into Hadith. But I know in the Quran, as much as they say white, they say black. As much as they say light, they say dark. So it's balanced. So I know that it's got a mathematical seal on it. So I know that they have balanced that Quranically out. But I don't know about that Hadith though.
But why does black, the word itself, have a negative thing? Because when you look at creation, before there was light, there was darkness. So
I think white supremacy or the people at B use that to their advantage and use the vocabulary of people to depict black as a negative or a bad thing, shall I say?
Does it have any connections to not being able to see at night?
But you can see at night. Your eyes should adjust. The only reason our eyes don't adjust is because we've got light everywhere. But we should be able to see at night. No,
I mean, like it kind of gives vibes of like, oh, I can't see very well as if it was light. Or is that the reason why blackness or darkness has a negative connotation, because of the fear aspects of that and how that induces fear, not being aware of what's going on or seeing anything clearly? Or
I think it could have a genuine reason without meaning anything though. Like seriously, like if you look at like the cold coming in, like darkness, like if you just look at it for what it is in nature, it's not the most positive time, is it? At night.
Okay, all right. But if you're in the desert, but wait a second. If you're in the desert, yeah, and it's gleaming hot, you are gonna pray for darkness, bro. That's what you're gonna pray for, bro. You're not gonna just want it. You're not just gonna
in that instance, you would
be begging on your knees for that shadow, looking for the nearest shadow, so you can just get some peace from the sun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So
it
depends on where you're looking. Do you know what I mean? And at the same time, in the winter, you're gonna be hoping to see that sun come out, so you can have a bit of, do you know what I mean? A bit of heat come towards you.
Yeah. But like I said, if people from Africa weren't calling themselves black, then black, that kind of darkness, that kind of black was never a bad thing until it was labeled.
Or was black given the term given to them?
Well, what did you ask? Mills?
I said, is black the name that they gave themselves, or was that a name given to them?
It can be argued still. It can be argued because some would say it's a name given to them, and others would say that they were naming themselves like, you know, the Black Land and Black this and rare,
Shakar.
and rare. So I don't know. Some people have argued the fact.
But then
I personally think that no, we didn't call ourselves.
But the only
black.
reason why you'd call yourself black is if there was a comparison to something lighter around you. But if you are what you are and we all look like that, then that's it. That's what it is. Like you wouldn't say black, would you? Unless there was
Well,
something
no.
lighter.
Well, we can't pretend that wouldn't have descriptive terms, and we can't pretend that we all looked the same. Because I'm not sure if that's ever the truth.
Exactly. So if there was different hues, then you would call one the light skin and one the darker skin in whatever language you were speaking, because it, like you said, it's descriptive.
We at least be able to have a language, some way of observing. Oh, a rich guy came through here. What did he look like? Oh, he was, I don't know.
Yes.
Same color as this tree or something. I don't know.
Yes, and that's exactly how they used to talk. And this is why they would. This is why we have hadith on color. If we do on any of anyone's color, it was usually in a descriptive way, not to say that the person was of superiority.
Okay, so then what about the hadiths? What about the hadiths about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him's face and armpits and legs and all that being his thighs and that being white? What was all that about?
Well, this is the thing. So I honestly, I couldn't tell you. If there's anything to do with race of somebody, then it's, I would say, contradictory to the Quran.
Have you heard it though? Have you heard of it?
I haven't.
His face is so white, and you haven't.
I can add one more. There's one more. There's
armpits.
Yeah,
when about he washed and when he washed his armpits were white, and like, his legs are so white or something. Like, I don't want to make that up.
We might be talking about the same one, but then also when you go into the room, you look for the whitest man. You'll see him. There was like a group of people. I'm dead serious.
No, it's in the diff. I've seen it myself.
I heard that.
I've heard that one. When you walked in the room, but then you've got so then here let's go to the Quran for this. So there's the surah in the Quran. The ayah in the Quran.
The raisin heads.
He's saying 3106. Quran 3106. So it says on the day of judgment. So on the day of judgment, faces will turn white and faces will turn black. As for those whose faces turn black, it will be said to them, "Did you disbelieve after you believed? Then taste the punishment for what you used to reject." So it's the non-believers' faces will be turning black on the day of judgment, and the others will be turning white, right? But then this is how we know it's not about race, because what if your face is black already? Do you know what I'm saying? Does it just continue to turn black?
So that's what I'm saying. There has to be a descriptive or poetic meaning of something becoming black.
Exactly. So
and what was the word used there when it says black? Because I know in the Hebrew there's a word black shakar, meaning literal black, as in charcoal black, and it's very rarely used to describe someone's skin color. If any, I've never seen it used to describe someone's skin color. There's a specific term for a dark skin complexion in Hebrew, in comparison to the color black.
Yeah.
So there's two terms.
So we know that the word black in Arabic is aswad, but this is iswadat that they use. They use the word iswadat. So I need to find out, like, obviously what iswadat is used for, because obviously it's not aswad, but it's a form of aswad because it's iswadat. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So obviously it's used for other things. But then if you actually think about what it's actually saying, it's saying that on the day of judgment, the faces the ones will turn white, and white is with happiness, and white is light.
Purity.
Well, this is the thing, it's about light. So obviously a lot of the time we say there's light in the faces of people that are good people, and that's what light is, white, right? So when it comes to that hadith about walking into the room and seeing the Prophet, you would, peace upon him, you would say that he had nur in his face, which nur is an Arabic word for light. So there's light in his face, and light is white. So even with this, so it's saying the dark faces will, the the disbeliever's faces will turn black, but the black is used obviously as, you know, grief, sadness, darkness. You know what I mean?
And it obviously can't be racial because there's going to be black believers anyway. So why would that be racial?
Exactly, about it turning white and black. This is why I would say that any hadith that kind of denotes anything to do with race, about superiority, is just disregard it. I really don't care if it's said to be Sahih, Muslim or Bukhari. If it is contradictory to what the Quran.
There's a lot of silly hadith. So
Doesn't
maybe
make
this is my question about the hadiths. It's like what do you use? What compass do you use to kind of say this is acceptable, this is not acceptable? Are you just relying on what the scholars are saying is acceptable, or is there some kind of personal reasoning or selections that are going on? Like, how is something reliable?
I don't think the hadith should hold any superiority to anything that you read or anything that you look into. I think you should hold everything to the same standard, because then otherwise you're holding a bias towards something, and then that means you're not looking at it from how should I say, clear intentions. Do you know what I mean?
That's sensible, but it's not a mainstream view, though. You know, that's sensible. I agree with you, but
you hold it to yourself. Do you know what I mean? And you should always read the book and understand that it was written by someone, and whatever that person's perception is what you're reading.
Okay, so the hadith. So we have to remember the hadith are narrations of what the Prophet did and said, peace be upon him, you know, and they're by his companions. Some hadiths are written by people that knew of him.
But if we're saying that, we got to take it serious. Then we can't say all of that and then disregard it.
No,
because people also give the whole argument about we can't understand the Quran without hadith. So we can't just disregard it and then pick it up and say, okay, this is something which we have to hold in high esteem. For instance, we can't understand the holy text without the hadith. We don't know how we should live, how, you know, it's the sunnah, basically, the hadith. That's what people say. So if we're now saying that we're ignoring the information in the hadith, it doesn't really make sense.
But that's the
thing. No, I'm not even saying ignore it. I'm saying, remember, you have to look at it from a perspective of not taking it as gospel.
This is the thing. So if we need to, I agree with you slightly, Mills, because the hadith aren't facts.
Who's causing the echoing?
I feel like,
yeah, I'll leave. I'll come back 1 sec.
I thought it was me.
Oh, is it me?
No. Oh yeah, it is you.
I can't hear no echoing.
No, not you, Mills. I mean, it's Shani doing it, I think.
I can't hear no echoing. What's going on? I don't know what you're like hearing.
1 second, let me talk. No, it's not me. It's not.
You just turned it off, Shani. It was you this whole time.
You
just turned it off, bro.
No, I didn't. I swear.
Why are you lying? Come on.
I didn't touch a single thing. I said 1 second, let me talk, and then it didn't do it. Yeah, this is the thing. So with hadith, yeah, like, well, I hear what you're saying. It's weird because what's the definition of fact? Actually, we need to figure out.
See, this is what happened.
So the reason why I asked the question, just to get back, is because okay, I guess another question would be: has Muhammad ever done anything bad?
No.
That's the reason why I asked that question previously, because when you look at all the other prophets in the Bible, all of their wrong deeds and all of their good deeds are mentioned and recorded in the scriptures. For example, David.
Zulu, sorry, 1 second, Zulu. So this is the thing. So you need to. It would be you're asking me, and I'm maybe being a bit facetious. I'm maybe not being. I'm genuine with my answer when I say no.
Well, he took his son's wife. That was kind of bad, wasn't it? You know, would that be on the scale of bad?
As being bad. That's the thing.
Because someone could make the argument. The reason why I'm saying that, Shani, is because someone could make the argument that only the hadiths are negative are the ones that say, or so only the hadiths that are not approved are the ones that say that he did bad things. But the ones that say he did good things are approved. That's kind of how some people may see it, because if
Oh no. Okay, but you gotta keep it right. So the hadith, this is how the hadith works, right? So the hadith is a chain of narration, right? So what the way that they make something sahih, which is, you know, like saying that it is correct, is truthful, is that they look at the people that were narrating the hadith. So would they look at whether or not the person was ever told a lie, if the person was trustworthy, so on and so forth. So these are like, so the character of that person, whatever they said, they would take it and be like, okay, if he said this about the prophet, then it's true. But also they would compare it to somebody else. So some chain of narrations, so some hadith have like 2 chains. You know, there's like two people have reported on the same thing, or maybe 3 people have reported on the same thing. Then they look, so the scholars obviously that brought all the hadith together and said, basically Bukhari and Muslim, those 2 scholars, they said, okay, this is Sahih because these X, Y, and Z people said this. They all said the same thing. That's a real hadith.
So it's like the Gospels, right? All the disciples is talking about the same events with Christ.
If they were there, exactly. If they were there and they witnessed it. And then the only way they were strong or weak would be based on the character of the person telling the story.
Okay, so are
you saying book-wise? Let me just ask you, just book-wise, are you saying all Bukhari we should forget about them?
No. I'm saying Bukhari he's one of, it was Bukhari and Muslim. They're the people that recorded and made the book of hadiths, if I'm correct in saying. So they're the ones.
Yeah, but you said Sahih Muslim, and then you said that's strong, and then you said Bukhari. Well, explain, what did you say?
If I said that, that was not what I meant. No, I'm saying, no, I'm not. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what I just said wrong.
I've heard before that there's a lot of problems in Bukhari. That's what I'm saying. So that
I'm not gonna. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not gonna say that because the hadith. There's a lot of hadith, right? So do you know what I'm saying? That I would have to honestly be somebody that memorized the hadith, and there are many people out there that have done it, that memorize every single hadith, and there are thousands. So yeah, like before I could say that Bukhari, for instance.
But nowhere in the hadith does it say this is a weak hadith. You have to admit that, right?
No. This is the thing. Bukhari and Muslim, those hadiths are not weak. But
anything. But this is what I'm saying. Everyone always makes it. Whenever you pick out something in the hadith, you get told there's strong hadith, there's weak hadith.
Yes.
But nowhere will you read it and it will say that to you. It will never say this is the weak hadith, or it will never say this is the strong hadith.
What I'm saying is Bukhari and Muslim. If it says Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, they are strong hadith. Anything else is weak hadith.
So can I ask a question? If there's any stories within the hadith that show that he did something bad or sinned, just like every other prophet, is that a reason for someone to say this is wrong? Is he able to sin?
So he was not a sinful person.
So he's never sinned ever.
I don't know his life like that, to be honest with you. I say that in the sense of I can't tell you, and the reason why I'm not even going to make judgment on it is because the information is information from other Muslims that might be biased. So do you know what I'm saying? So I can't because I don't know. But I would say based on the mannerisms and how he was and the hadith that he was free of sin.
But Shani, the reason I'm saying this, there's nothing wrong with saying a prophet sinned. For example,
no, I don't know he did though. That's that.
You don't know. If you don't know he did, that's fine. But the reason I'm asking is,
I don't know he did. I know more of that he didn't. So okay. I'm not gonna say he was a sinner because I don't know anything to show me that he was. So I'm not gonna say that. That's what I mean. So I don't know.
I understand what you're saying, because the reason why I'm asking that is because almost every single prophet in the scriptures who's been described as a righteous man has fallen. Mm-hmm. King David killed his best friend to sleep with his wife, but yet he's still called a man after God's own heart. Mm-hmm. So when you're telling me that he's never sinned and he's like sinless, that to me that sounds like Christ, because he's the only prophet or only you know, the Son of God, the being that is sinless in the scriptures. Everyone has sinned. So that's why when, you know, some of the hadiths may show some negative events, and then you say you cut it off. To me, it might sound like you're only cutting off the negative events and accepting the positive events.
Did you say Christ never sinned?
Yes.
Never.
Never.
He's never done no sin, nothing bad.
No. If he sinned, then his incarnation would be pointless. But that's the reason why I asked that question about him sinning.
I did his argument that he done something.
No, there's no example.
You know what, Zulu? So the thing is, with the Prophet peace be upon him, he lived 40 years before, you know, Islam was given to him. So he was a man prior to that, you know.
But there's nothing wrong with admitting that. That's what I was asking.
No, that's the thing. There's no admission here or anything, and because there isn't the information for me, that is why I can't say for it to be true. I've got too much information to say that he was a very good person, and with anything that would be bad would be contradictory to his character. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like me knowing my sister, yeah. Knowing my sister is a really good person. She's lovely. She's never done anything bad. I know her. I know only good things about her. But then other people are saying, "Oh well, she did this, she did that." It's like, well, if I don't know that to be true, how can I say that now this person is a sinner? Do you see what I'm saying?
But I understand what you're saying, Shannon. But when we're looking at a historical text talking about an event, usually a truthful event is unbiased. So if someone is described as being all perfect and having no fallibility, being a human, 100% human, we're not talking about Christ here, who wasn't born from a man. We're talking about a prophet, a human, with no fallibility. To me, that shows that somewhere down the line, the information has been steered towards only presenting him in a positive light. Because if there was even one thing he did bad, then I'd be like, okay, this is more historical, more truthful, because he's human. And just because he did something bad, it wouldn't make him a false prophet or anything. But because, like, I guess there's no information, or I haven't seen any information, it can seem like it's being made, like, especially with some of the deeps not being accepted that show some bad events that may or may not be true. It just kind of shows that there's a steering towards a certain image, rather than maybe like King David or Samson, who all did terrible things. You know what I'm trying to say? But we still respect them. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do.
Samson did terrible things. There's many prophets. Moses, for example. That's why he wasn't able to see the promised land, because he sinned. They've all done terrible things.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just quickly checking something because I just wanted to make a point. That's why I was just going a bit quiet. Sorry.
That's all right.
But yeah, I'm still checking. I'm gonna try and check still. But
I do know that they did say that when the Prophet peace be upon him, when he was younger, was it Jibril? He saw Jibril and he come and took. Was it the? I don't want to misquote. Was it the last bit of badness out of his heart or something like that when he was young?
Is there stories about him when he was young?
Having his heart taken, like a piece of his heart taken out.
Yeah, I've heard about.
Is that literal or is that metaphorical?
It was literal, peace upon him. So after, we need to find the actual. So apparently, Angel Jibril came down, and Islam came down and took a piece of his heart when he was a boy, and then he just had a scar on his chest. I wish somebody like really knew it, because then they could tell you it.
Well, I just remember hearing about it. I don't remember the exact dial. You know what? My laptop just went down.
Are you?
I'd love to share.
So the thing is, so I just wanted to.
I mean, I can do some research on it because I haven't looked into it too much myself. But
I know the story, but I'd have to, really get the story again. I years ago, is when I came across the story. Actually, last year, I think, and I just, I wanted to say, like, so we're talking about whether or not things are bad and things are good, that the prophets, peace be upon them, did. So there is
why do we always look at? All right, we know how the prophets behaved and everything, yeah. But why are we sitting there like all well and good, yeah? All well and good, you can scrutinize the messenger as much as you want. But why do we always sit there and just constantly like? Why don't we just analyze the message? Do you know what I mean? See what the message is saying. Yeah, you can clearly see that the message is telling the difference between the conscious and the subconscious. Do you know what I mean? Let's not. So you can go into higher consciousness. Do you know what I mean? Be one with nature. Be one with everyone around you. Do you know what I mean? No other religion is saying the different thing. Why are we always concentrating? We're sitting there arguing about, no, the messengers, did he sin? Did he not? Did he do this or did he not? Do you know what I mean? Why aren't we just sitting there saying, yo, what?
Because it's important to understand the individual as well as the message. The message is important because it's the message that touches you first, but you have to understand the individual who's delivering the message and understand, how they receive that message. That's why I asked that question about, has he ever sinned? Because all the prophets in the scriptures who are righteous men, described as men of God, have sinned, some greatly. So for her to say that she sinned, obviously she said she doesn't know, which is fine. But I'm just going to use that. She said that he's sinless, but only Yeshua is sinless, according to the Hebrew text. So is he likened unto Yeshua, the Son of God?
He's a prophet, but I believe the Son of. I don't believe there is a Son of God. I believe that Jesus is a prophet. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely regard Jesus's miracles and the fact that he in himself was a completely different being to every other human being born and so on and so forth. So I take that obviously into account, but we already know that we don't see Jesus and Islam as the same.
Does Jesus have a father?
No.
Okay.
But it's okay for Jesus not to have a father, though, right?
Nah, I'm not saying it's not okay. I just asked the question.
Yeah, no, but even that,
does Muhammad have a father?
Yes, he does, because he's a human.
Jesus is not human.
No, I'm saying he was born from two humans, yeah. Whereas Jesus was he had life blown into Mary. Peace be upon her. Allah be happy with her and peace be upon her. So it's like.
So why wasn't Jesus born the natural way?
Because he's special.
Oh, so he's special. In what way is he special?
Because he's a miracle. And in the time of Jesus, peace be upon him, there was miracles, and the miracles were given to the people of that time. And Jesus was a miracle.
So if Jesus was born in a special way and he was a miracle and he doesn't have a father, and he's not quite the same as other humans because of that, what does that mean then for him and his status in your belief? What does that? Where do you rank Jesus in your belief?
Jesus
knowing all of this,
Jesus is high. He's ranked very high.
To the point to where he's coming back in your text as well.
Yes, he's coming back. He's coming back to confirm everything that had happened.
So would it be far-fetched to say that he would be the highest ranked in your system, maybe?
I think saying that Jesus is the highest ranked would be perfectly fine to do so. I think it would be perfectly fine. And the reason why I say that is because, within this, I think a lot of Muslims are too scared to say so, if I'm being honest with you. This is just my opinion, okay? So
okay.
Alone, I'm not talking to any other Muslims, but I just feel like when it comes to Islam, we're told that the books prior to us are the word of God, right? So the books prior to us are the word of God, and the prophets are all our prophets, and the messengers are all our messengers. And we're told in the Quran we're to follow the messengers, right? The messengers of God. And Muhammad, peace upon him, was not the only messenger of God. So we know that we're to follow other messengers of God. I feel like many Muslims are too scared to kind of go there, because then it kind of they're just not comfortable, I feel.
Well, Shani, have you heard the story of when
They're
Muhammad goes
too
up and
comfortable. They're too comfortable around their own parameters that they're closed-minded to the fact that they don't want to open their mind to
Yeah.
that the other books can be right as well.
Well,
And
yes. And the thing
you
is,
should study other books.
well, this the thing is the corruption of the other books, and a lot of Muslims just leave it to scholars, because we're aware that we have scholars, and we're told that we have scholars, and people dedicate their lives to the deen. And the thing is,
yeah, but
yeah, these people are
specifically, you were talking about prophets.
Not disrespect. Sorry, Sean, to cut. Not disrespect as well. We got to realize as well that this lie that everyone's saying that was the most cleverest that we've ever been in the whole of history until now. Do you know what I mean? That we're the most. We might be technologically advanced, but as humans, we're probably the shittest we've ever been. We're probably being our attention span is gone down to the same as goldfish. Do you know what I mean? Not just that, your thought process, the amount that we move, the shit that we do, it's all getting cut down. And then now you're relying on these sort of people to go and now tell you what to believe. This is madness.
It's a good point.
no, well, this is the thing.
Yeah.
They're not.
I'm not talking about religion in general. Do you know what I mean? And just looking at it from, oh man, no, you're going, Shani.
Oh, no, I was saying, like, on a religious point of view, like, the thing is, I'm not somebody that, like, relies completely on the scholars. I mean, I've obviously have done to a certain extent, because the hadith is one made from scholars, right? It took learned people to gather all the right ones. So straight away, we as Muslims are, taken from scholars, and the same as Christians as well. A lot of the books is comprised by scholars so that you can understand it better, and so on and so forth. So we do need them in that sense to help us, but it doesn't mean that we're unable to, be scholars ourselves. And that's one thing that
But the difference, Shani, is there's no hadiths in the Torah and the Tanakh and in the Gospels. It's just the scriptures.
So, but the Quran is the scripture.
Now I'm saying, like, there's no additional texts.
But the Quran,
There's no hadith, basically. There's
no
a difference.
hadith. It's just the scripture.
The what's it called? We were comparing the hadiths to something else of
That's not true.
of the
Talmud.
Jews.
Give me an example. Oh, you mean the Talmud? Yeah, but those are not
No,
really.
not the Talmud. I was saying that the book of
Barnabas,
and all them other books.
but those weren't even canonical in the Second Temple period by the Jews themselves.
Yeah, just I wanted to, with Shani, with what you said about the prophets and how can we hold Jesus and say he's the highest. Have you heard that story when Muhammad goes up? I don't know if it's to the heavens or where he goes.
And he speaks to God and asks his wajid to pray. Yeah,
and he leads the prayer. And you've got and the way they name it, they're like, you got Noah, you have Adam, and they're like, you lead the prayer, Muhammad, and like he's the head. And that story for me, I just find unbelievable. So out of all the prophets, every single one from the first to like big ones like Noah, everyone, Abraham, he is the top man. And I just think
but then again, I don't know whether or not there is levels of being the top. I do, however, know and understand that each prophet had their roles, right? So in a sense, it could be rather his role than seen as he's the head. Does that make sense?
Or you could see characteristics or the characteristics of a prophet. Do you know what I mean? I know there was
strongest ones.
Just basically, I don't want to say powers. Do you know what I mean? Just say what were their strengths or what were their miracles, or do you know what I mean?
Everything they had was given to them by the Most High, Mill. So
there's clearly lesser prophets and there's clearly higher prophets.
But you've got.
So are we not breathing now because of the Most High?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got people like Adam there. You know what I mean? The first.
Well, this is the thing.
Like all the
There's
stories around
This
that,
is the thing.
and
Adam's
you're
not even a
telling me
prophet.
my
We're
man is
calling
doing
people
more out
prophets
of
that are
everything.
not prophets. That's the
this.
thing.
I was going to say, like, yeah, we're talking more so of people with the message, right? Because all messengers are prophets, but not all prophets are messengers.
All messengers were prophets, but not all.
Yeah.
Prophets and messengers.
No,
So,
you can't be a prophet if you're not a messenger. Like
No.
no,
No,
the only, but this is another thing I want to ask. Why is it in your system everyone's a prophet, but
No, I'm saying-
in the Hebrew system, it's people that come with a message that actually come with a message are prophets.
no, I'm telling you, all messengers are prophets, but not all prophets are messengers.
All messages of no.
Yeah, so that basically
You
means
can't, but it's synonymous. A messenger and a prophet is synonymous, Shani. You can't be a prophet and not come with a message.
no. This is the thing. There's the message. The messengers. So in Islam, messengers are people that bring doctrine, that actually speak to the Most High, and they have doctrine. But other people are prophets that obviously are there with prophecies, and they can come to other people and whatever and spread the message and so on and so forth. But not all prophets are messengers. They don't have doctrine.
But a prophet is someone who comes with a prophecy. A prophecy is a message of something that is to come.
They're not messengers.
Is that your belief, or is that just the?
No, that's the belief, and like so
Okay, that's okay.
we have to go on what a messenger is. Yeah, that's why I'm saying like all prophets. Okay, messenger versus prophet. Let's just have a quick look at the difference.
It's exactly the same.
No. So, what is the difference between prophet and messenger? 1 second.
So, prophet is simply someone who comes and prophesies something to come to pass.
Okay, so the messenger, yeah, is somebody that brings a sharia, so brings a law, brings like a book. That's what I'm saying. That's what I just said. And then
So, wouldn't you say that's a lawgiver?
yeah, but how many lawgivers were there? And then also look at how many prophets there were that didn't come with a law, didn't come with a book, didn't come. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why I say every messenger is a prophet, but not every prophet is a messenger, because there's been thousands of prophets from all time in all lands.
I don't know about thousands.
Okay, maybe you don't want to say thousands, but there is thousands. Well, Islamically, we know there's thousands, but then there's only been how many? Like, I need to count how many messengers actually been, and people that have brought a message. But yeah, Mills. Who said hello?
I think it was. Did those thousands of messages come in the name of the Most High, or did they come in their own version of the Most High?
They were prophets. Listen, bruv.
Hey, I'm sharp tonight. Listen, Shani, it's the Shabbat. It's the Shabbat, and I'm sharp tonight. I'm telling you, I'm sharp tonight.
I don't know. Right, so wait, there's 6 messengers, right? There's one. Whoa. No, sorry, there's not 6. I'll have to count. 1 second. I have to figure it out.
Because in the scriptures, there's a criteria in Leviticus for someone who is a prophet. They have to, number 1, come in the name of the God of Jacob. Number 2, when they prophesy, it must come to pass. And number 3, it must be amongst the brethren. So for someone to become a prophet, they can't just say, I believe in God. Which God? They can't just say, I believe in the Most High. What's the name of the Most High? You know what I mean? So when you say there's thousands of prophets, I know you're not talking about the Hebrew lineage, because there's thousands of prophets in the Hebrew lineage.
Okay.
So who are these other prophets? Who are these other messages that are being included? And which God did they represent? Because God came to the children of Israel, and He revealed His name to them.
I know you're talking, but I'm just reading, so I'm sorry.
I know, that's fine. That's fine. I know. I understand.
Only because I want to give you the answer, isn't it? Because I don't really like. I know what I know, but I also it's good for me because I haven't looked too deep into it. I just kind of like, okay, that's what it means, and then that's it.
I understand what you mean, because sometimes I have to search something up as well. I don't remember everything.
So I just want to find out the criteria of. So I found something, but I don't know if I'm going by this. It's saying, what's the criteria for your belief in him? Oh, that's for your belief in him. Okay. What is the criteria of a true prophet? The evidence for his claim, consistency in his teachings about God, afterlife, and similar issues of belief, similarity to the teachings of earlier prophets, integrity, must be a man of high morals. But that doesn't seem, this doesn't seem like the right information, to be honest with you.
Is that passage in the Quran where it says there's thousands of messages? Or was that hadith?
You know what? There is. You know what? To be honest with you, I like when I'm reading Quran, because what I do is I'll like make notes, but then I'll just completely forget about them and never go back. Yeah, and then just read it again.
Do you use the app, or do you just read the book?
I got the book. I use the app for convenience, but yeah, I've got the Quran. I've got a few Qurans actually, but I use the app mainly for convenience, because you know you can easily just skip to where you want to go, especially if you want to research something. But
because I know some people, they use the colored pens and stuff on the Bible. I can't do it. It kind of I have a bit of a respect kind of thing.
I don't draw. No, don't. No, that's
I can't bring myself to do it.
It's on the app that I make notes. That's what I'm saying, and then I just forget to go back to them. I've got like highlighted verses. I've got checked verses, and I'm a bit.
Because sometimes when you're in debate and they're saying, "Show me where this and this says this about this and this," if you have color coded things like that, it really helps. I've noticed that, and you start to remember it as well.
That's what I'm saying. I'm genuinely lacking with note taking, like really and truly. I just, the way that my app like lets me allow to save notes. So I'll save like an ayah, for instance, but I don't know why I saved it, because I didn't write a note as to why. Do you know what I mean? So but when I'm reading, obviously I save this and whatever. I say, oh, I'm going to come back to that, because maybe I want to look it up, or maybe it's something that I want to tell somebody and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm really bad at taking notes. But anyway, back to what you were saying.
If you can't find it now, it's not that big of a deal. I just wanted to for the discussion.
Yeah, the difference between what makes a prophet and the difference between the prophets. You know what? Let's get back to that. I know I'm going to speak to you again about this, Stevie. So let's go back. Inshallah. Yeah, and at least give me time to have a look at that and find it.
Is there like a specific criteria, just like in the book of Leviticus, about what a prophet should be like? Like, is there like a list, or like this is how you identify someone as a good prophet and a false prophet? Is there anything like that in the Quran?
Well, that's what I was just looking at. I just put it up and I just closed it. And that seemed to have some verses of Quran to back it up. Sorry. Prophet. What did I write?
Because there's many people claiming, even today, in recent history, you got the Mormons, you know what I mean? There's all sorts of people claiming this and that. There also has to be some sort of consistency with the previous prophets as well.
Yeah.
So there's a huge list in the book of Leviticus about what a prophet should be like. So.
Yeah, I have to that's not okay.
So obviously Samson, he was a prophet, right?
No, he was a judge.
No?
He was a judge of Israel. He wasn't a prophet.
Because I was gonna say he lived kind of a horrific life.
Most of them did. Moses,
Yeah.
for example, when I read the story, I did this on Bible study recently. There was a story where they were in the wilderness and the Israelites were complaining as usual. We need water. We need this. Why we should have just left this in Egypt? And God told him, talk to the rock. And instead of talking to the rock, he smashed the rock, and water came out. And because he disobeyed God, because up until then he's always obeyed God, because he's the leader. If the leader is not in the right, then it's all a mess. So God was like, because you've disobeyed me, you will not be able to see the promised land. Yeah. So all of those people didn't make it. Only their descendants made it to the promised land, but Moses also didn't make it to the promised land. So there's many examples, and Moses is a really, really big figure, as you know, but he sinned.
Yeah.
All of them sinned. That's why I asked about the Muhammad earlier, because obviously they revere him. So I wanted to know, has he made any errors in his life at all, or is he completely sinless? Because to me, all the prophets, even the greatest ones, have sinned greatly.
Have you seen?
David was a prophet.
Obviously, if you like Moses, you said Moses. Have you seen that?
What about when he went to war?
Who?
The prophet, peace be upon him. Or would he just watch from the side?
Well, I mean, if it's a righteous war, if it's to defend, I wouldn't call that evil. I wouldn't call going to war evil. I don't think going to war is evil, or bad or wrong. I think defending
in the name of justice is okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Joshua went to war with the Canaan. David went to war with the Philistines. Going to war isn't bad. I'm talking about maybe lying, maybe disobeying, not doing what God wanted him to do, doing the wrong thing, adultery, fornication, any sort of sin like that.
Bro, you got to remember that at that time, they had multiple wives, so I don't think adultery was necessary. Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't mean polygamy. Polygamy is not sin. I'm talking about like other things like
polygamy is around. There's not really a need for adultery, is there?
Let me ask a quick question. Julie, do you still think that prophets can be born?
Maybe.
Yo, Zulu, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you still think prophets can be born today, Zulu?
Yes.
And what criteria would need to be met for you to believe this person was a prophet?
If they fulfill the criteria mentioned in the Bible, in the Old Testament, meaning they come in the name of God, not the Most High or God, but they say, I come in the name of Yah, the Most High, the I am. Yeah. And another criteria is that they're consistent with the previous prophets. And then another criteria is that when they prophesy, it must come to pass. And if it doesn't come to pass, they should be stoned, or they should be killed.
Okay.
Or whatever.
Now, wait, now. So here's the issue now, that with Noah's prophecy, you wouldn't know it came to pass until you was dead.
Noah.
Yeah. His prophecy of the flood, there'd be no one to verify that the flood, that he was right.
That criteria was established after. This is the law of Moses when this criteria was established. But even if that was established prior to that, the people weren't accepting his message anyway. They were mocking him. They were laughing him when he was telling him. Even when there was rain, people still weren't believing, because it didn't rain in that area for a while. So when it rained, even people were still like, nah. So they had all the time to change their mind and say, nah, he might be telling the truth.
Yeah, but what was the evidence? Did Noah give compounding evidence that what he was saying was true?
I mean, he was building the boat for
yeah, that's
years.
fair enough, but that's not enough for the whole world to know that what he's saying is true. I want to know how his story his warning even reached the whole world, or was it not for everyone? Was it just for that?
Was the whole world populated?
Was the whole world populated?
That's the question. Because remember, I'm talking about a localized population. I'm not talking about the expanse that we see today, because this is prior continental drift.
So, do you think the whole world was flooded, or just the locality?
Well, I believe the whole world was flooded, but people were in one location anyway. It wasn't the expanse.
What purpose would you flood the whole world if it wasn't inhabited?
Because it's the corruption. Well, when we're saying the whole world, the continents went as they are now. It's not like
the whole world was not inhabited. There would be no need to flood any areas that weren't inhabited. The fact that you say the whole world was flooded makes me feel like there's a possibility that the whole world was inhabited.
No, but the continents that we see today weren't the same as the continents that were there at his time. So even if the whole world was flooded, there could have been one landmass. in that whole world that's flooded.
Oh,
Amongst the ones around it.
you think Noah lived on Pangea?
I don't know if it looks like exactly how they're saying and whatever or the sizes, but I would assume that based on scientific evidence that the continents drift, and we see that today when you put them together, they match up. So there's obviously evidence that the continents drifted, and obviously you can see the tectonic plates as well. And biblically, there's passages in Genesis 10 that talk about the separation of the land and stuff like that. So we know that these things happened. But yeah, it wasn't like there were people in India, people all over the world, and then boom, the flood just came and wiped them out. It was, let's not forget, this is from Adam's descendants, like in a location. They haven't expanded across the world yet. Because remember, the Tower of Babel was when you saw a real expanse to the extent we see today. That's when you started to see a major expanse. But before that, people were in a localized area amongst each other. It wasn't the expanse we see today.
But Genesis doesn't really say that, does it? It says that
it does say that.
Take dominion over the world, expand and multiply. That's what it says. Does it not?
But we know they did. We know they didn't do that because in the Tower of Babel, they were all trying to stay in one place.
Well, everyone.
Okay,
did,
but we
everyone?
also know if you're going by that.
Hold on. Is that everyone that's alive on Earth was involved in the Tower of Babel, or were people already in other places?
King Nimrod, everyone worshipped King Nimrod. They all worshipped him. He was the king of Egypt, Babylon, all that area. They all went to the ziggurats, the temples. They all worshipped him. They all went to the Tower of Babel. Everyone was in that area.
Yeah, so but why don't you read Genesis and you'll see that they were all over the planet.
America was empty. Antarctic was empty. Australia was empty. Europe was empty.
Yes.
Polynesia was empty. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because Asia
was empty.
Yes, the Olmecs came from Africa.
Asia was empty.
Okay. I'm gonna have to cut him. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it." Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it says.
Yeah. What's your problem?
Yeah. Fill the earth and subdue it.
Okay.
You know your Bible. And I'm Bible.
The land, they would be on land, right? When they're doing all this, right? So what's the formation of the land when they say the whole earth?
What are you trying to say?
You're looking at the continents, how you see it today when you're saying, oh, so there should be someone all the way over there in India, all the way over there. I'm telling you that there was a continental drift. So it was all in one area anyway. You only
Even if it was one area, it would be a huge landmass.
That's a theory, but what are you basing that on?
You only start to see the continents happening after the deluge. That's when you start after the deluge. That's when you start to see continents forming. I would even argue that it's possible that maybe the flood caused, or partly caused the separation of the continents.
Okay.
Which is why after the Tower of Babel they're able to separate. So there must be continents during that time, which is way after the flood. It all adds up when you connect the dots. But I understand what you're asking. But yeah, there were not people in other countries while the flood came. Like it was all in one area where the people were, because there wasn't that many people anyway, because it was close to Adam and the first man anyway by that time. So there wasn't many people on the planet at that time anyway, compared to there are now.
Zula, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So just one more time, say what so Jeddah asked you, do you believe prophets still can be born?
Yeah.
And you said yeah, and then you asked you the criteria. So just quickly say the criteria one more time.
The criteria is they have to come in the name of the Lord, and they have to prophesy something that comes to pass.
Okay.
And what was the third one again? Prophesy something that comes to pass.
The likeness of other prophets.
They have to be consistent with all the other prophets before them. They can't say anything contradictory to the ones before them.
So, do you believe that Muhammad, peace upon him, was a prophet?
No.
Why would you? Why? That's not what I mean.
Because the nature of the Lord, as described in the Quran, revealed by Prophet Muhammad, is not it's contradictory to the nature of the Lord as described in the scriptures. for example, the nature of the Lord in the scriptures. This is just a basic example. The nature of the Lord in the scripture and the Holy Scriptures just begets, has children. We are described as gods. We are described as children of the Most High. We are described as sons of gods, daughters of gods. Angels are described as sons of God. So the idea that God cannot beget already, for me, is like, okay, that's not biblical. That's not consistent. There's many other examples. For example, according to the prophecy or the scriptures in the Quran, they say that Jesus was not crucified. Clearly, we know historically and clearly we know scripturally that there was a crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth or Yeshua of Nazareth. It's very.
But that's not what Muslims don't believe in. They believe that he was crucified, but he didn't die on the cross.
But that's the whole point. He did die on the cross.
But they don't believe that he did die on the cross. So
yeah.
That's the difference. But also, so in the Torah, for instance, does it talk about God having sons?
Yes. In the book of Genesis, it talks about the Nephilim. It talks about the sons of God coming down and looking upon the daughters of men. So clearly, that's another first passage where he's described as the son of God. Adam is described as the son of God in Genesis 10 when it talks about the genealogies of man. It says that God made Adam in his image, then Adam begot so and so, then so and so begot so and so. You know the genealogies. So even within the first 5 books, all over the place, God is calling humanity his children, his sons. Somebody even claim, like I would, that we descend from God, like God is our actual descendant. When I say son, I'm not saying that God made us through human means, but we are begotten of him in the sense that we have no father but God when you trace us back to our origin.
Yeah. So, obviously, in the Quran, we're given, stories of prophets. And with that, it's not, we're told to refer to, the scriptures beforehand, because the scriptures beforehand obviously have more information about certain things. And we're told to follow the message of the messengers, right? The messengers. So this is why people say you can't be a Quranist, because even in the Quran it tells you to follow the message, and then for Muslims the message is obviously Hadith, right? But it should really also be the message of the prophets before them as well, before the Prophet Muhammad peace upon him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and another issue for me in terms of the two scriptures, there's a clear result of salvation. There's a clear path of salvation, how to be saved, and there's a clear, animal sacrifice history when it comes to the Israelites. Whereas when we look into the Quranic stories, there are some stories of animal sacrifices, but they're not really explained. And to me, it seems like maybe that part of it wasn't expressed, like to why they're doing it. Because if you actually look in the Hebrew text, the reason why they were doing animal sacrifices goes back all the way to Genesis, when Adam and Eve fell.
This is the thing. So you're not only using the Bible, you're using the Torah for backing of your Bible, right?
No, but the Torah is the Bible. We take the whole scriptures.
This is what I'm saying. So Muslims are told to take all the scriptures. So this is the thing.
But some of them are corrupted, no?
But this is only. What is wrong with my mic or something? It's really annoying. Sorry. Can anyone else hear that?
Yeah, but it's not that bad.
Oh, it's annoying me. So basically, we're told that it is that Muhammad is the seal of the deen, right? The deen is from the start to the finish. He is the seal. There is going to be no more messages. There's no more prophets coming. We're going to Jesus alayhi salam is going to come back, and he's going to confirm the message and so on and so forth. And then obviously then we've got the end of times and whatever comes after that, right? So as a Muslim, if you're understanding the deen, you should know that obviously it's all there for you. So the Bible and the Torah is scriptures that you should be going to. The same way that you're saying the Torah is the Bible, right? So really and truly, a Jewish person will look at the Bible and be like, no, the Bible doesn't agree with the things that we're saying. But you as a Christian are saying, well, it does, because it's additional, it's all one. And this is what I'm saying.
Jesus was an Israelite, was a Jew. The people that wrote the New Testament were Israelites. The people that wrote the Quran were not Israelites. So it's not the same argument. I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say the people before us don't accept what we're now saying. But I understand that point perfectly. I get you, sister. But the people that wrote that New Testament were Israelites. It wasn't different bloodlines or different people claiming something. And another thing I want to ask as well, which goes back to the reason why I asked you about the animal sacrifice, because when you actually look at the story of redemption and the path to purity and salvation, blood seems to be a common theme when you look at the scriptures. The blood of the sacrifice of the animal, the sacrifice of the lamb. So when you look at the Quranic explanation, there doesn't seem to be an explanation to why Abraham was, for example, was doing this. All these people were doing this. But when you look at the older scriptures, the text, it tells you the reason to why blood is required in these sacrifices.
But the reason for that, Julie, is because we're told that this is like, it's like getting a volume of books, yeah? Volume 1, 2, and 3. If we're reading volume 3, yeah, we're going to have information that's like backing up volume 1 and 2. But volume 3 doesn't stand by itself. It has to, we're told volume 1 and 2 is a collection of books. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a collection. You can't read the end Harry Potter film, even though you know what I'm saying? Not Harry Potter, but do you understand what I mean? Like you've got a film series. You can watch the end one, yeah, but to really grasp the whole thing, you're gonna have to watch 1 and 2 and 3. To
But
really,
in a film series,
you're
you're
saying,
not
Charlie, but
told
then
that volume 1 and 2 is corrupt. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Sham. I was going to say that.
But Sham, this is the thing. So you need to remember that the Quran obviously was revealed 1400 years ago, yeah? 1441 years ago, I think it is, right? And it was just this year, we had a new year, just recently, that last month. Anyway, I digress. But the point I'm making is, it came before there was corruption, yeah, little bits of corruption for kings and queens and so on and so forth. Like way back in the day, yeah, there was a bit of corruption, not kings and queens, emperors and stuff like that. There was a bit of corruption of the deen being Christianity or whatever, you know, what was revealed by Jesus alayhi salam. There was a bit of corruption. But also, because it's from the Most High is telling you that there's corruption there. And the Quran doesn't stand just for that one time. It's talking about all the time. So it's saying that the book of the Bible and the Torah are going to be, it's saying there's corrupted, because at all times that will be true. And in fact, because we know, even in this day and age, only 500 years ago was there major changes to the biblical scriptures. And we had.
But explain to me how you've got a complete religion then. How do you have a complete religion if the past books are corrupted, and you're saying the Quran is the be all and end all? But I tell you what the problem is. You see, you could read up and they'll mention like a few prophets, like take like Noah. You know, someone mentioned it the other day. There's no information in the Quran, like so. How can you learn or know anything
go to the Bible
about these prophets if there's no information?
But I'm saying it's 1, 2, and 3.
All I'm trying to say, just quickly, you can't use the Quran by itself, and you're saying the books before it are corrupted. That leaves you in a tricky position.
But you're not understanding what I'm saying. Sorry. So the thing is, the original books are not corrupted. If we're going to have the original, we're going to use the original. They're not corrupted. If it's nothing that.
Yeah, but no one has them. They're not on this planet. Where are the originals in that case, then?
There's originals.
There are
originals. There are originals, but there's people that.
The Christians
Sham, do you know what it is though? Even the verses that they say 100% are verified. For example, like the Book of Psalms. There's some shaky things in the Book of Psalms according to their beliefs. For example, David is talking about God, saying the God of my God. You know what I mean? And there's also verses of Christ mentioned in there. You know, for example, my nails and my feet were pierced before me. There's so much messianic prophecies and so much Christian stuff even in the Old Testament. So for you to accept some of them, even the ones you do accept, still kind of prove our point. So to say that, yeah.
Was Julius Caesar before or after Jesus alayhi salam?
During the same time.
During the same time. Julius Caesar.
Gift to Caesar was during the same time, yeah.
Was it? No,
Yeah,
this
he
is why I'm
sent
asking.
out Pontius Pilates
Because
or whatever his name is.
Pontius Pilate was
Yeah.
sent there by Caesar, so it was definitely the same time.
I was wondering that because of give on to Caesar what is
Caesar
due.
was Caesar's, exactly. They wouldn't have
Yeah.
Caesar's face on a coin if he was an emperor.
Well, this is the thing. I was wondering whether or not that was after, putting after or not. But
No.
but what the point that I'm trying to make is that the reason how I would see the Torah and the Bible being corrupt is because the Talmud, for instance, is corrupt.
Of course,
Completely.
corrupt.
Some of the stuff is corrupt,
It's
and
demonic.
then you've got. It is. I saw some oh gosh, I don't even want to repeat. It just doesn't make no sense. But anyway, and the thing is, I don't really want to talk on it either because I'm just like, what the hell is this? Like,
You saw what they said about Jesus in it, and all the other stuff.
The bit I saw is about. I'm so sorry. Like talking at the same time. The bit I saw was about like children having sex with
little children, the goyim.
Yeah, mad, crazy, weird.
They said Jesus was an Egyptian sorcerer. It just says it's a bunch of rubbish in that book, man. But this is what I'm saying. There's many books like that. The Book of Enoch, like a lot of these books, they have just a lot of rubbish in them.
But
Sean, if you were to claim that the corruption, those are the examples of corruption. But the Torah and the Tanakh are not example of corruption.
But this is the thing. Who said the Most High wasn't saying that? And this is where I think a lot of Muslims go wrong because they're too scared to they read that, right? So and other things in the Quran you can read and you can go, okay, cool. Well, this means that, and that could actually mean that, and it looks like it means this, and blah blah blah. But when it comes to that verse about the Quran and the Torah and the Bible or whatever being corrupt, it's like, okay, cool. So we shouldn't touch any of them. We shouldn't read any of them. But then, if you think about it, the Quran is for all time, so it can make sense in all time. So even in this time, we know the Bible has been corrupted. It doesn't mean that the Bible and all Bibles that exist at this moment in time are wrong. It means there's corruption there. The same with the Torah. It's the Most High.
Why would God allow His word to be corrupted?
Sorry?
Why would God allow His word to be corrupted?
Because it's not. I don't think it's a case of He allowed it to be corrupted. There's just corruption within it. So this is why it doesn't. Okay, look how it contradicts itself. Why would God stay in the Quran, follow the books before the Torah and the Injil, right? The Torah and the Bible or whatever. And then also in the Quran, it says the Torah and the Bible have corruption. So why that's contradiction right there to itself. If it meant not to touch, it's contradiction if it meant that you weren't to look at them full stop. Because it would say, don't go near them, they're corrupted, blah, blah, blah.
But if it was something to go back to, wouldn't they say very clearly which sections are corrupted?
I don't know, because the Most High doesn't really always give such detailed explanations on things like that.
I mean, it's a big deal though to say something's corrupted, but then say you can still go to it. Surely you'd make it clear for them, like, okay, you go here, you go there.
But but this is the thing. You find things that are corrupt yourself, right? Like this is the thing. The Bible didn't tell you that the Talmud or whatever, or there's going to be corruption there, or does it?
God says He'll preserve His word. Nothing in the word. Even in the Book of Revelation. In the Book of Revelation, it says, "If any word be added or taken away, may all the curses in this book be upon him." So God promises that His word will be preserved.
It's going to curse the people, but does it mean that there wasn't stuff added and taken away? We know there was stuff added.
I mean, there's versions of the Bible today that are definitely not truthful, like the NIV. There's many versions, but we've still got the KJV. We've still got the manuscripts. We've still got, and they say the same thing. They all say the same thing.
But this is the thing. You just made a point in saying that God said that whoever takes, away and adds to this, they will be cursed. Okay, and that's fine. And obviously, the curse comes on the day of judgment and thereafter, right? Or who knows? It might have come in their lifetime. They might have died early, or they might have had really bad things happen to them. Who knows? Yeah. Or their family might also feel the curse. Who knows? Allahu alam. only God knows as to what that really means. However, what I'm saying is that it doesn't mean that you are physically unable to do so, right? Whereas with
But will it succeed, Shani?
no, and it hasn't. And this is why. But this is why there's a free volume of the deen. The religion is a free volume religion. It doesn't stand alone on one. It's not the Quran. It's not by itself. The
Yeah,
Bible
but the problem is, you know how you're saying parts of the Bible. You can't really say parts of the Bible because the whole sort of like major differences in the religion. Like take for instance Jesus dying on the cross and stuff like that. If you're saying something totally different, how can you now say that it's been corrupted? It's been more than corrupted. You must be talking about a different book.
I'll give you another example, one quickly before you respond, Shani. If you look up, for example, the famous story, we all know this, the Exodus, the 10 plagues in Egypt. In the Bible, the 9th plague is the angel of death that kills all the firstborn in Egypt. In the Quran, that story is that part of the 10 plagues is not mentioned. There's only 9 plagues mentioned. And a lot of people are saying, and including myself, is there's a reason to why the 9th may have been taken out. Because when you actually look at what happened in the 9th plague, Moses was told by God that the blood of the lamb must be put on the door. And obviously we know that's a symbology and a foretelling of Yeshua's blood and the blood of the lamb. We always see this a common theme within the scriptures. So I find it ironic how that part was not mentioned in the Quran. The 9 plagues are mentioned, but that specific plague was not mentioned, which references the blood of the lamb and that it's being saved from death because of the blood of the lamb. So even within the Old Testament, I don't even need the New Testament to be a Christian. There's so many messianic passages about a child shall come out of Egypt, a child shall be born in Bethlehem, by his wounds we are healed, in that book of Isaiah. For example, there's many messianic Jews today in modern time that are Jewish people, but they believe because the Old Testament is literally basically telling you that this guy is the real deal, even in the Old Testament. So our scriptures are all flowing with each other, old and new. So you guys are now saying that some of our stuff is corrupted. We're just looking like, what are you guys talking about?
But like I keep saying, it stands for all time. Let's even just go to Henry VIII, for instance. We now have Catholicism. So in Christianity, there's different belief systems.
That's Antichrist, though. Catholicism is false. We know this.
Okay, but there's different belief systems within Christianity, right? Because they believe different things. Because somewhere along the line, the scripture was changed for people to believe something different.
Is that belief or is that fact?
It's nothing major. It's not as major as that.
But what do you mean? But it is major because it's a change in the religion. It's the corruption.
In
order to say the scripture has been changed, you would have to show evidence of where it's been changed.
Okay, well, we can just go back to Henry VIII, but I can't even. That's all long. I can't even do that right now.
Because the earliest manuscript we have,
how does it help you if it's been changed?
Say.
Like, how does it help you? That leaves you with nothing to go back to. So if the way it's explained in volume 1 and 2, you've got no volume 1 and 2. You've only got volume 3, which is incomplete.
That
doesn't help you.
No, but the thing is, volume 3 isn't incomplete. It's just part of a series, right? So it can and
you don't have the beginning. You've never ever seen the uncorrupted Bible, in your opinion. You've never seen it. No, none of us have ever seen it.
Well, this is the thing. Perhaps, but the thing is, I feel like this is just my views on everything. Yeah, this is not what.
No. It's a very important sort of point, because I think maybe the bit that should be ignored in the Quran or take with a pinch of salt is the fact that the Bible's been corrupted. But the only reason it seems like that would fit is because there's a different story.
There's more stuff. There's more differences. That's just one difference. There's hundreds of them. But Shani, do you see how maybe it can be offensive to a Christian to say that, even if it's your belief and you believe this as a fact, to say that some parts are corrupted? Because how can then we say Abrahamic faiths, we all worship the same Most High, when you guys are telling us that some of the stuff we believe is corrupted?
Like Sham saying, it's kind of like the things that are corrupted within it are small like this is. So here's a perfect example of how it's corrupted. However, it doesn't mean that you can't get the message from it. when Henry VIII decided to change the law when it comes to divorce and so on and so forth, right? That was him changing the law that was already there and given to us by the Most High. He changed that. Now
So
there are.
which verse did he change? Because the laws and divorce and marriage are still in the Bible.
But this is the thing. But now there are Christians known as the Protestants or whatever, right? Or the whatever, whichever one it is, that now follow the law that was changed based on what Henry VIII wanted the law to be.
Yeah, but even if you take away Christians, the Jews, the Torah, that passage about marriage is still the same as the Bible that Christians use. Henry VIII didn't change the Bible.
Then why can't? So then this is the thing. No one's saying that Muslims can't still use that.
No. You may not believe that, Shani, but mainstream wise.
But this is that's the point that I'm trying to make. I feel like that they take it to be, and like Sham makes a really good point. I feel like some Muslims see that and go, all right, cool, we can't look at any of the scriptures because it's just boom, it's corrupt. I feel like no, it's told us that there's corruption within them, and we can see that through history for ourselves. But remembering that the Quran is for all time, the doctrines are for all time, so they don't just speak for that time and then they're no longer relevant. It's from the Most High, so it means from the start until the end, right?
But from what I understand from the Most High that's revealed to me through the scriptures is that he's consistent. He doesn't go against his word, nor does he allow the truth, nor does he allow the truth to be corrupted.
But look, Shani, if we try to get a timeline, look, if you try to get a timeline, when was the Quran written?
In 1400 years ago.
So you're saying that the Bible was corrupted 1400 years ago?
That's what I'm saying. There would have been corruption around that time.
People have manuscripts from that time. That's why it doesn't make sense. But they can prove that it hasn't changed from then.
The Masoretic text, the whole Torah compiled, is available during that time.
Listen. So the thing is, so corruption doesn't necessarily mean that something is like, taken, ruined, like it could also mean that with something that is being corrupted is that it's changed from what it was meant to be. And when you take something and you change it into multiple languages, what happens? Things get lost in translation and things get misconstrued. If you change something into multiple languages, from the time you've changed it through 3 languages, there's a possibility that the meaning can mean something different. And words are very, very important. So this is how I see it, how prior to Islam, there could have been some sort of corruption because it was being translated in different languages to different people. So
that means that if it was written that many years ago to not, basically that the Bible was corrupted, that means that, definitely the generation of today and our grandparents and their grandparents, so everyone should just disregard the Bible, and no one has had anything to go by for over 1,000 years.
No, but that's what I don't know if I'm being if I'm explaining it very well, but the idea.
No, I've heard it explained quite a few times. I've heard different people say.
I think what I'm trying to say, Shani, is I think what Sham's trying to say is if there's some forms of corruption, why should we just throw it down altogether just to be safe and then go with the Quran or whatever? That's what he's trying to say.
But because the Quran is part of the Deen. It's the seal of the Deen. We have the start, the middle,
because it comes from Christianity. Of course, we know that it comes from Christianity, but you don't know.
It doesn't say the same. But it doesn't say the same thing as Christianity, though.
No, but Sham, the thing is, the Quran tells us that this is the doctrine that we're supposed to be taken from. This is the message of the Most High.
Okay, let's say we just follow the Quran and we go by the Quran. The difficulties are when we start looking into, let's say, for instance, prophets, and we want to get detail and information. We don't have that sort of information available to us, and the only thing we can source from is documents that are being corrupted. So that leaves us in a very loose position to gain information.
me. But this is what I'm trying to say.
Show me how we. Show me
Listen,
where we find our feet.
Let me give you an example. Right. So say the doctrines are like a cake, okay, or a cookie, because I'm eating cookies right now and I love cookies. So the doctrines are like a cookie. So the whole
You
thing
gotta
is.
fit into that wedding dress. You gotta be
Listen,
careful.
You're telling me. Yeah. The cookie, yeah. So basically, you put the cookie in the oven, and then the cookie comes out the oven. It's still a cookie, even if you've burnt all around the edges. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is
Yeah.
this is how I see the corruption. I'm saying the truth is still in the books. The truth is still there.
But the baker promised that this cookie would be cooked to perfection.
It's still edible. But the thing is that, you know what?
So is the baker a liar? Is the baker unable to keep his promise?
The devil is a liar. The baker's never a liar.
Is the thief or whoever messed up the cookie stronger than the baker to corrupt the baker's words?
That's what I'm saying. That's why the cookie's still there, isn't it? But you've got
so
to
then,
remember,
if the cookie's still there, why are we eating cakes? Why are we eating cheesecakes? Why don't we just go back to the cookie and follow what the cookie's saying?
But that's what we're told. The baker tells us to do that. The baker says, "Eat your cake."
But then we don't need cakes. Then we just go back to the cookie. Then
no, because the cake is still the cake. The cake is what the cookie sits on.
Yeah,
And
but
then
Shani, have you read the Bible? Have you ever read the Bible?
I've read the Bible. I haven't read it.
So, all right, cool. If you read the Bible, you've noticed that the difference with the Quran and the Bible, if you take, for instance, information, like the Quran can be very vague sometimes. It can just mention things on just one page.
Like
just
Abraham and Isaac, that whole story.
And when that happens, it leads you to think, okay, there's other books where there's a lot of information. So
Listen.
what do we do now? Because we get no information from this place.
Right.
What do we do?
I've got it. So basically, it's a sugar cookie, right? And the sugar cookie's burnt around the edges, but Islam, the Quran, is the icing on top of the sugar cookie.
But what if the icing is an incompatible? But Shani, what if the icing is an incompatible flavor to the cookie and they don't taste right together? Something must be off. It must be the wrong.
Icing always tastes good in the cookie. But the thing is,
look, it's simple. You just need to look at it like this. If someone comes and asks you, they say, I have an allergy problem. What ingredients are in the cookie? Simple. And you don't know the ingredients in the cookie because you don't have that information. You know what I mean? Where do you go to find it?
And you go to the baker, and you go to the baker, and you see what is.
You can't go directly to the baker. That's the problem. You can only.
The baker's giving you the cookie. You don't need to go to the baker.
That's the point. You have to. That's the thing. You have to find out what is put in the cookie. So you have to taste the cookie to decipher the ingredients that are in the cookie.
And if you taste the cookie,
don't you think to a certain extent, if it was the case that, for instance, the Bible was the book that sort of was talking about the Quran, and the Quran, like, let's say you switch them around, because it'll be easier to understand if the Quran had all the information instead of having hardly any information. Because I do know that the scholars do read the Bible to get the breakdown for especially like the family lineage and all of these things. Because otherwise, how can you say that
there's a lot of things
predictions are to do with Muhammad if you're not reading the Bible?
Abraham and Ishmael built the Kaaba, but that's not in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible. So there's a lot of things that are added.
And geographically, he was nowhere in the area.
The thing, how can you say it's the thing is you're saying it's added, yeah? But we're saying, okay, we're talking oh my gosh, I'm getting too excited.
It has to be belief. You can you admit, Shani, it has to go down to belief. Because if the text is older and it's telling you this is Abraham's story, then thousands of years later, Abraham built the Kaaba, but that's not mentioned in the older story of Abraham. Something you have to believe either God is giving you
Abraham's story though. It's additional information to his story.
But that was not mentioned in the Torah. That's not mentioned in the people that Abraham.
Because the Quran, but this is the thing, and Muhammad is a prophet that was mentioned, but there's still more to this. There's still more to the deen. There's still more to learn. There's still more. Otherwise, why were we not satisfied? Why was the Most High not satisfied with giving us just the Torah and that was it. Why did we get Christianity? Sorry, why did we get the Bible? Why did we get the Quran?
Because the Torah was a foreshadowing of the Injil. The Torah is like a prologue when you read a book. It's like this is the setting. This is what happened. The fall of man, the Garden of Eden, blah 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 blah. Abraham, blah 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 blah. Moses, blah blah blah. Boom, Jesus comes now.
Because the Quran doesn't change anything that happened prior. It doesn't change anything. It tells us to use what happened prior for you to understand the deen, for you to be on the right path. The Sirat al-Mustaqim, you have to take from the all of the doctrines and follow the prophets. The prophets. This is the thing, not the prophet. The prophets. So then,
but the prophets are not saying the same thing as the prophet.
The messengers, yes. What's different here?
There's so much. Like I mentioned 2 examples. I mentioned the 10 plagues, and I also mentioned the begetting part. There's many examples, hundreds of examples.
But then that would be something that needs to be something that I would have to understand more. To be honest with
it's
you.
very. I'm sure you know. It's very clear. It says God does not beget, nor is He ever begotten. It says that very clearly in the Quran.
Yeah.
But in the Bible, in the first book, God is begetting sons of this and sons of that. It's all over the place. Even in the Old Testament, mostly more than the New Testament, even. So that's one big. You know what I mean? It's like,
I don't know what to tell you.
But this is why I don't like the title Abrahamic faith, because they're so different. They all claim something, but they all have different beliefs. Like if we differ on the nature of God, we do not worship the same God. Because if that's the case, then you should worship the same God as a Hindu. But we just have differences on the nature. You should worship the same God as a Sikh. Or we just have differences on the nature. No, the differences on the nature are key. Because if there's a difference in the nature, we're not talking about the same person. If I'm describing you, Shani, and I say your nature in this way, someone else says your nature in another way, we're not talking about the same Shani. So that's why I mentioned the beget thing. It's very.
I agree. You know what, Zulu? On that point, I am going to take that point to a more learned person, probably a sheikh, and I'm going to ask them that because I think that's a very good point as to why it says God did not begot and is not begotten. Like I feel like that it is in the Quran is there to see, and like you said, also there's a bunch of begots and whatever within the Bible. So yeah, I think it's a fantastic point. But this is the thing as well. Like, so I genuinely think these conversations, you know what? I know they've been had by scholars. I've never really listened to it. I'm not going to lie. Maybe I should listen to it and see what the arguments are for it. I don't think anyone wins, though. Does that make sense? I feel like these arguments.
I mean, it's hard to tell someone that believes something that I wouldn't change my faith for nobody. So I understand that might not happen. I understand that, but like I've made changes. I've never changed it, but I've made changes. For example, you guys know I believe the Hebrews are black. I never always used to believe that. I was hardcore anti that. I was arguing against Hebrew Israelites, even documented on this channel as well. I've done that before in the past. So I've made changes. Like if something is logical and something is true, I've had to reevaluate. Like there's nothing wrong with that. And to be honest with you, it's the power of God. It's the Holy Spirit. If something is convicting you to change something, maybe it's God using the person that you're speaking to reveal something to you to say, no, this is how it is, Shani. Or no, this is how it is, Zulu. So changes within the faith isn't bad as long as it's not a core fundamental thing. Like no one can tell me, for example, Jesus isn't the Son of God. If you tell me that and I can see that word in the Bible says that, then obviously that's a change I can't make. But if someone's telling me, maybe the Hebrews weren't white, or maybe, you shouldn't be going to church on a Sunday because it tells you the Sabbath is the 7th day and you should keep it holy. Like things like that, I make changes to it because I want to be in line with what God wants. I don't want to be following something that's away from what God wants. So I have to make changes.
I agree.
Especially if I feel pressure. So when you feel that in your chest sometimes, like when you do something wrong and you feel like, I should go and repent. Like that's the same feeling I get when I'm being convicted about something I should change within my belief system. And that can only be from God. If I feel that guilt.
Well, this is the thing. So like this, so I completely agree with you. And
there's many Muslims that have changed their position, you know that, Shani. There's many that have changed their positions on crucifixion, even top sheiks. Top. I'll send you some videos. They've changed their position on crucifixion. They've changed their position on Jesus. There's verses in the Quran that says Jesus is the word of Allah.
Yeah,
And the spirit of Allah. That's why I even used to believe. I used to believe that the earliest form of Islam was more closer to Christianity, but then over time,
I think there's a lot of fear there, and there's a lot of lazy Muslims, and I think that's the issue. It almost becomes with religion over time. It almost becomes just people become lazy. They don't learn their religion. They're not actively Muslim. It's passed down. Do you know what I mean? It's just a culture, a practice that's constantly passed down, and we even know this to this day. If you go to some places in the world that are Muslim countries, and these people are praying 5 times a day and they're Muslim, if you tell them certain things like certain hadith or whatever, they would have had no idea of it because they've never come across it because they don't learn it. Does that make sense?
It's just cultural, isn't it? It's not studying.
It becomes they don't study it. They might know all the Quran. They might have learned all the Quran, but they don't know maybe the tafsir, the understanding, the kind of thing.
Because when I showed my Muslim, because I usually go and eat out with my Muslim friends because I can't eat out with other people because they just eat haram shit. So I just eat with my Muslim friends, and we were talking, and I'll be reading them verses in the Quran because I've used it to prove my beliefs sometimes because there's some verses in there that are truthful. Like for example, it says that Jesus is the word of Allah, and when you read John 1, it says in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God. So Jesus is described as the word in the Bible. So clearly, he's not just a prophet, or not just the way people are downplaying him, because even in the Quran, he's given a really high status to the point that he's the one that's returning. So this is why, like I said before, many people are revising their position on Jesus, revising their position on the crucifixion, on a lot of things in modern time now.
I think, like I said, it's a laziness. I feel it's the fear as well. This fear, and I'll tell you one thing.
Fear of being wrong and going against God or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, because the first thing when I already took my Shahada back in 2015. In February 2017, I decided to take my Shahada again, but in a mosque. So I went to the mosque, and the first thing that the Imam said to me was, do you believe that Jesus was the Son of God? I was like, no. So I told him I wanted to take my Shahada. So he sat me down and was like, do you believe Jesus is the Son of God? I said, no. And he said, do you believe that Jesus died on the cross? And I was kind of like, oh, I don't really know about that. I didn't say anything to him, but in my head was like, well, I thought he did, but I didn't know.
You didn't know the scriptural thing for that, yeah.
Yeah, the Islamic side of things. I knew the Christian side of things, like growing up, going to Catholic high school, going to Sunday school. Do you know what I mean? Having all Christian family. So even though I wasn't a Christian myself, I knew all this stuff from growing up. So I was like, okay, so apparently that's not the case. And then I took my Shahada. So the reason why I tell you that is it's proof. I don't understand what the importance was for me to denounce Jesus as God. Do you know what I mean? It should have been the most important part of that. Should have been, that there is only one God. That should have been the most important part. But
Jesus dying on the cross, isn't that significant? Because that's sort of like one of the only historical things you can kind of prove. Because you got real generals, you got, like you mentioned, Caesar, you got real historical figures that are now responsible for killing someone. I mean, these are tangible things. So how do you feel about that?
The reason why we got BC and AD is because of that event.
Before and after. But I really don't know. If I'm being honest with you, I really don't know. And I feel like that is
maybe there's some corruption on both sides, Johnny. Huh?
No. This is the thing.
No, but it's like Moses. It's hard to prove. You might be able to find something on the walls of the pyramids, about Exodus and certain things, but it's hard to prove that far back. But with Jesus, you can actually prove historically, and we know what people were wearing. You know, so to not believe that he was killed is kind of it's a lot to take in. And I think the position that, from what I've heard of other Muslims, they believe that it appeared as if he was killed, but he really wasn't. And it sounds a bit weird, you know.
Yeah, but why? But Sham, my question is, why is there a mission to make it seem that he didn't die on the cross when that's the most important thing in Christianity? When that's the most important thing in Christianity. It's the most important thing in the New Testament, in the Bible. The promised thing from all the way in the book of Genesis is a promised thing from all the way from the beginning of the whole thing. But that one thing, that pivotal thing, is being taken out, and I want to know why. And I'm going to investigate tonight.
I can investigate. I feel like I want to know why as well. That's so. I want to know why, because I know. So the last time I read the Quran from front to back was during Ramadan, just there. And with that, the reason why I'm telling you this is because, you know, obviously it's a large book, so often you don't come across the same thing again unless you search for it or unless you get it all. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the part about, you know, Jesus not being there's a part in it, and I need to find it, but it does say about
making it appear that I've seen it myself as well. Yeah,
it's like the theme seems to be like the audacity to say that the Most High could have a child. That's what the kind of ayah, kind of the theme of the ayah is. You know what I mean?
But Shanna, we agree that he doesn't have children in the way that you will have a child one day or I will have a child. We agree in that way. But the fact that we were created, and if you go all the way back, we came from something, a progenitor, that is God who made us. Yeah. He's technically our father, just like Pinocchio calls his father.
Creator. I feel that that's where the words just kind of get a bit. It's important to kind of keep words original. I feel it's creator rather than our father, because we have fathers.
But if he calls us his children, it's like it's like Pinocchio, for example.
His creation. Did he call us his creation, or did he call us his children?
No, we are his creation. We are created beings. But think about this as well. For example, there's in the Quran, does it say that God made us in His image?
Oh, this is the thing. So that's something else. And
you see, that's another difference. You see, that's what I'm saying, Shani. There's too many differences, mate. And that's a big one too, because made in the image is like basically saying, like, if I've got a car, I'm making another car, maybe a smaller version of it, but it's like me, because it says image and likeness.
But Mr. Sue, let me ask you a question, just since you're on that topic. You know, sort of like in the beginning, like you got Adam, you throw Adam into the mix. It obviously says that, you know, people were made to populate the earth or whatever. So
we don't.
Do you see Adam as the first person, or how does he fit?
Adam is the first person. The first book, the first chapter of Genesis is a prologue. If you look at the poetic style, if you understand literature, it's a prologue. It's showing the genealogical process of creation. The second chapter now goes deeper into the creation of man.
It begins in the middle, then it goes backwards.
No, it begins saying this is the whole thing from creating earth and and then boom, let's go to man. How was man specifically made? He was formed by the dust. God breathed the breath of life into him, formed him, made him in the image and likeness of himself. So these are specific details in the creation of man, and I wonder, Shani, if these things are mentioned in the Quran.
But how can it be if he was in? I understand Eden was on earth, but these people were spread all over. So I mean, how
it was no other people but Adam and Eve. That's a false.
But it doesn't say that in Genesis.
No, it does say that. If you understand the literature and you understand the style of writing, the first chapter is a poem. It's like a do you know what a prologue is? Like, for example, do you know when you read a book and it tells you that in the beginning of the book, like how things are going to play out when you read the book, or how things happen, the origin. It's like the origin story, how this all happened. The Genesis means origin, Bereshit, it means origin. So the first chapter is how everything happened from beginning to end. And then the second chapter is going into more detail philosophically on man, how man was formed, where was man put, What happened to man? They fell.
So how, okay, these events, how do they fit in timescale wise?
It's all the same thing. It's all the same time. There's no
Yeah,
separate
but you
creation.
can't say it's the same thing because he created mankind, you
Oh
know,
my
and everyone. I understand what you're saying.
But that's
Don't
that.
get
But
me
what
wrong. I
I'm saying, I
understand
can
what
show
you're
you
saying,
evidence
but
outside of the Bible. What
you
I'm
know,
saying, for Sham, what I'm saying, I can show you evidence outside of the Bible that what I'm saying is the belief of the script. Like, for example, Josephus talks about this. He even mentions that the first chapter and the second chapter is the same humans. It's not the separate humans that were created to populate the earth, and then boom, Adam and Eve were created. It's the same people. The first chapter is the genealogical order of creation from light to man, and then to rest. And then the second chapter is man, how man was formed, what happened to man. It's that simple. And when you read it, the second chapter still has some words from the first chapter continuation. It's not even like it's talking about separate creations. It's the same thing. It's the same story. It still continues in the second chapter.
yeah, but you say so easily it's the same story, but obviously it's not the same story. You know,
I mean,
Adam
that's your
and
opinion,
Eve.
but I'm telling you facts.
Yeah, but it's difficult to take it as the same story.
It's not
You
difficult. It's
know,
always been that this interpretation that you have is a new interpretation. I've been a Christian all my life. I've never heard this interpretation from anyone else. I've looked at
no,
all.
I think the problem is for people who read it. This is the problem. When you grab the book and you start reading from page one, you know, you'll come to the stage where you'll say, "Oh, okay, so what's this?" Straight away, I'm seeing God talk about making mankind and making all these people and populating the earth, and then you just think, where does Adam and Eve fit into this? And you're saying it's the same story. So I'll look into that, and
It doesn't say the
you know,
populated earth. It doesn't say the populated earth.
what does it say then?
It literally
Be
says
fruitful,
in the first chapter, yeah, be fruitful and multiply.
subdue it. He says subdue it or something. What does he say?
Yeah, subdue the earth. But this is
Yeah.
a command to Adam and Eve prior to their fall.
So okay. So he's calling them mankind.
Do you know how I know this, Sham? When you look into the Hebrew, where it says, let us make man in the first chapter, guess what word is used there for man?
Adam.
Thank you. So that closes the whole thing already. This is what I'm saying. You have to look at the style of writing, the language, all these other things to get a full understanding. You can still understand the Bible without reading in Hebrew. You don't have to read in the language. But when we talk about
we know what Adam means. So
yeah, so if Adam
yeah,
means mankind, that means mankind comes from Adam. Who is this? Who is this Adam? The same Adam in Genesis chapter 2, being formed from the dust.
Okay.
Yeah. So
listen, I'm taking what you're saying. I'm taking what you're
you
saying.
can look up anything I'm saying. I can even send you a video.
Yeah.
But Shani, yeah, my question was: is there anything like that in the Quran about us being made in the image of God and it breathing the life into us, the breath of life?
There is the creation of Adam. Yeah, it doesn't say that. I don't. No, not to say that we're made in His image. That I know of. That I really truly. That I know of.
Because clearly we're not like animals, right? You would agree we're not the same as animals.
No, we're not the same as animals.
So there would have been a distinction between us and animals in terms of creation.
Created. So we created man from sand and clay, from mud molded into shape. That's a verse.
We.
Yeah.
Okay. But you see, when you see, even me reading that biblically, you know what I mean? It's like, how can you not agree with what I'm saying? Even from the Quran, there's verses that agree with what I'm saying.
But then we look at it, it's the language, isn't it? Like, we as a royal we.
Yeah, the royal we, that's an extent. Yeah, you can say that. But then why isn't it royal we whenever we is using any other example? Why is it only royal now in that example there?
You know what, Zulu? When I tell you something, yeah, I'm going to tell you this. I genuinely believe that the Torah, the Quran, and the Bible are all one. It's one religion.
They can't be.
No, that's fine. You can laugh. and it's just higher than everyone's ego. And I think that is the issue. I feel like everyone has an ego, and culturally over time, and this whole like it belongs to us, this is our people that it's for, and all this kind of stuff. This is what causes people not being on the same team. It's just ego, and we have to leave the ego out of it all. And to be able to do that, it's quite difficult for a lot of people. And also, there's a lot of people that are bound by man, by what man is
By
telling them
tradition.
to be doing. Do you see what I'm saying? So
You can't tell a Sunday worshiper to keep the Sabbath. Trust me, I've tried.
and they're bound by man. So it's like, yeah.
But should we let our traditions and our disagreements go against what God actually wants all of us to do?
No,
God is not God of confusion, no? Correct?
This is what I'm saying, and this is why, Zulu, I feel like you should definitely be open to the Quran being the word of God and that Prophet Muhammad being a messenger. I honestly, I swear, like, I could tell you in depth as to why I came to Islam and the feeling and all this.
I mean, the only way I could accept that is if the verses that contradict the Bible have been changed in the Quran, and if the earliest,
if you maybe had an understanding, like if you spoke to somebody who was, again, somebody without ego that completely understood and took all the doctrines as the one deen as it's supposed to be. And the thing is, like, I want to get there. Inshallah, one day I'll get there and I'll just be free. Because even thinking about it right now is so much freedom to then just being Muslim, or then just being Christian, or then just being a Jew. There's freedom to the deen if you just allow yourself away from these labels and follow what the word of God is. Do you see what I'm saying?
But Christ tells us to be aware of false teachings that go against what he has taught us, what the Torah, what the God of Jacob, the God of Abraham has taught us, to be aware of anyone that comes claiming to be from the God of Jacob, but not saying consistent things to the prophets before them. So we're on alert. You understand, as Jews or Christians or whatever, we're on alert because we're like, okay, something's going to come. And we see this with Mormons, we see this with all, not even talking about Islam, but all these other, religions that are thousands of years after, all saying some wacky stuff that are not biblical. So we're on alert for that. Like me as a Christian, I'm prepared for the Antichrist. I'm prepared for the false prophets, the false this, the false that. The Catholic Church is a perfect example. And the fact that I'm aware of that and I identified it early, and we've identified it as a faith is perfect. That's the perfect example of Antichrist belief system. Or everything they do is against the Ten Commandments. Idolatry, they have all these statues, all these images. We're not supposed to make any images. They do everything contrary to the Bible. That's a perfect example of someone claiming to be from the God of Jacob, but their teachings are false. Okay. So you ask me, why don't I embrace the Quran? Why don't I embrace the Quran? The only way I can embrace it is if possibly that there's been a change in the doctrine and that the original version of it was closer to what we are saying. Because if you think about it,
a better understanding of it, Zulu, that's the thing.
I understand that, Shani, but the reason I'm saying that, Shani, is because if you think about it, that whole region, Saudi Arabia, that region, there's no way the message of the Christianity or the message of the Bible would not have reached that region, because we know there was Yemenite Jews. So clearly there's been a relationship between Israel and that Southern Arabian region. And we know that there's a prophecy that talks about...
But even at the time of the prophet, there was Jews. There was the pagans and the Jews. Like, there was, and there was... The Jews were fighting the the Jews were fighting the new Muslims because obviously they came with a different deen.
But that's the problem. They came with something different. That's the issue.
Yeah, well, they were telling the Jews, this is the deen. Obviously, this is the deen of Abraham and so on and so forth. But the Jews didn't believe it because they didn't want to.
Because they're the Jews themselves. Why would it's like me telling you? It's like me telling you what you're on, but you're the people.
They're Jews, they're Jews, and they were still Jews even after Jesus alayhi salam comes. So they still rejected Jesus alayhi salam and the message from Jesus. So this is what I'm saying. These are the so if you got to remember, like the Muslims saying to the Jews, this is the deen of Abraham, follow us, they're trying to save the Jews. But those Jews of those times were not saved people because they also rejected the deen of, they rejected the message from Jesus alayhi salam. Do you see what I'm saying? For them to still be Jews in that day and time when Jesus had already been and gone 600 years or so. Do you see what I'm saying? Like they were.
That's a good point. They're clearly on the wrong path anyway. That's a good point.
That's
But then
some
when
of
you
them
take
did convert. That's the thing. Some of them did convert. A lot of them actually did convert and become. But they were the same people. They were the same Arabs, but they were just Jews. Do you know what I'm saying? They were of the same people. They just had a different religion. So you're right in saying there was Christ. And also, at the time, you know, the Prophet peace upon him seeked refuge with the Nagashi, yeah, the king in Ethiopia, who was Christian, and they were all Christian. And the reason why they allowed him to come in was the fact that they realized that he had the deen of Abraham. So they were like,
they didn't. But Shani, I guarantee you, I bet you 100% they didn't have the discussions that we had today on the differences. They probably said all the similarities, and the king was like, "Yeah, they're one of us." But there's a lot of differences, and I guarantee if you mention some differences, like Jesus didn't die on the cross, like the Nagash would have been like, "Nah, this isn't." Because I can easily, like, if I'm trying to survive, I can tell you what we have in common. I can easily do that, and there's a lot we have in common.
Did you know the Nagashi believed that Jesus died on the cross, and because this is what they say, the Ethiopian Bible would be one of the oldest, and is it the same as the King James?
Yes, the only difference is some of the books that are not in there, but other than that, the books that are in there, it says the same stuff, exactly the same.
Wait, some of the books are not in what?
So like the Apocrypha, the Book of Enoch, and
it's not in which book? It's not in
KJV.
Oh, interesting. Why is it not in there?
Well, you know, the Ethiopians have added books to the Bible.
Oh, the Ethiopians added it, but not the English king or wherever he's from.
Yeah, because the Jews themselves didn't really have, you know, the Book of Enoch read in the temple. They read the Torah. They read the Tanakh. Because the difference between scripture and extra writings, like I would consider the Book of Enoch a hadith. Because that's not something that was read in the temple. That's not something like, would you ever read an hadith like in the temple, like as like in comparison to reading the actual Quran, like it's that kind of thing. It's like the Book of Enoch is like informational, or it's like not 100%. There's a few things in there that have been added and taken.
But people are going to take, so do people take the Book of Enoch as a part of the Bible, the Bible?
Some of the Ethiopians do.
Well, there you go. So then does that not reiterate the idea that it could be corrupted, and you don't know where the corruption comes from, because you're now saying you don't take that. So you and the people that follow what you follow are now on a different, like, a different sect of Christians.
The vast majority of Christendom accepts the canonized version that we have now. The vast majority.
But why would you not accept the older version now?
The problem is, Shani, a lot of things, for example, like there's the Gospel of Barnabas, the Gospel of Mary. There's so many writings that people are writing in the medieval time and just making things up and then trying to put it with the Bible. But because because the Bible is so strict from Genesis to Revelation, they've not been allowed to put things in. That's why it's stayed the same this whole time. People can't add things to the Bible.
Does that not make explanation for why the Most High would tell you that there's a corruption?
Yeah, but not the corruption in the one that I have or the ones that Christians have, but the corruption in the ones that other people are trying to make.
Or other Christians maybe follow. You know what I'm saying? So this is
you're trying to say the best means something else then. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that this is the thing. Like, people will claim this is the Bible.
Okay.
But you're also claiming this is the Bible. You're saying this is the Bible because these are added from these people and so on and so forth. Or this is the Bible and this is another version of the Bible, but this is added. So you're already admitting that there's corruption with what is called the Bible. However, you might still have the unburned bit of the cookie. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if that's what I'm saying, I'm telling you, I have the perfect batch because I'm following the ingredients that were there from the beginning. Whereas other people are adding chocolate chips, other people are adding so and so and so and so, and it's not from the same ingredients list. So I'm trying to say, like the Ethiopian stuff, like these guys, like they were mixing a lot, like just like the Catholics. Have you ever wondered why the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox have these weird rituals and they have to wear these dresses? a lot of their pagan traditions still remain even within their Christian beliefs. Like they haven't let go. Like the Greek Orthodox churches, like in Europe, these guys, they have all sorts of Greek symbolism. Half of the statues were old statues of Zeus, but they've been remodified historically. You can look this up. They've been remodified to be Saint Peter, to be Saint Paul, to be Saint John. For example, the statues of Mary used to be statues of the goddess of wisdom. So these guys have not let go of their pagan ways, and they've just amalgamated it with Christianity. This is why there's the corruption there. But the Protestant faith, which is a protest to the Catholic Church, states to follow the Ten Commandments, the biblical laws, the Bible in full, without adding anything in, without taking anything out. And that's why.
But Zulu. So the point that I'm making is when the Quran, and this is why I'm saying that I feel Muslims are scared, is because when the Quran is saying that the Torah and the Bible, there's corruption, you've literally just pointed out the corruption. So for anyone to be offended to say that, oh, the Bible's not corrupt, how is it corrupt? How can you not take it? You've literally just explained something that happened within the last 600, 800 years.
But the people are corrupted. Those religious systems are corrupted.
Yeah. But that's why why would the Most High, sorry, I'm just so we're on the point, same point still. Why would the Most High tell Muslims to follow the Bible and the Torah if it all is corrupted? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make no sense. So we're supposed to follow the Torah and the Bible, but we're also told that the Torah and the Bible have corruption.
Maybe because some of the stuff that was taken from the Torah and the Bible cannot be fully explained without having the Torah and the Bible.
That's the point. That's the thing.
So
the deen is the 3 volume, the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran. That is.
But the third volume disagrees with the second volume.
It doesn't agree. It doesn't. That's the thing. It doesn't. There's going to be when we allow our egos to let go. And I'm not talking about.
I've just showed you bad. Come on, man. I've just showed you bad example.
You did, but remember the explanation for these. The explanation for our deans. Yeah, a lot of the information that we have, and a lot of what we learn are from scholars. Even in Christianity, there are books and whatnot that you learn from. Even if you read straight from the Quran, straight from the Bible, you're also reading perhaps the understanding. The understanding comes from a learned person, somebody who's spent their whole entire life learning and understanding this and helping you to understand. So you got to remember there is also still a person that is in the way there. So there still could be ego within that. So
Shannon, the only way I could accept the third volume and the author of the third volume is if the third volume, there was evidence that possibly the original version of that third volume was more similar to the first and second, which is what I might be starting to believe, because there's some people that are saying that the original Muhammad that came with the message sounded more like an Israelite or sounded more like a Christian. Like there's many verses in the Quran I've read that sound very positive about Jesus, that sound very positive and similar. But then there's also verses that kind of like the not beget, and there's other. So then in my head, I'm thinking, okay, maybe there was something happened to where there was a shift in a.
Could your shift not be that the Most High knows from start to finish, and has said this is going to happen from start to finish, and there is no begetting, but there's people that believe so on and so forth, and it's based on the fact that there is language changing, because you change the language of your doctrine so many times that the understanding now is being like, what's the original understanding? It's been changed so many times. For certain words I'm talking about, because you know in English the same thing is certain words can have different meanings, very very similar, but if you start using there's certain meaning that can have different words. That's what I mean. And then
we can still read in Hebrew though.
Huh?
We can still read in Hebrew though.
No, it's no one saying that you can't not read it in Hebrew, but the understanding has changed. Like I don't.
People have cherry picked. That's what the issue is. People have cherry picked and started their own denominations. That's the issue.
I do believe, like, I genuinely do believe that if you're able to find somebody that knows the Quran and knows the Bible and the Torah like completely, then that's a person that you should talk to gain an understanding of where you should be in your deen, if I'm being honest. And I feel the same way for me. I'm open to it all because I have accepted, you know, that there is one God and the Prophet Muhammad is his last messenger and the seal of the message, you know, of all the messengers, and that Jesus was a prophet when he gave a message, and Abraham and Moses and so on. So like I've taken the deen, and I feel like this is how I feel about my mum as well. I just want her to open herself up to Islam, to understand that at this moment in time as a Christian, you're not receiving the full deen, you're just receiving.
Maybe she would want you to open up to Christianity fully.
No, but I have. This thing is, I can't go back the way. I've opened all 3 volumes.
But which version of Christianity did you open yourself to? Because you said Catholic.
No. I went to Catholic high school. I didn't open myself up to Catholicism.
But I would tell you that's not Christianity.
No. I'm saying I went to Catholic high school, so
Okay.
I didn't learn. I learned about certain things, but also I knew that was very much Catholicism, and it's very different to how my Christian family are. So my Christian family are Protestant, if you would say, if you would, Church of England.
Because Shani, I'm Christian, right? But I've met people that say they're Christian, but they're yapping their bacon back. So clearly, like the kind of Christian upbringing I had, like if you look at historically, when I say I'm a Christian, the kind of Christian I'm talking about is more closer to what the actual Christians were like at the time of Jesus and after. But that's the kind of Christian I'm saying. Have you witnessed or have you looked
my
at?
mother, she does not eat pork. My mom is like she's a practicing Christian, my mother. So she doesn't just own the fact that, oh, you know what, I'm Christian, family's Christian, whatever. She's actually a practicing Christian. And her father is actually Catholic and grew up in a monastery. So yeah, that's a bit different. But that's not what she was ever like taught though.
Because the reason why go on.
I'm just saying she took Christianity as an adult for herself, and now is very much a practicing Christian who also goes, when she goes to church, she covers her head. She doesn't wear like full hijab, but she makes sure her head's covered. And there's a lot of people that don't do that and they go to church, you know, and this is all part of the scriptures to say, like, obviously that she takes that are there that coincide with a lot of Islamic things, if I'm being honest.
But Shannon, this is what I'm saying. There's a form of Christianity which is very clear and which is very clear in history, and it's still present today, but it isn't mainstream. Just like there's a mainstream, even within Islam. Like I've spoken to a lot of Sufis, a lot of other versions of Shia, and some other, like maybe some Sunnis, and they agree with me more than the mainstream ones that I've seen. Like I've spoken to, like, I don't know if you know Orthodox more. Like he said some stuff that sound like, if no one Muslim said that would be shaky, but like he's very sure.
He's a Quranist guy.
He's a Quranist, but the point I'm trying to make is, right, there's a form of Christianity that isn't being exposed or shown to Muslims, and I understand the fear of Christianity or like not wanting to get into it because it looks like there's no law. Everyone's drinking, eating pork, you know, worshiping idols and making images. It just looks like the complete opposite of something that the Jews and Muslims are doing, and that makes sense. I look at mainstream Christianity in the same way because my upbringing wasn't that. We weren't allowed images. We weren't allowed alcohol. We weren't allowed pork. We had to keep the Sabbath. We didn't go to church on a Sunday. Like we had more things that we were doing closer to what you guys and the Jews are doing. So that's the kind of Christianity that I'm speaking from. I'm not speaking from a lawless
Christianity. That's what I'm saying. I'm
not speaking from a lawless Christianity that you guys don't agree with. I don't agree with that too.
But this is what I'm saying to this. So when I talk about, when I say I want my mom to open up, it's like my mom is so close to where I am. It's insane. It's insane how close the deen is for both of us, that I just want her to kind of, and I also feel like a lot of the time it's ego as to why she doesn't just drop that and open herself up to learn about Islam. It's like she is of the way of like Jesus is God. Like I would never deny that Jesus was God. I could never deny Jesus was God. And for her to be that way means that looking at Islam is something that she just is not doing. Does that make sense?
But Shani, if there's a verse in the Bible that says we are gods also, then in that same understanding, we have to understand what does God mean in Hebrew.
Well, but then you look at, even if you look at the Shahada.
There's a clear difference between the Most High and God. There's a clear difference in the Hebrew.
This is what I was going to say. So even if you look at the Shahada itself, you know, obviously the word Allah means, their God, but we translate that in English to say their God. But the whole point in the fact that it's Allah is so that you can't pluralize it, so that it is one, so that the word cannot be pluralized. You can't say Allahs, yeah, but you can say Illahs, which are gods. So it kind of like reiterates what you're saying in the Bible, because why would your Shahada be there is only one God? Yeah, one second. Let me just quickly. I'm really kind of with my point. 1 second. Because the Illahs is what I wanted to.
Yeah, because even me as a Christian, when I saw that passage, because I'm still a monotheistic. When I saw that passage, like we are gods, I was asking my pastors, I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, how is the Bible saying that we are gods? How can we be gods? So then I started looking into the Hebrew and understanding what Elohim means, what it is to be an Elohim. Oh, angels are described as Elohim. Moses described. So what is Elohim then? What is gods? What is God? What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then when I looked at the Father or the Creator being described as the Most High, there's a difference now. Now I know that there's a clear difference between the Most High and a God. So what is a God? When I looked it up, I found out that a God or a power is a title, meaning someone who has authority and to govern and to enact power or some form of power. It's like for example, in a football team, there's a player, but there's a captain in the football team. Like it's a ranking, it's a status. So we are gods in the sense that we have authority and power on this earth, but there's only one Most High. Jesus is God in the sense that he has power and authority in heaven, but the Father is the Most High.
Yeah, okay.
Do you see what I'm saying now? So when she's saying that Jesus is God, or I'm saying Jesus is God, you're thinking we're saying Jesus is Allah. I'm not saying Jesus is Allah. I'm saying that the Father is Allah, the Father is the Most High, but Jesus is God in the sense that he has power and authority in heaven and over earth.
But then Muslims say that as well. Like
no. You guys don't even. You see what I'm saying? But
when I say they say that as well, like he has authority in heaven. He definitely does. It's not.
But you see how the version of Christianity that's being told is not the one that is the Bible is talking about. And maybe if the one I'm saying or the one the Bible is talking about was shown more often, maybe there would have been a bit less skepticism.
This is why I'm not open for you to say, you know, like there's such disagreement within the Quran and the Bible. I feel like it's because the same way as you're saying what you see on the outside, maybe Muslims or non-Christians see on the outside of Christians, you're also seeing that on the outside of Muslims. And that's why I'm talking about this whole idea of ego. We've got to remember that, like, the thing is, the ego does come into play when it's like, well, we're Muslims and we're better than you Christians. When that is the idea of some Muslims, you know, and the understanding of some Muslims, because they think we're on the right path, but the Christians and the Jews are on the wrong path, and so on and so forth. It's like, but hold on a minute, it's all the same thing. So why do you think you're better than each other? But it's the ego of the man, because the dean's not saying that. So that's why I'm like, just open yourself to it. If you're able to find somebody that is a Muslim but also is a scholar within Christianity and within Judaism, then perhaps you might as well have your questions answered. Does that make sense?
But yeah,
I don't think that I think, like, if you went to a Muslim scholar, you perhaps wouldn't have your questions answered, depending on who it was.
Yeah, maybe, but you know, like I'll give you another example. When you look at the Father, for example, this is the thing. People don't even know this. This is what I'm talking. Like, there's so much. Like, people say, "How could Jesus be God?" I mean, I had a debate in Speaker's Corner. Oh, how could Jesus be God? Blah blah blah. And I said, "Okay, you're at that level. Okay, God, I have to explain what that is now." And blah blah blah. But what? Imagine if everyone had that understanding of what that was when we're saying that. Now we can start getting into, okay, so you guys are monotheistic. The Father is the Most High. But you know what I mean? But people are not even on that. They're just thinking you're saying the word God, so you're just a pantheist. Everything's God. How can everything be God's? What does God mean? It's like we're not getting deep into things, and it's like, okay, these guys are just wrong. But it's like, what are we saying when we're saying Jesus is God? What are we saying when we are God?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Why is there a distinction between the Father? Why does Jesus not know the hour? Why does the Father not only know the hour? Why is the Father unseen? Why has no one ever seen the Father's face? Why is he in the Most High, in the Holy of Holies in heaven? These are things that Christians, we know. We know these things. That's why when people say, "How you say these are God?" We were like, "Bro, like it's deep, bro. It's deep. Like it's so deep to the point. Listen, the Father is so powerful. No one's ever seen his face, but the Son. Like, no one knows like what he looks like. No one's ever like, even all those examples in the Bible, all those stories of the Lord God coming down. That's never been the Father. The Father doesn't leave his throne. He always sends messengers. Yeshua always represents him or comes down to represent him. But God, the Father himself, never leaves his throne.
Mm-hmm.
He's the Most High.
This is the thing. So I feel like you even just talking about the deepness of it is very deep. And I feel like sometimes a lot of Muslims are too scared to also, explore. And if I'm being honest with you, I'm telling you this because it's something that I kind of come against with a lot of Muslims as well, because they're so strict in the way that they believe because there's fear, if that makes sense.
I understand the fear. You don't want to accept anything that could be wrong.
This is the thing, but we're told to question. Do you know what I mean? We're not going against anything. We're told that we are to take from the Torah and the Bible. We're also told that there is corruption in the Torah and the Bible. So for us, that's telling us straight away that you've got to explore. We're also told to question. You know what I'm saying? But we're not. But we're told, like, so if you sit and go, if you say anything in the Quran is incorrect, you're a kafir straight away. You're like a non-believer, right? That takes you out of the fold.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Quran is the word of the Most High. If you say something in Hadith is incorrect or whatever, then you're not really. It's frowned upon. But you can't be a non-believer for that. It's because the Hadith are not the word of the Most High, right? So because the Most High told us that we're to take from the Torah and the Quran, the Torah and the Bible, but there is corruption. This is why we question these doctrines in that sense, because we know that there's corruption there, so we have to find the truth within the corruption. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. So do you guys have a concept of the Holy Spirit? The reason why I'm asking this is because in Christianity, we understand that there's people that lie, there's false doctrines, false teachings, and the way we understand the scriptures, because people can read anything they want, like people can make things up, right? They can read the Bible and come to their own conclusions. But it's the Holy Spirit that gives us the understanding and clarity and interpretation, the right interpretation of things. And I've had personal experiences with the Holy Spirit to where I never even used to understand the Trinity. How can Jesus be God? How come it just didn't make sense to me because I was still thinking God in that what the meaning of God is, not looking deep into it, not getting the information, not praying about it. I prayed about it. I fasted about it. I asked God to reveal this to me because it was in the Bible. No one's making it up, and He explained it to me. The Father is the Most High. Jesus is the Word, and the Holy Spirit is power. Is the Holy Spirit is the one that does the miracles and all these things. Like He explained the roles of each of these individuals. He explained that the Father is actual the Most High. And even in the Bible, Jesus himself says that the Father is God, is the most. So like, it's very clear that the understanding of the Trinity has been changed over time, and people have kind of not understood what the word God means. But that is the Holy Spirit that revealed that to me.
So can I ask you?
Do you guys have that thing in the Quran or in your belief where God gives the spirit of truth or something to reveal to you which verses are interpreted correctly or not?
What do you mean? So
Because there's passages in the Quran that talk about the spirit, the ruah of Allah.
Yeah.
So there's clearly, just like ours, there's some sort of Holy Spirit or spirit
Yeah.
in your version as well. I wonder, does he have the same
It's like the soul.
role?
I don't really know the question, if I'm being honest, but
So what is the role of the ruah of Allah in your beliefs?
but my understanding of the raw is the soul. Is that soul?
The spirit. So spirit of Allah means soul.
No, the word raw. I can't even say.
No, the term ruah of Allah, like it's like Holy Spirit. It's like that's the same thing. Like it's the Quranic version of that, though. There's what I'm saying. Even that's what I'm saying. You have to. I'm saying, man. And this is the thing, Shani. I've asked, because this is the thing. They'll say, "Oh, the Trinity." I've asked Muslims about it. In the Quran, it says Jesus is the Word of Allah. It says that they talk about the Spirit of Allah. Like these,
because, like I'm saying, the raw is this. I know that as an Arabic word to be soul, right? That's why I'm like soul. Like, so, and you're saying, is that the soul of God? So I have to Google it now because that didn't make any sense to me.
Because the word soul in Hebrew is nefesh. The word spirit, or the word like blast or ghost or air is the ruah. So I would assume it's the same thing in the Quranic. From what I remember, ruah is
raw is soul
spirit.
or spirit. Yeah, it could say the spirit or the soul. And the plural of raw is the aura, which is obviously what Muslims talk about their body being, and a woman's body is an aura. Is the whole thing is that
The womb.
For women, yeah. Except for her face and her hands. Or some people believe that the arwa is her face as well. So it's kind of like the protected parts of her, like the yeah.
Do you mean aura?
Yeah, but it's not aura. You can say aura, but it doesn't mean the same thing. It's arwa, which is the plural of rah. I'm just not very good with language. I'm not good with accents. Sorry, pronunciation of languages. But yeah, it's a person's immortality. Sorry.
That makes sense.
An essential self. So that's what it means. Or what's the Greek word? Pneuma.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, but it basically it's saying it's the soul or the spirit. So in Islam, we say that the woman's aura is like everything apart from her face and her hands. So that's why they cover their body, because it is their essential self and their like immortalness. Yeah, which is really quite interesting. But also it does say this is Sufism. So with that, Sufism does look more into the spiritual side of the deen, which would coincide with what you're saying. Because like you said, when you said, oh, it's deep, that's what I don't want to class myself as a Sufi, but if we're going to say that this is life and this is from the Most High and it's like spiritual, of course it's deep. Do you know what I'm saying? We can't, it's not a case of opening a book, reciting something and memorizing. There's levels to it. There's levels to understanding it. There's spirituality. But then it seems within Islam, if there is some sort of spirituality or you're looking into like something quite deeply, then you're automatically labeled as being a Sufi. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so this is why I mean, like, the ego of man stops people from learning the deen, because there's people that tell you don't go there, don't go to that part, don't look too deeply into that, and all this kind of stuff. And people don't own their own deen within Islam. If that makes sense?
Yeah.
They don't own their own, and so this is why I find it. I don't really like. I'm talking now because obviously it's late at night and whatever, and there's not many people listening. But sometimes I feel really uncomfortable with talking about the deen online because people automatically think that we're the same kind of Muslim.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I know what you mean.
And it's the same with like people. When you talk, and some of them might think that you're the same kind of Christian. I'm not bound by the laws of what man has told me is my deen. I'm constantly searching and, like, understanding and being more spiritual with it. Even to the point where I was trying to have a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, and she said to me, "Oh no, I don't talk about that. Oh no, I don't want to go near that. Oh no, I don't want to." And I'm like, "You don't want to talk about something?" Like, it's just like, no, because it's not good if we speak about that. And it was about religion.
Yeah, you see.
It was about our religion. I was thinking, why are you sheltering? And it was the case of no, because like you said, it's the fear of being near anything wrong or going down the wrong path. And it's like, listen, if you're going down the wrong path, Allah's not going to allow you just to go down there and drown, especially if you're going down there to search for answers. Do you see what I'm saying?
You can read something or not believe in it. Information doesn't. You don't have to believe. Like, I can read about Egyptian mythology. I don't believe in Ra. Like, I can read something just for knowledge and understanding, and maybe there's some truth in it. Like I said, there's even truth in the Quran, in the verses I've read, and the verses that make that coincide with what the Bible is saying. I've seen some truth there.
But this is the thing, and you need to remember. So with this is what I was trying to say earlier on as well with the Quran. Remember, a lot of chapters in the Quran they're about previous, but they're also about what was happening in that time as well. So it was new chapters regarding what was going on. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's telling us, okay, you've got books before, and these books are for this and this and this, and also this is confirmation of before, and also this is what's happening now, and this is what's going to happen in the future. And that's it. That was like the last of them. Like, I don't know. I'm so worried for everybody, if I'm being honest with you, Zulu. I'm really worried for everyone, because I just want them to. You know what? Actually, let me ask you a question. That's what I was wanting to ask you. So who do you pray to then? Do you pray to Jesus?
No, we don't pray to Jesus. We pray to the Father. We pray to God.
Well,
We pray in Jesus' name.
In Jesus' name. Okay. What?
Yes. Jesus basically confirms that prayer.
So, like, this is the thing. So I see a lot of Americans, like saying a lot of, just basically switching Jesus for God.
Why do you think we say "Dear Heavenly Father" when we start praying, and then we end it in Jesus' name to confirm that? And the reason why we say it in Jesus' name, so that it's like we're confirming to the Father that we accept Jesus' message. So in His name, we can send you this prayer. It's like Jesus' name is like the key to, like, say you open the door, and because you've opened it with Jesus' name, the key, that door's opened. So like you're confirming to God, yes, through Jesus, the one whom you sent, I believe Him.
The confirmation of a prayer, though, isn't that not like a seal of a prayer to confirm? But isn't amen that?
Amen what?
Isn't amen to confirm the prayer to like?
No, amen is to end the prayer, but Jesus' name is to confirm or seal the prayer, to say like this is from someone who believes in Jesus. This is to say like this is Jesus. I approve that message of Jesus.
So
it's like, yeah.
If we were to if Muslims were to pray, then it would be like
in Muhammad's name.
But this is the thing, that would be like associating, or this is where it would come into being shirk, because it would be like you don't need to channel through anybody to kind of get to God. So you don't need to put in, it doesn't need to be a seal of. But then again, I'll tell you something, Zulu. When we pray, we send salutations at the end of our prayer to Abraham and Abraham's Islam and his family, as well as salutations to Muhammad, peace upon him, and his family. So maybe that's kind of similar.
And also the root of the reasons why we say Jesus' name, if you look up prior to that, we were just doing animal sacrifices, ask for forgiveness, or to cleanse our sins. So Jesus' death represented the end of needing to do that. So instead of doing animal sacrifices to be forgiven by God, we just claim Jesus' name because He was that sacrifice to pray to God. That's why we end it in Jesus' name, because it's basically like still the same thing as the animal sacrifice, but we're claiming it through Jesus' sacrifice.
But do you genuinely believe that you need to add that into your prayer?
Yes, but God overlooks ignorance. So if there's a Muslim or a Jew or someone around the world who's praying to God in their heart and they don't know Jesus or they don't know the truth, God hears their prayers. But for those that know the truth and the battle with the truth, you can't reject Jesus. You can't reject him. It's like trying to open that door without the key. You have to confirm him in your prayer. But this is from Jesus. I believe in his message, and I'm
So
praying
where do you get that information
from the Bible.
So yeah, so that's what I'm interested.
Jesus says, "Ask the Father anything you want in my name, and it shall be."
So that is what Christians believe. That's why they have to say in Jesus' name at the end.
Yeah, it's our way of communicating to God through Jesus. He's like the mediator between man and God.
Was it literal when he said, "In my name, and it will be"? Or do you think that Christians have just made it literal? Because
it's literal. Every miracle the apostles did, they did it in Jesus' name. All those miracles, Peter, Paul, they all did it in Jesus' name.
But to do things in somebody's name means to have them in your heart when you're doing them, right?
Yes, because we're recognizing that Jesus.
But that's why I'm asking. So, like, if you do something in Jesus' name, like, or if I do something for Sabila is for the love of Allah, right? That means that Allah is in my heart when I'm doing this thing. So I don't necessarily need to say it. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Shani. So the reason to why we can't just say in the Father's name, because we don't have access to God like that. Jesus is like the access. He's like the VIP card. Like, because we fell from sin, because we ate the fruit, we've lost that immediate connection. Like Adam had that connection, but because we've lost the fruit, through animal sacrifices, now then through the death of Christ and resurrection, claiming that brings us back to that connection. So you can't just go back to it like how you're saying, just call it God's name, because we can't. We have to do it through that process.
So do you know where it says that is why you should do that, so that you don't have the direct?
Yeah, there's better. I can show you better verses.
There's verses that will say that you don't have direct access and you have to do things through.
Yeah, we don't have access to God without Christ, without Jesus. We don't have access to him. It's like God himself is like said, for example, whosoever believeth in the Son, in Jesus, shall not perish but have eternal life. Like there's bare passages that God is telling you, the Father is telling you, I'm perfect. In order for you to come to me, you have to listen to my Son, my messenger, Yeshua, and you have to believe in him. If you believe in him, then you can come to me. That's why Jesus says you can't get to the Father without getting through me. Me and the Father are one. But all these verses that basically show you that he's the in-between. You can't come to the Father without, except, you know what I'm trying to say? Because we've lost that privilege. So he's bringing us back through Yeshua.
Yeah, okay, that's really interesting.
Do you see how when you hear it from actual Christianity, it sounds a bit more palatable, or it sounds a bit more...
Yeah, the thing is, this is the thing, honestly, with Christianity, it was never something that I rejected. I just didn't want to take it on because I just knew there was so much corruption. That's honestly because obviously I was around so many different...
I don't blame you. From what you experienced, I don't blame you. Man, bad people was like, nah, I don't want to... Yeah.
High school, and it didn't make any sense to me. So from there, going to being like in London, very much when I was growing up anyway, everything was like quite Christian anyway. Do you know what I mean? School was quite Christian, even though it wasn't a Christian school. You'd still have Christmas and you'd learn about Jesus, but it wasn't a Christian school. It was just a non-denominational school, just a normal school, public school, and you learn about Jesus. So it's like what they were teaching us there. And then what I learned when I went to Catholic school was just like, well, it's always just a bit... Yeah,
Christmas, all that pagan garbage, it's all just a joke. It's not even the same religion, I think. Like, whatever.
This is the thing. So I never actually,
held on. We don't practice Christmas. We don't practice Christmas. We don't practice none of these pagan traditions. Like, we're more in common with you guys. I don't think you understand this. Like, even me growing up as a child, everyone used to ask me, how come you don't go to church on a Sunday? They found it weird. They found it weird that I didn't want to eat pork. They found it weird that I was hanging around with the Muslims more often. It's because what I'm doing, what I'm following is what Christianity is supposed to be,
Mm-hmm.
minus all the pagan influence, minus all the westernized, minus all the, you know what I mean? That's what it is. That's why it looks so similar.
Well, this the thing. This is why it's really like, I hear what you're saying when you say, oh, you couldn't leave, Christianity or whatever. You'd have to actually get X, Y, and Z. For me, like, I feel the same. I don't think there's any option to leave Islam because I genuinely feel it's the last, of the.
You know, Syrian Christians call God Allah.
Yeah, it's Arabic. It's Arabic.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, Charlie. It's not really.
It's Arabic. It's Arabic language. So that's
if like you said, if it's all the same stuff, it's not leaving. It's just changing.
No, but this is the thing. I'm saying, like, it's. I even now, me being a Muslim, I'm not on deen of. And the thing is, I don't think I'm a different sect either. I don't really want to like fall into that. I don't really hold sects. But what I'm saying is, like, the egotistical deen that I see is not the deen that I follow. So the one that is like this maybe Saudi Arabian deen, or the sister, you should be like this, sister, you should be like that, all that BS, that's not the deen that I follow. Like, no, just leave me alone with all that. But anyway, but also I'm not a Sufi, you know what I mean? I am more spiritual, and I'm of the understanding that I read the Quran and I take the Hadith and I follow it. I'm not really following what man is telling me to do. That's what I'm saying. But the reason why I'm saying I can't go what I would deem to be backwards and say leave Islam and just be on the Christianity thing and then class myself as a Christian is because I believe that obviously it's all one deen. And also I was already touched by Christianity, and it wasn't something that was, I wasn't, one second, so this is important, what I'm saying, sorry, is that I wasn't pulled to it, I wasn't guided to it, but yet everything that I was doing, funny enough, growing up, like I from a very, very young age, Zulu, from very young, from about like 7 years old, I decided that I wasn't going to be Christian, I wasn't going to pray, and I wasn't going to be a hypocrite. And I think that's when I learned the word hypocrite. And I said that I'm not going to, I swear to you, this is so mad, right? I decided that I wasn't going to be a hypocrite, which meant that I wasn't going to pray to God because I said I don't believe in God, right? But it wasn't the fact that I didn't believe in God, it's I didn't want to be a Christian and stuff like that. But I knew there was a higher power. So growing up, I was always like, there's a higher power, there's a higher power. But I knew and respected the higher power, but I would never pray to the higher power because I didn't want to be a hypocrite. So as I got older, it obviously got stronger, right? So I moved away from I was around Christianity, but nothing pulled me in. My mum became more Christian and more practicing, and I would often get like Bibles, and my mum's partner as well, very practicing Christian, and there's lots of lectures and all this kind of stuff. Nothing pulled me to it, and I'm telling you, I stopped when I was like, I don't know, about 18. I stopped practicing, I stopped having Christmases. When I was like 17, 18, I stopped celebrating Christmas, full stop. Even when all my family celebrating Christmas, I wasn't any religion. I just
but you thought that was Christianity, you see?
I just moved away from any, like, but it was naturally moving away from anything that like kind of tied me to stuff that I didn't believe in. Do you know what I mean?
That's good, because what that wasn't even Christianity what you was practicing, which is good. You were drawn away from it early.
Drawn away from these practices.
That what you were practicing wasn't even. That's what I'm saying. So, but a lot of people, especially in the UK, because obviously it's a Christian country supposedly.
Yeah.
A lot of these things, these culture things like Christmas and christening and blah blah blah. People say, "Oh, I grew up Christian," but in their mind, they just went to church on Sunday here and there. Like that's not Christianity. That's like dilute water. That's like Vimto. Like that's literally the bare. That's not even Christianity. Like I'm not saying that you have to be a Sunday Sabbath keeper and da da da. I'm just saying like there's Christianity and then there's westernized. Go to church on a Sunday here and there, be christened. There's two different levels of it.
Completely. But so then I was like totally away from all that. And even though that was quite difficult because obviously everybody, all my friends, everyone celebrated Christmas that I was around. You know what I mean? It was like, you don't celebrate Christmas. And it was just like, no, I don't like it. I don't like
I
it.
felt that way about Halloween. I've never ever celebrated Halloween in my whole life. Weren't allowed to do it because it's evil.
Yes. And then this is the thing. So I when I was growing up as well, when I was a bit younger, I was really into like witchcraft. I know, right? But only like really like innocently, if that makes sense. Like I used to want to wake up and my mum tell me that I was a witch. I was obsessed with the teenage witch and anything witch related. I was just obsessed with.
Ouija boards, all that stuff.
I didn't like Ouija boards. I did them, but they scared me. Like I genuinely was scared. But it was more a case of like making little spells and stuff like that, right? Just silly stuff like that, and hoping that one day I would be able to change things, and like sometimes I'd be like, oh, can I move this in my mind? All this kind of stuff, right?
I did that as well. Not gonna lie. But not on a witch thing, but on like a superhero thing.
Oh no, mine was on a witch thing, and I always just thought like, oh, I could change it, like just on a witch thing, right? And I was very much like into that. Obviously, grew out of it and just kind of come away from all that rubbish and whatever. But then, why I'm saying like I could never leave Islam is because when I was at my worst,
it brought you something good.
I was pulled and drawn to it, and I'm telling you,
I understand it, Shani. Islam is better than the Christianity you had. I'm telling you that I understand. It's made you a better person. You stopped doing all the things. I know many converts into Islam that have had a better life that you can just see it on them. But what I'm saying is, I'm not telling you to leave Islam. I'm just telling you maybe to study it more and to be more in line. If you claim that they're all three are saying the same thing, be in line with what God is saying in all three, rather than just rejecting parts and this and crafts and this and this. What is God saying when you read the Bible? What's God saying when you read the Torah? What's God saying in all of the whole thing? Like the whole thing about the word and all that. The word is in the Quran as well. So that needs to be studied. The spirit stuff needs to be studied. Bare stuff needs to be reevaluated.
Scholars do that. This is the thing. It's like
there's an agenda, Shani, with some of the scholars to keep tradition.
Well, this is what I think is true as well. Because how can you be a scholar of Islam if the doctrine Islam, if the Most High has told you to take from the Quran, the Bible and the Torah, you have to then obviously be a scholar in those as well to have a real understanding of what's going on. Because again, like we already know, like there's the Quran is confirmation. There's confirmation in the Quran of what was previous. So if we're going to take that, how could we deny what was previous? We've got to read what was previous. Because like the Quran, for instance, majority of it is about Moses alayhi salam. It's about Moses, the majority of the Quran. He's the most mentioned prophet in the Quran, Moses.
Because so, he started most of this.
This is the thing. So how can you just like reject everything and go, all right, well, this is all we need, is the Quran is all we need from start. It doesn't make any sense because God even said that's not what you should do. So yeah, like I definitely
but guess who saw Jesus on the mountain of transfiguration? Moses and Elijah. So that same fixation on Moses is also like the similarities are deep, and I feel like if Islam was studied more and if mainstream Christianity was studied more or gone back to the roots of what it was before the mainstream, there would be way more similarities and more conversations and more peaceful exchanges and even we could learn from each other like in many aspects. But because of the traditions and the sects and the denominations and the languages and the you said Jesus is God. That's not true. That's shirk. I'm not even going to try and understand what you're trying to say and what you mean by God. And you said this and this. It's like, it's just, one's even, two people, like you said, people are lazy. People want to be traditional.
Lazy, tradition, is the ego, because it's like, how could I leave the deen of my forefathers? You know what I mean? How could I leave the religion of, like my father? And often it's scary for people to come away and be something different. Like even me coming to Islam was crazy. Like I didn't even want to tell. I don't think I told anyone for the first year. I was like, nah. I was like, nah. Let me just because also a lot of my family just thought I was going through a phase. They genuinely did. They were like, all right, cool. And then, you know what, 5 years later, I'm still practicing. They're like, all right, okay. They just thought it was just, you know, like a phase, something that I thought was cool for a bit, and I'd stop. But no.
So, on a side note, do you think maybe you had a fascination of the supernatural, and maybe that kind of led you more to godly life? Like, even like you said with the witchcraft stuff, obviously witchcraft is bad, but you know, objectively, you could say that maybe you had a fascination with supernatural
I think
stuff.
I was sensitive to. I still think I am sensitive to supernatural. My mum went to my to a parents' meeting when I was like 5, when I was like 6 or something. And my teacher said to my mom, and she told me this like a few times. I might have been between the ages of 6 and 9, actually. I can't remember how old I was. But they were just, the teacher said to my mom, you know, Shannon is a really like spectacular child because she thinks so differently to everybody else. We were talking about trees, and they were talking about trees or something, and apparently I was sitting there talking about the life of the tree and the fact that the tree is breathing and it had life in it and so on and so forth at a very, very young age when we weren't learning that. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like even stuff like that, and like I don't think I'm a special person or something, but I'm just saying like I think I was always chosen to be Muslim.
No, you are a special. Don't say you're not. You are a special person. I mean,
Yeah,
this
I know
is
in that way, but I don't think I'm. Do you know what I mean? I don't think I'm more special than others. I feel like genuinely God does choose people and has given other people that same thing. Maybe they've ignored it, or you know, maybe they, you know, they'll get it later.
I think God has given you more responsibility because He's gifted you with a higher awareness of the spiritual realm. So that means He expects more from you. So when you sin or fall, it's way more dramatic than if someone who's blind or asleep sins and falls. In the same way, I viewed myself as well. Like a lot of my peers and friends in the church or whoever, they're just sinning and they're just all over the place, drinking, doing everything. And sometimes I ask myself, why have I been able to accept the message and be lawful at an early age like this and not fall in those areas? Obviously, I'm not perfect, but
Yeah.
not fall in those areas like others have fallen. Then it makes me think, so that means if I've been given this awareness and discernment at this age now and with this great intensity, that means if I sin, it's a big deal because I know it for sure and I'm in it for sure. But others are asleep. So if I'm awake and I put myself back to sleep, like let me give you an example. Have you ever woke up, right? And then like you feel tired later, woke up too early, and then you feel tired later in the day and you try and nap. But then when you wake up after napping, you just feel weak and dry and just like like you slept at a time that you shouldn't have slept.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like when you're awake spiritually. You try and go back to sleep, and you just feel ugly. It's like ugh, like why am I trying to go back? I feel good being awake, and that's probably what's happening with you as well. Like you was awake at such a young age. And maybe that's why you were just so detached from this Christian Christmas and all this stuff. And I just want to stay awake. I want to go to the fully wide awake. So,
but this is why, like, and there's more, and obviously there's more intense feelings, and there's more like life story to what I've told you. But this is why I know that Islam is the truth. Do you know what I mean? It must be from God because it can't be from. Listen, I believe in God and I believe in the devil, right? I believe in the anti of whatever God is, yeah, or something that is anti-God. So for me to believe that and to see where I am in life, I'm not being guided by the anti. Do you see what I'm saying? There is nothing bad about what I'm doing in my life because when I look at Islam, when I look at what I do, I spend a lot of my time in remembrance of the Most High and praying to the Most High. Whereas a lot of Christians that I know perhaps don't even pray. They might have like 1 or 2 prayers here and there, but the fact that I'm denoting time in my day to do that, like, how is that guided from something bad? Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense for it to. It doesn't.
And I find that's a very respectable quality I see within Islam that they're able to maintain a discipline, you know, to keep like fasting. Like I've fasted with my Muslim friends before. I've done it before, and I have my own. We have our own fast days in the Hebrew and the scriptures. But like I've done it with them, and it's like I respect it. But it's like there's also a spectrum as well, because even in the Hebrew thing, you know, you've heard about the Pharisees, right, in Jesus' time.
Yes.
The ones that basically asked him to be crucified. The Pharisees were basically a sect of Jews that were very ritualistic. You had to wash your hands a certain way before you ate dinner. You had to say recite the Torah. Like they were very, very strict. Like the barrier for entry was so like you had to do everything, like memorize the whole Torah. Like these guys basically were super, super orthodox, super, super traditional, super, super, you know. And they had problems with Jesus because Jesus was just so simple with his message. Like he was so like, do unto others as you want them to do unto you. Love thy neighbor. Just simple, simple. Someone asked Jesus, what's the greatest commandments? And he said the first commandment is to love the Lord God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, with all your strength. And the second greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. These two commandments hang all the law and all the prophets. Basically, Jesus just summed up the whole Torah and the Tanakh in two commandments. Love the Lord God with all your heart, soul, and mind and strength, and love thy neighbor. So that's what every Christian, Jew, Muslim, everyone should be doing today. But there's all these other laws and commandments and traditions and and then what happens is instead of expressing love, instead of expressing what those should mean, it's all about the tradition. How many times did you do this? When did you do that? Not to say that we shouldn't, because I'm keeping the Sabbath now. I'm not saying I shouldn't keep the Sabbath, but I should do it because I want to do it, not because it's a chore.
Yes. No, exactly. I know. I feel the same way. I honestly do. I feel the same way. I feel like I have understanding as to why I do some things as a Muslim, but also I feel like if I didn't pray 5 times a day, I'm not going to go to hell. But even though I feel that way, I still do it because it's a case of it's my love for the Most High. I just feel like, wow, I get 24 hours in a day. And praying 5 times, at least 5 times a day, is 50 minutes, if anything. Do you know what I'm saying? That is like 1 hour out of 24 given to the Most High for praise and thanks. It's nothing. Do you know what I mean? It's literally, it's nothing. And it's spread out during the day as well. So it's not even like I have to stay 1 hour just in prayer. Like, there's so much kindness that is given to me and mercy that's given to me by the Most High in all sorts. So just to pray and worship him is nothing. Like
constant prayer like that helps you stay lawful as well, because if you struggle with certain things and you, like, I know for me personally, the longer I've gone without praying and reading the Bible, the more susceptible I am to sin. But the more I'm in that state of mind daily, like for example, I've started the thing where I read from the beginning of the book to the end of the Bible, like the Genesis to Revelation. I'm currently somewhere in Judges, but like I do that every day, and I pray in the morning and I pray in the night and then I pray in the afternoon sometimes, or like I meditate. But I have every single day, I can't open my eyes without praying or close my eyes without praying. It has to happen every day. And the reason why I've developed this is because I've noticed I'm at my best when I've put that constant reminder and that constant connection. Because I don't know if you know this, but there's a lot of scientific research that they've done on people while they're praying and what's happening in the brain. And many scientists are fascinated because they've shown that there's electrical signals that are channeling from the brain, and there's a certain state that the brain enters into when there's in a mode of prayer. And people are wondering, like, what is going on? And obviously we understand that we were designed to worship. So this is that component being activated. This is why prayer is such a it's kind of like a meditative feeling. It's a very deep feeling because our bodies are designed to be in that state. The only ways you can get that is like I said, meditation, but it's not as intense as prayer. Because prayer, you're speaking, you're communicating, you're expressing yourself, your innermost personal things, and you're speaking to the prayer. So like basically what I'm trying to say is that it's a daily requirement, just like eating. They describe in the Bible, it describes the word of God like bread. If you don't read the word, if you don't pray, you're gonna starve spiritually. You have to feed it every single day. So that's why I respect what you guys are doing with the praying. I respect what you guys are doing with the fasting. Jesus fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. Like that. Do you know what kind of spiritual state of mind you get into after fasting for that long? And fasting constantly. But Shani, Christians don't fast. Christians don't pray. That's the problem, Shani. And that's why you felt, you know, you wanted to leave that, and I respect that, and I would have left it too. And that's why many people don't even care anymore for Christianity, because what they're following isn't Christianity.
Yeah. And this is the thing. This is what could be the corruption.
Yeah, listen, if you can prove that to me and you can show me some evidence, I won't use that verse again. But everyone that's used that verse has told me it's because the Bible and the scriptures are corrupted, not because so that's that. We'll have to discuss that, and they'll have to let me know what that means.
What that? Yeah, I'm gonna look. I'm definitely gonna.
Because the Bible tells us to fast. The Bible tells us to pray 3 times, to do this and that. So the Bible doesn't seem like it's wrong to me on that front.
Yeah, and I honestly, Zulu, you know what? I've really enjoyed this conversation.
Same, I really enjoyed it too.
I feel like I've really got some like good takeaways for this, because
same.
You know, I'm definitely gonna. I'm definitely, well, inshallah, I'm gonna use this, and you know, there's some questions there that I'm like, I need to.
Same for me.
Yeah, I genuinely want to find out a few of these things, and yeah, it's been really interesting. And you know what? Mainly because obviously for myself, but I really feel like it's going to help my mother, and I feel like my sister is very much, you know, she's really not knowing where to go at the moment, because obviously I'm very close to my sister. My mum's very close to my sister. I'm Muslim. She's Christian. And we're both practicing our religions, you know, and my sister's spiritual, and she just doesn't know which way to go. But my mum is very much like, you know, always has been like buying her Bibles and all this kind of stuff and that, and you know, like because they live together. So my mum's influencing a lot, but I don't influence but my sister doesn't understand, you know, she doesn't believe that Jesus is God. She can understand why I say Jesus isn't God, you know, and that idea. So it's like, do you know what I mean? That's what she's thinking, like, but.
What you could do, Sean, have you ever tried, like, not having obviously you can't really debate your parent, but like, have you ever tried having spiritual dialogue or conversation?
Yeah, we have, and it actually
ended well.
So this is where my sister actually discovered where she doesn't believe that Jesus is God, because she obviously felt more attached to my argument than my mum's argument of why he was God, you know, and the idea of, you know, like, so it is. We've had it, but like I said, I feel there's ego there with my mother, unfortunately, in the sense of.
Have you tried to use the Bible to prove your point?
To use, you know what, we actually haven't took out doctrine. We've just took what we know of the doctrine, if that makes sense.
She wouldn't reject the Bible, I'm assuming, if she believes in it. So if you could show her stuff from the Bible, or you can even break down what I said to you about how the Father is actually the Most High and all that stuff, maybe you could bring her more into a more true Christian or balanced perspective.
Zuli, that's what she believes. That's what I'm saying. That's what she believes, and what you're saying is no different to what my mum believes. So, but that's the issue. It's like as if you're my mum right now, and I'm trying to tell you to come to Islam. How you feel about it is how my mum feels about it. There's like. She's not opening herself.
Then how dare you try to compare? Leave her in the truth then. What's wrong with you?
Even if like she knows or I know, like I'm happy. You know what? I am kind of happy where my mum is. I am.
I mean, at least she's not atheist. So some people have to deal with that. You don't have to deal with that.
Well, my big sister doesn't have. My eldest sister, she doesn't have. You know, she says things like, "Oh, fingers crossed," and I'm like, "Don't say that. What are you saying that for?" Do you know what I mean? She just literally does not.
It must be so hard having people not having the same belief as you in your family, because my family, everyone believes what I believe.
It is very different. It's
really hard.
Different. You know, like, so even like a lot of the time, I'll correct my mom, and my mom will follow. So my mom obviously is on the, like, you know, she's a Christian and she's practicing and everything, but she also is very much it's weird because she also does things that are, you know, maybe what I would consider shirk. So I tell her, Mom, that like you can't do that or you can't say that. Do you know what I mean? It was like a reminder of things. Like my mum, so this is the thing. My mum will still play like the lottery, and I will say to her, Mum, you can't.
That's against the Bible as well. You can't gamble.
Yeah, and I'll say that's gambling.
You can show her that in the Bible, Shani, and she can stop her from doing that though.
Yeah, I know. I know.
But there's probably bad things where you could. That's what I'm saying. You need to show her the Bible because she won't reject that.
There is a lot of things. My mum doesn't drink, but my mum might drink on occasion. Like,
You show her the Bible. Wine is a marker. Beware of the strong drink.
she doesn't drink vodka. Did you say vodka?
No, it says in the Bible, the wine is a marker. Beware of the strong drink. Like the Bible clearly does not advocate alcohol consumption and drunkenness.
Okay. Well, this is the thing. I've never seen my mum drunk. My mum will. When I say she drinks on occasion, she might have a glass or two, but it's a special occasion. It's an occasion. Even like, but my mum still celebrates Christmas, but she doesn't celebrate Christmas in the sense of, this is the day Jesus was born. It's more of a cultural thing now, and the fact that she buys presents.
It's like bank holiday.
Yeah, it's a time for people to come and have dinner and have presents. That's what.
I don't have people coming together and doing all that stuff, but the problem is I don't want to be tuning into some pagan ritual unintentionally. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Even though I'm not doing it for that purpose, I just don't feel right. I still do it anyway. I still gather with family, but I just feel a bit weird though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I go, like, just last year there. I went to America and I had Christmas with my American family who are all Christians. They're not Catholics.
Was it weird?
I mean, no, not really. Like, because this is the thing. I feel like within my family, the Christians are very different to, maybe the online Christians versus Muslims kind of thing. It's just we all accept each other's religions and we all just accept each other. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, we're not sitting there having religious debates and whatever. We might talk about God, but we're all under the impression and the notion that we are talking about the same entity. We're talking about the same God. So there's no argument there. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, yeah, we just don't. It's nothing. At
least we're not atheists,
This is the thing. And so my cousin in America, he and his family are Hebrew Israelites. So we went to see them and everything, and
probably have more in common with them, right?
I'm telling you, I really, really do. I love him. I love him.
They're wearing the head wraps. Everyone was close. Yeah.
Yes, this is the thing. And the kids, they are all homeschooled. They never go to school. There's 3 of them. They have their house. When you walk in the house, it's a classroom. So they have a classroom. They're taught in the house because my cousin doesn't believe in them going to school in America and being taught nonsense or being exposed to something. They don't watch television. They don't celebrate Christmas. They don't celebrate birthdays. They don't, they're very much just in their religion, and yeah, they kind of, they do isolate themselves a little bit from the rest of the family because they don't believe in the same things that they believe. Like my cousin doesn't believe in what his Christian mother believes in, so it can often leave them like not going over to the house at certain times of the year. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so my auntie, she'll decorate the house with all her Christmas stuff as she's always done. So he doesn't bring the children over there. They don't literally see anything Christmas related. They're sheltered from a lot of.
Yeah, there's danger in doing that, because if you don't allow them to make the decision to stay on their belief, but while witnessing other things around them, then they might, you know what I mean?
Yeah, then it's a bit of a temptation when they get older, right?
Yeah, because I've been in situations where I've had to stand for my faith amongst heathens, amongst unbelievers, and if I'm used to it now. I feel comfortable in those situations. But if I wasn't exposed to it, I'd feel pressured to do things or to say things or to reject my faith. There's bare examples in school, in high school. Everyone put your hands up if you're a virgin. And it's like
you put your hand up, just like.
But the funny thing, Shani, I didn't even care. Like I was talking about the whole thing about.
Did you have a straight elbow as your arm was up? Was it like all the way up?
I put my hand up all the way. I was always talking about God. I even had debates in class randomly with people about why God doesn't exist and I've always been fascinated about God and the Bible and the stories and the this and that and I think God took me early in terms of being lawful and being fearful. He took me early. I had a real fear for God. Like hell, like I used to watch all sorts of documentaries on Revelation and prophecy and this and this. Yeah. I had a huge fear for God from when I was a kid. Even lying, I'd feel really like guilty and
Dude,
like.
this is what I'm saying. So this is why I know I'm on the right path, right? Because you saying like I'm like listening to someone like, yeah, that was me too. I very much had a lot of interest as a child in like God, and I used to go to it was like a youth club owned by a priest and his wife, yeah, and it was just like they would teach you some stuff about the Bible, and you could make some stuff. You can make, like you make the palm, what you call them? You know what I'm talking about?
Palm leaves.
The palm leaves, yeah. You would make
Another thing.
from like folding stuff. You would like do activity books, the Jesus activity books and stuff, and like learn about the Romans and all this kind of stuff. And I remember specifically him telling me, and I'm telling you, from my whole life, from a very young child to right now, over 25 years, this would have been that he told me. He was saying to me that everything that happens is written. And I remember saying to him, so then how do we have free will? I swear to you, I was a very intelligent child, but I remember asking him how, I didn't say free will. I remember, obviously, that was what I was gathering to.
Yeah.
Like, how are you able to, how are we free if everything is written? So it was him explaining that to me. And that is something that I lived by my whole entire life and had an understanding of. So even regardless of not choosing a religion, I always had this idea or the understanding that no matter what, everything is written from the start to finish of our lives. Do you know what I mean? So it's like literally that is that is and that is one of the main things in Islam, to understand that everything is written. That is the pinnacle of belief, to know that everything is written and there is a path for you and you just trust God.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Shannon. Is a lot of people say like everyone's born the same. Yeah, we're all equal, but it's like you're saying as if people will say as if like God doesn't choose people. Like people are born, blind. People are born with limitations physically. Who's to say that people can't be born with spiritual bonuses? There's people that are born with more intelligence. Like who's to say that people can't be born with more connection to God? I'm not saying it's possible. I'm just saying like I'm just theorizing here, because it's like I'm looking at my life. For me personally, I've always had a fear. Like if I was put in a position where like I'll smoke this in front of everyone, like I don't feel that pressure to do it. I genuinely don't. Like I'm thinking in my head, yo, I'm gonna burn in hell. Yo, God is watching me. Yo, da 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 da. But then like the same kids that go to church at my age with me will just do it and not even care. So it's like clearly, and that means then when I do sin, it's like whoa.
It's a big thing.
It's like whoa. You know what I mean? And of course I sin, but. That's I try to rationalize and like why am I not doing what other people 20-year-olds are doing? Why am I doing this in this way? Like I've always asked myself this, but it just means that I'm expected to do way more than, and if I'm not doing anything, that means it's wasted potential as well.
Well, that's how I feel now, like with my religion, is like, for me, I actively don't sin. And I know a lot of Muslims that do, and I'm like, how can you? Like, it doesn't like, do you know what I mean? I know a lot of Muslims that genuinely just commit sin and they're cool with it. And I'm like, well,
smoking, doing all that stuff.
Yeah, no, I just, you know what? Like, it's a sin not to cover your hair in Islam, okay? Like, so even just people like not covering their hair, for instance, it's like, I understand why some of them do it. It's because they've been doing it since they were like 12 or 10 or whatever, whenever they got their period or whatever. And the work that it's a lot of pressure not to, to not be in there in the world and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, I don't understand how they can take it off knowing that Allah can see you and you're just sinning right in front of him. The same way, like, there's a lot of people that are in relationships, or even like for like me, like kissing somebody, holding someone's hand, all that is sin. It all leads you to like a greater sin, which is obviously fornication before marriage and stuff. It's like, so I don't do any of that stuff. And it's like, how can people just openly do it knowing that you're displeasing the Most High? Do you know what I mean? Obviously, that I had lived the life before I became Muslim, so it was different because I wasn't conscious then. But this is what I mean, being conscious now and sinning is just like, whoa, how do you do that? Knowing that you're going to have to like, just racking up sin. I'm so scared of doing that. I don't want it.
It's not even, and I know people are going to say that, oh, you're just scared of hell. Da, da, da. It's not even a fear of going to hell. It's also like, because you love God, it's because you want to do what makes him happy or what makes him proud of you. Or how, it's like a dad, like you want to make your parent happy. You don't imagine a parent comes to you and says, I'm ashamed of you. Like that feeling is just like, oh. So it's like you always want. It's like God is kind of like that parent, like you just want to make happy. You don't want to do things that make him upset.
Make him up, exactly.
Yeah.
That is just that. I feel that is just like a high. That is like that's the belief in the Most High, as well as having a strong, a strong faith, and like knowing that, okay, perhaps nothing is going to happen right now. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to be struck by lightning or whatever. Like, I'm going to sin and I'm not going to see a repercussion of the sin. But it's not about the repercussion right now. It's the repercussion on the day of judgment. The repercussion later on is what faith is.
Some may even say the repercussion physical, because if God's telling you not to drink and drinking gets you killed when drunk driving or something like that, if you follow that law, you wouldn't have suffered that fate. So some of these laws are even there just to keep us safe. People would say, like the pork example, you can get tapeworms and stuff from eating pork if it's undercooked even slightly. Like these laws are protective laws, not only spiritual laws.
But that's the thing. So we say a lot of the laws within Islam are more prevention more than cure. They're more prevention than cure. So things like staying away.
I accepted the whole marriage thing, like the way you guys do it, in the sense that, the girlfriend, and because this is the thing, like there's no, like, obviously there's a biblical law on marriage and we agree with what you guys say, but like in terms of mainstream, people are just fornicating and it's just here and there, girlfriend, boyfriend. There's no strict process, and it's so up to grabs, and that's the issue.
That's why the Quran came to just give more information on how to.
In the Bible, mate, it's just the people that are forgotten. Not the book is still there. It's the people that's forgotten.
But then the Quran came just to confirm. You're like, guys, you know what? Stay away from zina. So it tells you to stay away from it. It's not even like don't do it. Stay away from it, because just stay away from it, innit?
I do like the many wives thing though. That's
the wives thing. The wives thing is very beautiful. I think the idea of having, multiple wives is quite a beautiful thing, but it just really needs to be practiced in the beautiful way. And the thing is, the deen is beautiful.
People try to tell me that was a sin. Polygamy was a sin. That's the funny thing about it. I had to debate them about that.
Who said that?
Yeah, some of my Christian people were telling me, "Yo, polygamy is a sin." But then I was like, "So Abraham sinned. Everyone in the Bible sinned." And it was like, well, no, God just let them do it because that was what they were doing at the time. But clearly, all of the most important people were born through polygamy. The 12 tribes was because Jacob had their wives.
Many wives, exactly. Exactly. Could the legacy have lived on? Could the families have multiplied the way they did if it was one woman trying to give birth to all those men?
Well, imagine one woman giving birth to 12 kids. Can you imagine the damage that's doing to the womb? Like,
well, this is the thing. It does actually damage the woman. The more children you have, it is damaging to the woman's body. But not even that. It's the fact that these sons were also quite close in age. They had, you know what I mean? Like they were. Obviously, you can't have children close in age, and if you were to have children close in age, it could actually lead to death of a woman. So you couldn't have 12 kids back to back. Some people can, but some people, their bodies literally can't survive that.
Imagine, the loss of blood as well, with the whole placenta, and you imagine you're basically giving birth to a leech every 9 months. A leech, draining your energy, draining your life.
but you're supposed to, as a woman, you're supposed to leave a year in between because your bones have to get back to normal because they move and shift so that you can obviously give birth. As well as obviously blood regulation. There's so many things, like the fact that you rip a lot of your epidermis. There's a lot of skin ripped during childbirth. There's a lot of trauma to the body during childbirth, so that all needs a lot of time to heal before you start. And also, there's like minerals and hormones. There's like minerals or something that your body needs to regulate again before you can be, at an optimum, to have an optimum pregnancy again. Even though there are people that still have one after the other, of course, and that happens, but you're not giving yourself an optimum birth, and you're also giving yourself space for damage to happen to the baby or to have like a crazy pregnancy. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to. And yeah, you can populate the world a lot better when and much faster if you've got more than one wife.
Yeah, I guess the only downfall is the bloodline rivalries. Who gets the what's it called, the blessing and the birthright and some of the women fight amongst each other about whose son should be approved. That happens a lot.
So Al-Nisa, the chapter in the Quran is regarding like women, and it's regarding the laws of different things, and it also talks about inheritance. So this is it. So this will be why it's okay to do polygamy, because we've got the understanding of like who inherits and the percentages of inheritance and so on and so forth. So it's split equally between your children, apart from if they're women. Women get half of what the man gets. But
but the point is, like, there's the law is there. You've got the same in the Bible, like the firstborn is the right hand man of the father. But then it's like that's not gonna stop the mothers from gossiping and bickering, and like imagine if you fall out with the other wife and then you have to take care of that wife's kids. Like, who's to say there ain't gonna be some sabotage? Maybe obviously you may not be that kind of person, but I'm saying like rivalry can occur, and the children can bicker amongst each other and argue about who should be, the successor. So
but there is no. That's the thing. The inheritance is there's no successor.
A perfect example is Isaac and Ishmael. Look at the rivalry we have from that. Look at the rivalry we have from Esau and well, that's not polygamy. That's a bad poor example. But yeah, Isaac and Ishmael is a perfect example of rivalries, and like Hagar and Sarah were beefing over all of that.
But what was that for? Was that for his wealth?
The reason why Sarah was beefing with Hagar, because Hagar was kind of like feeling like a side chick. Because think about it like this, right? Abraham was promised a child through Sarah. So instead of doing it God's way, Sarah was like, I'm getting too old. It's not working. Here's my handmaiden. Boom. Ishmael was born. Next thing you know, God comes to Abraham and says, you're going to have a kid. And then Sarah's laughing like, nah, they're still on about this kid. I'm not having no kid. They try. Boom. Sarah's pregnant. She's well in her 60s, 70s. So like, right, she's pregnant now. So now Hagar is starting to feel like she's kind of useless now, because the destined child that was promised is now actually becoming born now. So in her eyes, she's trying to preserve Ishmael's favor in Abraham's eyes, so that Abraham still puts Ishmael at the highest pedestal because he's the firstborn.
Yeah.
But in Sarah's eyes, it's like, okay, I kind of don't need you anymore because I've got a kid. So it's like they're both kind of trying to, through their kids, succeed. And that's where the issue happens. It's like, it's no longer our kids, it's my kid and your kid and our husband.
So, but like Ishmael is the line of, Islam. So that's the link to Abraham.
But look at the war with Judaism and Islam. This is because of polygamy. So there's benefits. I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm just saying there is benefits to polygamy in terms of growing a nation and wealth, but there's also some rivalries that can happen, and you know, wars, and you know, that can happen too. And that just happens with brothers in general. I mean, another example is the 12 tribes of Israel. And I don't know if you knew this, but the 12 tribes of Israel went to war against each other.
No, I didn't know that.
They went to war against each other. It's like America, North and South, civil war. Went to as soon as King Solomon died. Obviously, he had polygamy as well. Married all these women. He fell away from the faith because he was marrying all these pagans, and then he started worshiping pagans. And then God obviously, you know, corrected him. He came back. But when he died, the kingdom split. It was united. All the tribes were united. Then you got some tribes on the north worshiping all these other gods. You had the tribe of Judah and Benjamin and Levi worshiping the true living God. So there was a war between the 12 tribes. So polygamy, in my understanding, seems to lead to rivalries, but it also leads to a massive nation of people. So it has its benefits and it has its disadvantages.
Yes, but maybe this is why there's so many rules in Islam when it comes to polygamy then.
Because you have to keep it very strict so it doesn't go haywire.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not allowed more than 4, but also you have to go right by the first one to even get the second one. So if you're doing completely right by your first wife, then and you're able to, obviously financially and so on and so forth, to have another wife, then you can do. But if you're not doing right by the first wife, then you have no business really going for a second one. So this is probably why it would be like cool, because if you're doing right by the first wife's going to be happy, even though there's going to be like jealousy there at some point. She's going to be happy and understanding that you have another wife. So she's not going to be your rival. She's aware that you have another wife, if that makes sense. And it's you both understand your roles. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
But then Islamically as well, you've got to obviously treat other Muslims and give them their rights and talk to them nicely and kind and all this kind of stuff. There's a lot of, you know.
I just feel like it kind of stems down to man's greed to an extent, even from a biblical perspective. Because Adam was given one wife. Adam had Eve. God didn't make 4 wives, 5 wives, 7 wives. Yeah. It's only when you start looking after that, like around, you know, Jacob's time, Abraham's time, all these time. So there's some sort of, I don't know, maybe it's a status thing to show that you got wealth, to look at my wives. Yeah. Or also like, I want to build a nation, so I need to produce more children. But there starts to become a trend of, you know, wanting to have multiple wives, but yet keeping it lawful and not fornicating. And I think that's kind of where polygamy came around, because we don't need polygamy. You can be completely monogamous and be lawful and be in God. And I personally think you have less chances of sinning and less chances of temptation when you're monogamous, rather than you being. Because think about this: if I wanted to have another wife because I just wanted to have sex with another woman, I could use that as an excuse to get another wife, but not make that known to the woman. But in my mind, I'm just thinking I just want to have sex with 4 women, but she's just thinking like, oh, you know what I mean? So it's like there's greed, man. Like other than building a nation, like I don't think it's. I think monogamy is the best way, man, because there's less stress, man.
Oh, definitely, there's less stress. But
one quick thing before you say something: when you look at all the people, this is an interesting fact. I didn't know this. When you look at all the people that had polygamous relationships in the Bible, they all had a lower lifespan, significantly lower lifespan. When you look at the ages of who died and whatever, they all had a lower lifespan than the monogamous people in the Bible, because they were dealing with all that stress.
That's what it was. It was taking years off their life. The
lifespan is 120 in the Bible. These guys were living up to 70, 80.
Do you know this? I think it's a hadith. I'll need to, you know what? Let me double check. But it's about. I'm sure it's about Moses living for however long he lived, and
I think he lived for 120 years.
Yeah, and he was able to live longer. What was that? Oh gosh, I need to find it. I really found that interesting when I was listening to it the other day.
Moses is in heaven now, so he's...
Yeah, but the idea was like, so I think one of the angel Gabriel came to Moses and said to him that it's your time to go or something, and he said, "No, I don't want to go." And it was, you know what? Me explaining this is just so pointless because it's not going to make any sense because I don't have the ending to it. So yeah, forget that, because I don't have the ending to. Oh, it's so annoying. And the thing is, this is what I get annoyed at myself for religiously, because I listen to a lot, but I don't take in a lot. Do you know what I mean? I listen to a lot in the time. I'm like, oh, that's amazing, but then I can easily just, it's in my brain, but I won't remember it until somebody brings it up again.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I maybe because I wasn't maybe actively enough listening, like storing the information when I was listening. I was just listening.
The only
Yeah.
thing that makes me remember is debates and having conversation on the panels. Because if you're putting that feeling, I know you know what this is like, Shana, because you're a soldier. When you're in a corps and there's bare chemists, bare this, that, and they all ask you questions about the Quran and your beliefs. It's not nervous in the sense that you feel like I could become like deconverted, but it's like I'm under pressure. I'm representing my belief. Everyone's watching me.
Yeah.
You just feel that inside when you're answering every question. So that feeling makes me have to memorize. Like when I leave the panel, I'm literally studying so that when I come back, I'm less nervous.
When you do it, but you are, mashallah, you are really good at what you do, and I do, like, I always, like, sometimes I'm like little bants here and there, but like from actually, maybe I think it was one time in particular, after talking to you from that one time, I've just always kind of respected the fact that you really like are passionate, and I think a lot of people come on here and I don't know if they so much talk up their own thing. They can't really hold their own finger tight. They like, do you know what I'm saying? I don't really see you like trashing down Muslims. You kind of hold your thing tight and defend, Christianity. Rather, other people are bashing other religions. They're just like, they're not really defending their own thing.
That's the problem with her tune, because like I wanted to say this on the panel a few days ago. Like her tune, like I actually met her tune years ago at a youth conference. I don't know, maybe she's being paid to go to different churches and denominations to talk about Islam, but she came to my youth program like 4 years ago, and she was just sitting there like having a little expo talking about how she left Islam because she asked the sheikh a few questions about the Bible, about Jesus, then he couldn't answer it properly, and she felt like she was lied to, this and this and this, and then next thing you know, she goes to a church, she asks a pastor this and this, she becomes a Christian, and then when I saw her, she had a cast, she had like a arm thing, like
yeah.
So like I was thinking, like, did she just come back from Iraq or something, like a war or something? But it's like, like she was just like a militant going around the world preaching about this and this and this, and it's like, when you make your belief, your message, your goal to disprove someone else's belief rather than talk about your own belief, then no one's ever going to know the gospel. If you're always talking against Islam, like every time I go on ICC, whatever it's called, it's always this surah, this Quran, this Muhammad, this. It's like, oh my gosh. Like sometimes it's like, oh, this is interesting. I want to, because I obviously like debates. I like looking at different arguments, but then sometimes it's like, you got all these people watching your thing right now. Talk about Jesus, man.
Yeah.
Like talk about the Christian. Like what the hell, man? Like,
like
you don't see them talking about. You don't see Muslims talking about Christians all the time. Like you don't.
Who's actually making a whole? See all the Muslim channels. Best believe they're not sitting there talking about why Christianity isn't the way. They're talking about the deen. They're giving dawah. Like, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Why would you spend all your time and effort putting down another religion? It doesn't make any sense.
What it is, funny. It's because she left it. So there's still that, and it's kind of, you see in Zechariah. Zechariah was like that as well. Like I feel like people that leave a religious system, they can't help but still justify why they left by hating it. Like they always have to reassure themselves, okay, this is why I left. Because like she can't just leave Islam and let it go. She has to keep going at it hard to make herself feel better to why she left it.
Yeah, and the thing is, what I don't like about her is, first of all, her screaming. Like, that is annoying.
That's so annoying.
Oh my gosh. And the second thing I don't like about her is the fact that she literally just mocks it. I feel like
the whole image thing was unnecessary. I didn't like that.
This is the thing. All that image stuff, and she acts as if it's like an actual painting or an actual photograph, like it's real. It's so dumb. But it's not only just that. It's like she mocks it. She doesn't. This is the thing. You can respectfully disagree with somebody's way of life, and she doesn't have any respect there. And then she plays victim to people treating her the way that she gets treated. Like honestly, you can't mess with people's way of life like that. People die for their religions at the end of the day. They die for their belief systems. And if you are so brave enough to be so disrespectful to somebody's belief system, then there are repercussions to that. I'm not saying I condone violence, but you know what? I do condone violence in certain situations. So
I mean, when Christ is mocked, we're not called to fight for him, because God says, "Vengeance is mine," saith the Lord. But it doesn't mean that I can control a Christian that maybe loses control. Like, it's not up to me to stop that. Like, they do what they do, that's between them and God. They weren't supposed to do that because vengeance is the Lord's, and we're not supposed to. We knew that this was going to happen because the Bible says we'll be persecuted and Jesus will be mocked and this. But like, if, like, for example, if I was a Muslim and like I saw someone respond in violence, it's like humans will respond in violence. It's not because they're Muslims, it's because they're humans. And if they revere this person, like if you go mocking them, they're gonna respond in violence because they're human. Like, what do you expect? But it's not right, though. It is not right. And if they maybe, and here's the thing, Shani, if people were not responding in violence as much, maybe they wouldn't care to want to mock because they know it's a trigger. It's like someone poking you, like, because they know that it triggers a response. And that's why she did it on camera, because she wanted you guys to, rile out on her, so that she could use that as evidence to say, look, they attacked me when I did this and this and this.
That's exactly what it was.
It's a trap.
It was a trap, and she is provocative, and I just feel like this is what I was asking when I was hearing about this. I was thinking, like, okay, Speaker's Corner is free speech, yeah, but are we really allowing people to be provocative? And the thing is, there's a difference. Like, people, the argument could be, oh well, you can control yourself, like nobody's provocative. But when you're doing something that you know is going to provoke upset and anger, that's being provocative. Do you know what I mean? It's not like she's doing it and she doesn't know the outcome of this. Like, she knows it's a good 99% she's going to have a really negative reaction to what she's doing. So should that be allowed at Speaker's Corner, provocativeness? Because because it already is heated in even conversation. So if you're going to go to the level of provoking people, like,
it's just childish, man. You're going around with pictures of this and Aisha, and this. It's just weird, man. It's like you like, she loses her status of being an intellectual debater in religion to someone like a Tom. She literally demotes herself to like a Tommy Robinson figure or like a Raj figure, like someone like mocks a tan. Like, you literally tan. Like, you stop from that point on. You stop any intellectual exchange or debate, because all we see now is the picture woman.
Listen, I've been to the park and she has never approached me, and I've had conversations and whatever, and I'm visibly Muslim. Do you know what I mean? And she's never approached me to try and conversate with me. So I just feel like she wants the men, because the men will get more angry because they can't physically touch her in this way of, I'm a man and I'm not going to hit a woman. Do you see what I'm saying? So I feel like they've already got restraint there, and then they're getting more angry because they've got to restrain themselves. Whereas if it was a man that was saying half of the things that she was saying, the man would have got punched in the face plenty of times. He would have got beaten up so many times. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's so true. This is the problem with like converts to Christianity that were from other religions. It's very hard for them to let go. Like, I could never even imagine let going what I believe now to do something else completely different. Like, I couldn't do it. So it's hard to let go of it. And I think she's really trying to let go of it by going against it as hard as she can to prove that she's not still with it. And I think that's what Zachariah was like when he first came to the park. But then at some point, he just went back. And there's a chance that Hutun could do the same. And I think that's why she's scared of that. Because it's like she can't obviously let it go fully because it's still a part of her. So the only thing she can do is go against it so that she still feels like she's right with God in her perspective. You know what I mean?
Who was Zachariah?
He's that seven. He used to be that Seventh Adventist dude with the suit and the glasses. Kind of talks like this, and he's like, and then he changed into a Muslim. He took his shahada with what's his name again? Tawhid.
Oh,
You know Zachariah, the one that called the Jeds and them Aswad.
oh.
You don't know him?
Yeah, no, I know of him.
He's the most weirdest guy ever, bro.
He came to the park as a Christian?
I met him at Speaker's Corner. He was a Seventh Adventist elder when I met him. And he was talking against Muslims. He was doing the whole, like, he was very intelligent though. Because think about it, he wasn't just a normal, because he was a Muslim before he was a Christian, and he knew the whole Quran. Like, he memorized. He had like photographic memory. He was quoting things left, right, and center. He was a real, like proper shooter. Then next thing you know, I just watched a video and he's taking a shahada with Tawhid, and it's that same kind of energy of like, I want to go really hard against this religion, and you know, her too knows the Quran, like she read it obviously, but that's what I'm saying. It's always those hard ones that end up coming back for some weird reason. It's like they're just like, okay, I'm just gonna come back. It's like they're fighting something. You know what I'm trying to say?
When these people know the Quran, so we do quotation marks with knowing the Quran. She's memorized the things that she wants to debate from the Quran, because this is the thing. Like, you can't be so anti-Quran if you memorize the Quran, because the thing that you're using for argument is not like it wouldn't make sense with the rest of the Quran, because it's not just the way that, like, so for instance, like I said, so the way there's a pattern in the Quran, there's balance in the Quran. It is actually so beautiful. And I don't know if you've ever seen videos or whatever of people breaking it down and so on and so forth. There is a pattern of how things are written. This is why we know it's a miraculous thing. It's given by the Most High and it's not written by man, because it's so eloquent in the way that it's written, and it's so advanced as well in how it can be so balanced. So if you were writing, you would have to be like a super genius to be able to even write something that is coherent, but also make it, like, balanced in everything. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So there's levels underneath the just the writing itself. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like numeracy and stuff. Like, so it just, huh?
I have a feeling that her tune is either going to become a Muslim again, or she's going to tone down this anti-Islam campaign.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I'm telling you, Shani. When you see these figures that are anti-Islam, very, 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 very like hardcore, they always it's like they're fighting it. It's like a homosexual who's closet, and they're always talking about them faggots and you know what I'm talking about. It's like. Yeah. It's like they hate the fact that they are that, or they're inclined to that, so they go against it, and they overdo it to show that they go against it. She probably feels pressure from her Christian brethren to not want to go back. Like, because imagine if you develop this community now, and now you become Muslim, now you lose all those friends that you're Christians with, and the Muslims ain't gonna accept you because they're gonna be looking at you like, "Are you sure? Like, you're the same woman that was," you know what I mean? So like in her mind, she's just staying with what she's comfortable with at the moment, but internally she's probably battling with this. Think about it. If you've been raised it your whole life, you memorize the whole Quran, you know the language and this, even if it's for arguments, like it's like trying to get rid of something that's a part of you. Like, it's hard to do.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I just don't think that. I just think I don't know if I believe that story, to be honest with you. Like,
you don't think she was a apostate?
I don't, because
she obviously used to be a Muslim, obviously.
No, but this is what is she Turkish? She's Turkish, isn't she?
She looks like Middle Eastern. She obviously used to be a Muslim.
No, she's Turkish. She's Turkish. So
there's a huge Turkish Muslim community, you know.
That's the thing, but Turkish are quite secular, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They're quite relaxed. They'll say they're Muslim, but then some of them are not practicing. So the thing is, I feel like she may, if she's Turkish, She could easily be Christian Turkish as well. Like, so there's not really, but there's a lot of apostates or quotation marks that really weren't. But it's the whole game. The whole game is for people to like. What's the best way for me to get you to not believe in Christianity? Is to say that
You
I
was
used
a
to
Christian
be.
before you left it.
Do you know what I mean? I
Yeah.
used to be a Christian. My family made me do this. I used to love it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because then, you know, I can relate to you. We can understand each other.
I hear you, Shani. But have you seen when she's got a camera on? You have seen how much she crying? She's got in the cupboard and
But,
she's proper in it, you know.
but this is the thing. When you hate something and you put so much effort in, that you already know from her behavior,
Excessive.
she is going to learn something because she is obsessed with hating it. She has put so much energy, so much. I don't know how she isn't a Muslim if she like literally eats, sleeps, and breathes trash in the Quran.
Every single day she talks about it on that show.
Do you know what I mean?
I'm telling you, she's either gonna become a Muslim again or she's gonna just tone it down.
How can you wake up and like just, oh my gosh, imagine that was my day. I was like, right, okay, today my job is to talk about how bad Christianity is. So now I've got to learn the different things that I want to talk about. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's energy. If I was doing that, I would rather put it into the deen that I was practicing. Do you know what I mean? Or teaching other people the deen that I was practicing. Because that is genuine energy used for good. What good is she doing?
Exactly.
It literally, there's no good that she's doing. Even if say the the Quran was false, like even if something like that, right, and it was not the right thing, she would still not be doing good because what she's doing is creating fitna. She's creating a lot of drama, a lot of hatred, a lot of anger and whatever amongst people for the smallest of outcomes.
Yeah.
Because how many people has she taken away from Islam and brought to Christianity?
That's true. Because you can take people away from something, but where do they go to once you've taken that away from them?
Exactly. And also, how many people has she how many people has she brought to Christianity, and how many Christians or how many non-believers has she brought to Christianity?
Does she even deal with atheists? Does she even deal with Sikhs? Does she even deal with anyone else? Or is it just Muslims?
Nobody else.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, Shani. She used to be. I'm telling you, she's going back. It's the same pattern. There's bad people, ex-Muslims that went against it hard and then came back and became Muslim again. Zachariah is one example. There's bare of them. Because also you got to think about this is pressure from family. Imagine that her parents abandoned her, especially if she's Middle Eastern. You know they go hardcore. Her parents probably abandoned her, so she's probably salty about that as well. Like there's so much pressure on all fronts. She's gonna bend the knee, or she's gonna let it tone it down. It's either that
or disappear from the park.
And especially after the image thing, because who knows, the death threat she's been getting. Because some of the very militant ones. I mean, you saw what they did with the Christian guy. What's his name? Jay something something. I don't know his name, but he used to come to the park and he did the image thing, and these guys followed him in the subway and stabbed him in the neck.
Sorry, what?
I forgot his name. I think his name is Jay something something. He used to. He's the white guy and he does videos with his tattooing as well.
Yeah.
And like he came with the image thing, the same images that we used with the Charlie Hebdo. And when he went to people followed him home on the subway and they stabbed him in the neck. He got into a little scruffle.
But wait, does he go to the park anymore? He doesn't go to the park anymore?
I think he's gone like here and there once. He's a very big guy. Like he does most of his stuff live stream now.
Oh wow!
But yeah, it's like, you know what I mean?
Like people die for their deed that they do, and they'll kill you for it.
It's a small woman,
That's the thing. They will kill you for creating creating pictures of the prophet. Peace be upon him. They will kill you.
I mean, look at Acts 13 apology. You know Acts 13 apologetics?
No.
He's having beef with Muhammad Hijab because Muhammad Hijab, you probably know him if you see his face. He's the white guy that does a lot of parodies on Islam and he does a lot of debates. But like he's the white. Basically, Muhammad Hijab posted a picture of his wife and everything, and he's super secret because, mind you, he's always talking about Islam. He's like a cartoon, and he goes deep, and he's very like comedic. So obviously, he doesn't want anyone knowing where he lives, and he's that kind of person. This man posts a picture of his wife and everything. Obviously, man shitting himself because he says so much smack about Islam, and you know these guys will do what they have to do. So this guy basically says, if you want war, let's have war. He does a video of him ripping a Quran page and chewing it up. And I'm thinking in my head, bro, like before there was a death threat. Now people are gonna kill you for real. Like
that's the maddest thing about that is like, why are you eating paper, bro? Like,
but what's the? I don't understand the obsession. I don't understand the like obsession though. Like it just like you've literally gone out of your way to get a book, rip a page, and chew it because someone put. It's like he better have security, wherever he is in Canada. But yeah, it's a whole thing now. We've got millions of views. Muhammad Hijab is calling people to go to his to go to his Patreon and shut it down and so on and so on. And even a lot of the Christians have said this guy was wrong. I think he was wrong for doing that. Like, what the hell? Like, if someone took the Bible and started chewing up the Bible, like, no.
I don't know how. Like, in all honesty, as a Muslim, I feel like, okay,
those
like,
obsessive people, Sean, I'm telling you, man, they've got problems. They're gonna become Muslim.
But if somebody like, no, I mean on the sense of somebody's chewing pages of the Quran, like, ultimately you can't change the word of God. That's just a piece of paper you're eating right now with words on it. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, it's that way. Like, I think it's more disrespectful, you know, to put like poo on it and, you know, spit on it and stomp on it. Like, I think that's more disrespectful. But like tearing the pages and eating it, it's just stupid. Like, all right, what are you doing? Like,
and his excuse was he wanted to do that so he could basically provoke Muhammad Hijab to stop, because obviously if Muhammad Hijab is causing someone to sin or causing someone to eat, because I think there's a verse in the Quran like if what you're doing, so like that's what now everyone's now instead of being angry at acts apologetics, everyone's angry at Muhammad Hijab because it's like, bro, you're causing this man to chew up the Quran and eat it up. So people are mad at Muhammad Hijab. So Muhammad Hijab was like basically apologizing. So it's just funny like how these obsessive kind of characters can cause so much drama, like so obsessed about disproving other people's beliefs.
But like Muhammad Hijab, for instance, has a really large following, like really large.
He's really big, bro.
So I feel like he really should be more, you know, a bit more conscious of what he's doing. And I think he's immature sometimes. You know, I see a lot of immaturity from him. So, yeah, I feel like, you know, like a personal friend of mine is obviously a friend of his, and he's much more mature than him. Like, you know, like Ali Dawah, for instance, he's just so much more mature. He's got like Ali Dawah has more followers than Muhammad Hijab, more influence and so on and so forth. But he's just mature. He doesn't get himself into any silly. Do you know what I mean? I mean, let's not actually lie. He does do a little 1-2 exposés on people and so on and so forth. But it's not. Yeah, it's like I don't think Ali's got anyone to eat the Quran before. It's just a bit mad.
It's so mad. Like there's like the beef with the rivalry. I beg you watch the videos. Like there's so much rivalry between them two. Like even when they came to debate in the UK, there's a video of Act 13 guy basically giving a handshake before the debate, and Muhammad Hijab just aired him, just like stared him like with a death stare. These guys hate each other. It's so hilarious when I see these beefs. Like it's so hilarious. They hate each other. But like big famous like big top Christians were calling out the Act saying that like for chewing of like he took it too far for chewing of the Quran, way too far.
If anyway, it's just weird. I think it's just weird. That's all I'm gonna say. It's weird. I don't know why. Yeah, it's weird. Super weird. Like,
But yeah, It's actually 3 o'clock in the morning, and my heartbeat is slowing down, so I'm getting worried. So I'm gonna get some rest.
Yeah, get some rest. Like, why is your heartbeat slowing down?
Yeah, I've noticed when I sleep too late. I think because your heart slows down while you sleep, so your body is basically saying, "Hey, get in bed now. What are you doing? Time to rest."
Oh, okay. So you're more relaxed. Okay,
Yeah.
well, have a good sleep,
I
Julie.
mean,
Thank
there's no church tomorrow because everything's shut down because it's the end of the world. So I'll just be here if there's shows tomorrow.
basically. Bless you. We'll have a good weekend, and
Same to you.
thank you for
Thank
the
you for the
conversation.
beautiful discussion, sister. I'm
Yeah,
really grateful. I love the discussion. It's
me
nice.
too.
I haven't talked to you for a long time. You're really good talker. Really good at talking to you.
Oh,
Really.
bless you. Don't say that. That's you.
Like,
Thank
I could imagine, like, if you had a podcast, I wouldn't mind being a guest.
Oh, bless you. You know what? To be honest with you, it's going to happen, inshallah. It's happening on my YouTube at one point. But, we're going to have to bring up, inshallah. Oh, yeah, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
But,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. I'm guessing Jedi is asleep, so we're going to just, just leave it there. But also, if anyone's listening, like up the show, innit?
My Shia Don is doing bits in the chat by himself.
I know. I was thinking, like, he's reading it. He's like writing along as well, and I was.
He's just talking to himself.
It's just us three. Him and it's us three having a chat. Yeah, bless him. Yeah, man. Okay, cool. All right.
Is it gonna show off automatically?
Nah, I don't think so. But we can try. It's just gonna sit there.
Okay.
Yeah. Bless up. Peace and blessings, everybody. Have a nice sleep. I'm literally in my bed right now, so it just means I'm gonna like shut this and close my eyes. Yay.
Lucky, I still have to get in.
Nah. I've been here. Okay, cool. Take care, everyone.
Adios.